begin with a detail that many insiders have never dared to say out loud. Within the British royal family, there was a moment when every discussion stopped being about advice or compromise and became a decisive choice. A son, no longer standing in the position of a passive heir, drew a clear line with his own father, the reigning king. There was no more gray area, no more delay. Only one message remained: change or face the consequences. For many years, the media and royal experts have maintained a familiar assumption that King Charles III is the absolute center of power. But if we look closely at the chain of events over the past 12 to 18 months, a different picture is gradually emerging, not through official declarations, but through strategic decisions, personnel changes, meaningful absences, and financial control moves. Prince William has been steadily reshaping the power structure from within. What stands out is that Queen Camilla does not appear to be involved in any of the key steps in this chain of changes. Either she is not included, or she is unable to stop them. And if this trend continues, what is at risk is not only her image, but also her title, her residence, and her long-term influence within the royal family. From Prince Andrew being pushed out of all public roles, to the calculated return of Catherine, Princess of Wales, and the signs that the king is increasingly weakening in internal control, everything is leading to one central question. Do you think Prince William is doing the right thing to protect the legacy of Princess Diana? Or is he going too far in his conflict with Queen Camilla? Comment 1 if you support William. Comment 2 if you believe Camilla deserves to be protected. If we need to identify the moment when power clearly began to shift within the British royal family, then the case of Prince Andrew is the most important milestone. For many years, Andrew no longer held a public role, but he was never completely removed. He still existed within the system as a royal family member, still retained certain symbolic titles, and more importantly, was still protected to some extent by King Charles III himself. That created a prolonged gray zone where the issue was never fully resolved. The change began to appear around the end of the year 2025. According to sources close to the inner circle, a pivotal exchange took place between Prince William and the king. There was no official record, no public confirmation, but the content has been summarized by many experts into a short and firm message. Either Andrew would be completely stripped of his remaining privileges, or the reputational risk to the monarchy would continue to escalate and directly affect the future of succession. What drew the attention of observers was not only the content of that message, but the way it was implemented immediately afterward. In the past, whenever Andrew became the focus of criticism, the palace response tended to be delayed. Decisions were broken into smaller parts, handled step by step, to reduce public pressure without creating excessive internal conflict. But this time, the approach was entirely different. The changes came faster, more coordinated, and showed little sign of compromise. Andrew was not only kept out of public activities, but also gradually lost the last remaining signs of internal status. Ceremonial privileges that had previously been retained as a form of compromise began to disappear. This indicates a shift in how image risk is evaluated. There is no longer a distinction between public role and internal position. Once considered a liability, removal becomes comprehensive. One of the clearest symbolic signs was the removal of Andrew Banner at St. George Chapel. For many, this might seem like a minor ceremonial detail, but within the royal system of honors, it carries deep meaning. These banners represent a position within long-standing orders of chivalry. Being taken down means being removed from a structure tied to tradition and prestige, a form of action usually reserved for serious breaches of honor. The question then is who drove this move? In principle, every major change requires the approval of the king. However, based on the timing and the manner of execution, Many analysts believe that the influence of Prince William played a decisive role. He does not need to appear before the media to declare his position. Instead, he uses internal channels, shapes strategic priorities, and creates enough pressure to force the system to adjust in the direction he wants. What matters is that the handling of Andrew does not stop at one individual. It sends a clear message to the entire system. For many years, the royal family has been criticized for lacking decisiveness in dealing with reputation-related crises. By completely removing Andrew's operational space, Prince William is setting a new standard. There is no longer a safe zone for figures who pose a risk, regardless of their position or bloodline. The difference between the two generations has also become clearer than ever. King Charles III, with decades of experience within the system, tends to maintain balance and avoid changes that could cause major disruption. Meanwhile, Prince William prioritizes transparency and image effectiveness. For him, prolonging an issue like Andrew is not just a burden, but a direct threat to the legitimacy of the monarchy in a context where the public increasingly demands clarity. Another factor to consider is the internal reaction after these decisions. There are no signs of a public dispute. There are no major leaks indicating strong opposition from other members. This suggests two possibilities. Either consensus was built before the actions were taken, or the level of internal information control has been significantly tightened. In either case, the central role of William in this process is difficult to deny. When all the signals are put together, it becomes clear that the removal of Andrew is not a single decision. It is the result of a calculated strategy, executed in a short period of time with high precision. The objective is not only to resolve a lingering issue, but also to redefine how the royal family responds to crises and protects its image in the long term. More importantly, Andrew was only the beginning. He was a case on the edge of power, where handling him created less internal political risk. But the way he was handled revealed the method that Prince William was prepared to apply to larger targets. But William did not stop at Andrew. After removing a clear weakness, he began to expand his scope of control. And this time, the target was no longer outside the center of power. It began to reach directly into the sphere of influence of Queen Camilla. If the case of Prince Andrew showed how Prince William handled a weakness at the edge of the system, then what followed demonstrated a far more decisive move. This time, the signals were no longer tied to isolated figures, but pointed directly toward the area of influence surrounding Queen Camilla. What is notable is that none of these changes were announced as major decisions, but instead appeared scattered across financial reports, personnel adjustments, and internal requirements. The first clear sign emerged in the case of Annabel Elliot, Camilla's sister. For nearly 2 decades, she had been known to maintain a stable financial connection with the Duchy of Cornwall, particularly in projects related to interior design and property renovation. This was not a public role, but it represented a significant source of income and a position of influence within the royal logistical network. However, in the most recent financial report of the Duchy of Cornwall, covering the period from the year 2023 to the year 2024, an unusual detail appeared. The payment associated with Annabel Elliot, which had been recorded consistently for many years, suddenly disappeared. There was no official announcement, no accompanying explanation. There was simply a zero in a place that had once recorded hundreds of thousands of pounds each year. To outsiders, this might seem like a minor accounting change, but for those who closely follow the financial structure of the monarchy, it was a clear signal. Cutting off a payment stream that had existed for more than 20 years cannot be a purely technical decision. It reflects a shift in how benefits are allocated and, more importantly, in how the system determines who is allowed to maintain economic influence within it. The role of Prince William in this case becomes especially significant after he formally took control of the Duchy of Cornwall when King Charles III ascended the throne. The duchy is not just an asset fund, It is the most important independent financial source of the heir to the throne. And controlling it means controlling a large portion of internal financial flows. When the payment to Annabel Elliott disappeared, many analysts saw it not simply as a financial decision, but as a strategic move to restructure the network of influence surrounding Camilla. If this signal could still be explained in technical terms, then what happened early in the year 2026 was far more direct. According to royal sources, Queen Camilla faced a clear requirement regarding her relationship with Sarah Ferguson. In a context where Sarah Ferguson's past connections continued to draw scrutiny, especially controversies linked to figures such as Jeffrey Epstein, pressure on the monarchy image once again increased. The requirement was not presented as a recommendation. It was described as a condition. Either Camilla would create a clear distance from Sarah Ferguson, or certain mechanisms of image protection and internal support available to her would be reconsidered. This was a notable move, because it showed that Prince William's influence extended beyond finance and personnel, reaching into the personal relationships of senior members. This marked an important shift in internal operations. In the past, personal relationships were considered sensitive areas, rarely subject to direct intervention unless they triggered major crises. But in the current context, the standard appears to have changed. Any connection that carries a risk to the overall image can become subject to adjustment. Alongside these personal and financial moves, a broader trend also began to emerge. It is the idea of a streamlined monarchy, similar to the model applied in Denmark. In recent years, the Danish royal family has reduced the number of members holding the titles of prince and princess, aiming to concentrate resources and reduce public image pressure. According to many observers, Prince William is considering a similar direction. From an expanded structure with more than 11 members holding public roles, the system could be reduced to around 5 central figures. This is not only an organizational matter, it involves the redistribution of titles, roles, and financial resources. In that context, members who are not in the direct line of succession or who do not take part in official duties will face the risk of being removed from the central system. This raises serious questions about the long-term position of Camilla children, including Tom Parker Bowles and Laura Lopes. Although they are not official members of the royal family in the traditional sense, their family connection to Camilla still gives them a certain level of presence. If the streamlined model is implemented, that space of influence could be significantly reduced. In contrast, figures such as Princess Beatrice, Princess Eugenie, and Zara Tindall are seen as better aligned with the image that William appears to be shaping. They have less controversial personal profiles, maintain a reasonable distance from media scandals, and are capable of representing a modern monarchy while preserving stability. When all these elements are combined, the overall picture becomes clearer. The reduction of Annabel Elliott income is not simply a financial adjustment. The requirement imposed on Camilla regarding her relationship with Sarah Ferguson is not merely a personal matter. And the idea of streamlining the monarchy is not just an organizational reform. All of these actions are part of a broader strategy to reshape the power structure and control image-related risks. The most striking number in this entire process may lie in what appears to be the smallest detail. Hundreds of thousands of pounds, once paid consistently over many years, disappeared in a single line of the Duchy of Cornwall financial report. There was no announcement, no public dispute, only a quiet but decisive change. That is the defining feature of the approach Prince William is applying. It does not create major media shocks, but steadily adjusts foundational elements, from finance to personnel to personal relationships. Everything is being reset according to a new standard, where efficiency and risk control are placed above all. These moves are no longer isolated personal actions. They are beginning to show the signs of a shift at the institutional level. And once the foundational elements have been adjusted, the next step becomes almost inevitable. After the financial and personnel signals gradually came into view, another layer of change began to emerge. Quieter, but far more significant. This was the shift of symbolic power. Something long considered the foundation of the legitimacy of the British royal family. If practical power can be measured through money and organizational structure, then symbolic power is expressed through who represents the crown before the public and on the international stage. And in the period from the middle of the year, 2025, to the beginning of the year, 2026, that role has increasingly tilted toward Prince William. The first clear sign could be seen at the Global Climate Conference COP30, held in Brazil in November, in the year 2025. In a context where heads of state and global leaders gathered to discuss long-term issues, such as climate change and sustainable development, the choice of who represents the British royal family was not merely ceremonial. It reflected how the monarchy sought to position itself before the international community. The fact that Prince William appeared as the main speaker instead of King Charles III was seen by many observers as an important signal. Charles has a long history of environmental advocacy. Yet at this highly symbolic event, the role was handed to William. This was not simply a matter of task allocation. It indicated that a transfer of representative image was already taking place even before any official change of the throne. In his speech, William did not simply repeat familiar messages, but emphasized the responsibility of the next generation in shaping the future. When placed in the internal royal context, this message carried an additional layer of meaning. It reinforced his image as the figure preparing to take over not only the role, but also the long-term vision of the institution. If the signal at COP30 showed a transition on the international stage, then another decision in July in the year 2025 reflected how William was establishing a domestic foundation of power. This was the signing of a long-term lease for Forest Lodge, extending until the year 2045. This is not a property with the same symbolic weight as the main palaces, but its location and the duration of the lease carry strategic importance. A lease lasting 20 years within the royal context is a clear statement of stability and long-term control. It creates an independent operational base that does not rely entirely on traditional spaces such as Clarence House, which is closely associated with Queen Camilla. This allows William to build his own center of operations, where he can shape his team, strategy, and public image without being bound by older structures. The number that draws attention here is not only the timeline extending to the year 2045, it also raises a question about the future of other spaces within the system. If William has established his own long-term base, then how will the roles of locations tied to the previous generation evolve? And in a scenario of power transition, who will continue to control those spaces? Another signal, more systemic in nature, appeared in the spring of the year 2026 when the royal warrants began to shift. This is the mechanism that allows businesses to use the designation of supplying goods and services to the royal family, a symbol of prestige with significant commercial value, as the authority to grant these warrants gradually moves toward Prince William and Catherine, Princess of Wales. The impact goes beyond image. Thousands of businesses, from long-established brands to newer suppliers, are forced to reposition themselves. The name of the patron on the certification changes, and with it, the center of economic influence also shifts. This is one of the rare mechanisms where symbolic power directly translates into economic value. And this transition shows that William is not only exercising control internally, but is also beginning to shape influence outward. Alongside these structural changes, the way observers and the media describe the situation has also shifted noticeably. Commentator Maureen Callahan stated directly that the current reality reflects something few were willing to say before. This is already William monarchy. Even though the official throne has not yet changed, The actual control is increasingly in his hands. This assessment is not based on a single event, but on the accumulation of multiple signals, from international representation to asset control to economic influence and media framing. Everything points in a consistent direction. William is not waiting for the moment of coronation to begin changing the system. He is carrying out that process now. This is also reflected in long-term plans related to a future coronation. According to various sources, William's team is considering a more streamlined model, aligned with the modern image he seeks to build. Traditional ceremonial elements may be adjusted, or even removed if they are no longer seen as relevant. This could include limiting the use of classical symbols or reducing rituals that are heavily rooted in nostalgia. This approach shows a shift in how symbolic power is understood. Instead of relying entirely on history and tradition, William appears to be building a new symbolic framework, where relevance to modern society is placed above all. This is a move that may generate controversy, but it also reflects the pressure the monarchy faces in maintaining public support. When all these elements are put together, the picture becomes consistent, from the international stage at COP30 to property decisions such as Forest Lodge, to the system of royal warrants, and the way the media describes power. Everything points in one direction: symbolic power, once closely tied to the throne itself, is now being separated and redistributed even before the formal transition takes place. The number 20 years in the lease at Forest Lodge, extending to the year 2045, is not merely a technical detail. It is an indicator of long-term vision. It shows that William is preparing for a phase in which he will not only inherit the system, but also control how that system operates for decades to come. As institutional power has gradually been consolidated through finance, personnel, and symbolism, the remaining question is no longer about who holds power. It is about how that power will be used, and what conflicts will emerge as personal interests begin to be directly affected. Institutional power has increasingly moved into the hands of Prince William, but behind these seemingly systemic changes, another layer of tension is quietly building. The real drama may not lie in official decisions, but in personal conflicts that have never been fully resolved. As financial, personnel, and symbolic changes take shape, a deeper layer of tension begins to surface. These are no longer system adjustments, but personal conflicts deeply tied to the history of the British royal family. At the center of this tension, three figures become critical: Catherine, Princess of Wales, Queen Camilla, and King Charles III. The first sign appeared with the return of Catherine after her period of medical treatment in the year 2025. For many months before that, her absence created a clear gap in the public image of the monarchy. When she returned, what stood out was not only the level of media attention, but also how quickly she was placed back at the center of major activities. This was not a gradual reintegration. It was a priority. According to several sources close to the inner circle, Catherine's presence in high-level internal meetings has shifted the power dynamics. In spaces where Queen Camilla previously held a clear role, Catherine began to appear more frequently. There was no public announcement of a role change, but the shift was reflected in seating arrangements, speaking order, and the list of participants in meetings. One detail often mentioned is the atmosphere in meetings where both Catherine and Camilla were present. There was no open conflict, but sources described a clear sense of discomfort. This was not merely a personal disagreement. It reflected a collision between two centers of influence, one representing the future of succession, the other tied to the present of the reign. Another signal reinforcing this assessment appeared in crisis meetings related to sensitive issues, particularly controversies surrounding Prince Andrew and past connections with Jeffrey Epstein. In these meetings, Catherine, Princess of Wales, was noted as being present and actively participating in discussions. Meanwhile, Queen Camilla did not appear on the attendance list. The selection of who participates in such meetings is not random. These are the spaces where decisions related to reputation and communication strategy are made. Catherine's presence indicates that she has been granted authority to take part in decision-making at the highest level. In contrast, Camilla's absence raises questions about the extent of her actual influence during this period. Alongside these changes in personal roles, another critical factor must be considered: the health condition of King Charles III. During the period from the year 2025 to the year 2026, the king is believed to have undergone extended medical treatment. Although the palace maintained a message of stability, many observations pointed to a clear decline in energy and the ability to sustain the same level of activity as before. This situation is not only personal, it directly affects how the entire system operates. When the king cannot maintain his previous pace, a natural power gap emerges, and as seen in earlier developments, Prince William is the one filling that gap. This also highlights a historical and psychological factor. The relationship between King Charles III and Princess Diana, although decades have passed, what happened in that marriage continues to shape how the public views the monarchy. And more importantly, how family members understand their responsibilities. Many analysts believe that a sense of responsibility, even guilt, still influences Charles' decisions. Meanwhile, for Prince William, the story of his mother is not simply the past. It has become part of how he defines his role. Protecting Diana's legacy is not only personal, but also a strategy to reinforce legitimacy in the eyes of the public. In that context, changes related to Camilla take on an additional layer of meaning. She is not only the king's wife, she is also part of a complex historical narrative that William appears to be redefining. This makes every decision related to her role more sensitive. However, the most decisive factor may not lie in personal relationships or strategic decisions. It lies in the legal structure of the system itself. Under current rules, many of Queen Camilla's benefits are directly tied to the position of King Charles III. This means that when the status of the king changes, the entire structure of benefits surrounding her will change accordingly. In a transition scenario, Camilla may retain a ceremonial title, but core elements such as official residence, financial resources from entities like the Duchy of Cornwall, or the authority to grant royal warrants will no longer be in her hands. These elements will automatically pass to the heir, namely Prince William and Catherine, Princess of Wales. One notable detail is that residences associated with the current reign, such as Clarence House, may be reassigned depending on the decision of the heir. This means that Camilla's position within the spatial structure is also not guaranteed in the long term. Without the need for confrontational decisions, the legal framework itself creates a transition process in which power and privileges are redistributed almost automatically. The most striking figure lies in the very moment of transition. As soon as the status of the king changes, a series of benefits will end or be redirected without any direct action from Prince William. This creates a unique situation. Power is not only gained through strategy, but also reinforced by the legal structure itself. Looking at the entire process, a convergence of three factors becomes clear: personal conflict, the weakening of the current center of power, and the legal mechanisms of the system. These elements do not exist independently. They interact with one another, creating a shift in which each step appears separate, but together forms an irreversible trend. The wheel of history within the monarchy does not turn through sudden shocks. It moves slowly, but with certainty, through rules, traditions, and decisions accumulated over time. And at this moment, every sign suggests that wheel is moving in a clear direction. Real power, symbolic power, and the legal foundation are gradually converging at a single point. And when the moment of formal transition arrives, what is happening today will no longer appear as scattered signals. It will become the foundation of a new order, where the role of each individual has already been defined in advance. Looking back at everything that has taken place over the past 12 to 18 months, the picture is no longer a set of isolated events. It is a sequence of closely connected actions, unfolding step by step, with an increasingly clear objective. Prince William has not waited until the moment of succession to begin taking control. He has acted in advance, from applying pressure that forced Prince Andrew to fully withdraw, to removing honorary symbols at St. George Chapel, and cutting off financial flows linked to Queen Camilla family through the Duchy of Cornwall. At the same time, he has gradually taken over the role of international representation at forums such as COP30, established a long-term foundation through the lease at Forest Lodge, extending to the year 2045, and gained control of economic influence tools through the system of royal warrants. At the same time, the return of Catherine, Princess of Wales, to the center of all key decisions shows that a new axis of power is taking shape. And on the opposite side, much of what is associated with Camilla is gradually being narrowed, not only by strategy, but also by legal mechanisms that will automatically activate when the status of King Charles III changes. What is notable is that all of these moves are not random. They reflect a systematic process of power transition, where each decision serves a long-term objective, without the need for an official declaration, without a clearly marked turning point. Power is steadily shifting from the axis of King Charles III and Queen Camilla toward Prince William and Catherine, Princess of Wales. On a deeper level, this story also carries emotional and historical weight. Princess Diana once said that she wanted to be the queen in people's hearts. Today, that legacy is being carried forward in a different way. And the paradox lies in the fact that what is happening to Queen Camilla now in some way reflects the pressure and isolation that Diana once faced. The remaining question is no longer whether the transition will happen. It is about the timing and the way it will be completed. How long do you think King Charles III will maintain his current role? And during that time, what can Queen Camilla do to preserve her position? Leave your thoughts below. Share your perspective on these developments. And, if you want to continue following further analysis of the British royal family, do not forget to like and subscribe so you do not miss the latest updates. Imagine an ordinary morning in Britain, when the news bulletins have not yet moved on to the next topic. And suddenly, an unexpected statement appears and immediately shakes both the media and the public. Prince Harry, once regarded as the most beloved face of the younger royal generation, is reported to have confirmed that he is proceeding with divorce proceedings against Meghan Markle. Within just a few hours, major newsrooms simultaneously change their headlines. Search volumes surge. More than 5 million discussions appear on social media within 24 hours. The fairy tale that began in the year 2018, once praised as a symbol of a modern and open monarchy, now stands on the brink of collapse after more than 8 years of marriage. But is this truly the reality? Or merely a strategic turning point at the center of unprecedented pressure? This information does not stop at the level of private life. If true, it would trigger a series of consequences. How will the British public react? How will international media exploit this story? Is Meghan remaining silent because of a legal strategy or because of some agreement? Will the royal family choose to protect its image or maintain distance? And more importantly, what will happen to the two children growing up between the two sides of the Atlantic? This is not simply a separation, but potentially the greatest test for the image of the monarchy in the 21st century. Why do you think Harry is divorcing Meghan? Comment number 1 if you believe it is because of media pressure, or number 2 if you think the cause lies in conflict with the royal family. Comment now so that we can analyze together. When information about the possible breakdown between Harry and Meghan began to spread, the first reaction was not emotion, But silence. Editors in London waited for confirmation. International news agencies reviewed their sources, but within only a few hours, that silence turned into a wave spreading at an unprecedented speed. Headlines appeared densely across front pages, from Britain to America, from Europe to Asia. Phrases related to their two names quickly surpassed 10 million mentions within 48 hours. No longer corridor rumors, no longer social media speculation. This had become a global event. In the United Kingdom, the reaction carried a very distinct tone. Many commentators suggested that the feeling spreading at that moment was not only curiosity or shock, but something closer to losing a part of collective memory. The wedding in the year 2018 had once been viewed as a symbol of transformation within the royal family. The image of hundreds of thousands gathering in Windsor and hundreds of millions watching live around the world remains vivid in the public mind. It was not merely a wedding. It was the moment when many believed the monarchy had found a path into the 21st century with a new, more open and relatable image. The comparison of numbers tells the story clearly. That wedding was estimated to have drawn hundreds of millions of viewers worldwide. Media outlets described it as a historic event, proof of the enduring appeal of the British royal family. Now, the statistics revolve around mentions, shares, and analyses of a separation. If the year 2018 symbolized hope, this moment is described by many as a national disappointment. Some British newspapers even use the word heartbreak to describe the public mood, as if this were not only the private matter of two individuals, but the fracture of a dream carefully constructed over time. On social media, divided streams of opinion quickly take shape. Some express regret, recalling moments when the two appeared as a united front before the press. Others argue that this is the inevitable result of years of tension. Old interviews, speeches, and images from public events are resurfaced and dissected, analyzed expression by expression, word by word. The atmosphere resembles a collective investigation, where the public asks its own questions and searches for its own clues. In the United States, where the couple built an independent image after stepping back from their roles as senior members of the royal family, the reaction is equally intense. Morning talk shows dedicate entire segments to discussing legal, financial, and media consequences. Brand experts analyze contract values, content production agreements, and the impact if the two no longer appear together. Some opinions emphasize that their image has been closely tied to a narrative of freedom and redefining the royal role. If that narrative ends in divorce, how will the message change? Notably, the reaction from official members of the royal family does not appear immediately. The silence from the palace only fuels further speculation. In the context of a global media frenzy, the absence of a clear statement is interpreted in different ways. Some believe it is a strategy of waiting. Others think that internal discussions may be addressing a situation far more complex than what the public can see. A media analyst in London observes that this event touches a particularly sensitive point for the British public. Harry is not only a prince, he has been seen as a symbol of relatability, of the ability to connect with younger generations and with modern social issues. His marriage to Meghan was once considered a sign that the monarchy could adapt. Therefore, if that relationship collapses, many feel as though a chapter of reform has closed in regret. Yet amid the storm of information, one question begins to emerge more clearly. What truly happened behind private walls? For years, they appeared as a unified bloc before the public, sharing perspectives on the media, on privacy, and on the pressure they said they endured. Controversial interviews, independent media projects, and the decision to leave Britain were all presented as joint choices. So why would a front, once described as united, begin to fracture? Sources close to the matter are cited cautiously, emphasizing that the pressure did not come only from the outside. differences in strategy, in long-term direction, and in the management of public image may have accumulated over time. Major commercial agreements require tight consensus. Raising children between two different cultural environments is not a simple matter either. But until there is official confirmation, everything remains fragmented pieces. The media earthquake has already occurred. The numbers of mentions, interactions, and broadcast hours are only the surface. What truly captures public attention is the question of cause. After all the declarations about love and standing together through storms, what led this relationship to such a serious turning point? To understand more clearly, we need to step away from sensational headlines and look deeper into the signs of instability within the marriage itself. To understand why news of a divorce, if confirmed, would provoke such a strong reaction, it is necessary to look back at the entire process of more than 7 years as a chain of continuous pressure. Not a single isolated incident, not one sudden argument, but the accumulation of multiple layers of tension stacked upon one another, day after day. More than 7 years under constant media scrutiny, equivalent to roughly 2,500 days, living almost under a public microscope. That number alone speaks to the level of erosion. From the very first months of making their relationship public, the volume of negative coverage exceeded what was typical for a member of the royal family. Media statistics showed thousands of articles with critical tones, constant comparaison, and ongoing speculation. From clothing choices and public statements to both sides of the family, everything became a topic. For Harry, born into the royal environment and accustomed to attention, pressure was something he had said he could manage. But for Meghan, coming from the American entertainment industry, scrutiny shaped by political and royal tradition was an entirely different experience. Observers who followed that period closely argue that the intensity and frequency of coverage created a spiral that was not easy to escape. The most significant turning point came in the year 2020, with the decision to step back from the role of senior working members of the royal family. The event, often referred to as Megxit, was not simply a change of residence. It was a comprehensive repositioning, a shift from an official support system to financial independence, a move from a tightly structured ceremonial environment to a freer space in North America. Public relations professionals note that any couple would face pressure when simultaneously changing residence, income sources, and support networks. In this case, every change unfolded under the spotlight of global media. Relocation brought new opportunities, but also risk. They had to rebuild advisory teams, sign content production agreements, and shape personal brands outside the royal framework. Major financial decisions are often accompanied by internal debate. Contracts worth many millions of dollars were announced and publicly analyzed. In that context, any difference in opinion between the two could become more pronounced. Foundational differences are also frequently mentioned in analysis. Harry grew up within royal tradition, where the concept of duty and succession stands above all. Meghan was shaped in the Hollywood environment, where personal independence and control of image are vital for survival. When two value systems meet, complementarity can create strength, but when pressure rises, those very differences can become points of friction. Some sociologists argue that conflict does not necessarily arise from diminished affection, but from how each person defines their role within the relationship and before the public. Mental health is another crucial piece of the puzzle. Harry has publicly acknowledged psychological wounds from the past and a lingering sense of trauma related to the way the media treated his mother. He has repeatedly emphasized his desire to protect his young family from that cycle. When protection becomes the highest priority, any perceived external threat can amplify reactions. Psychologists point out that living in a prolonged defensive state can increase tension between family members, especially when both partners are under pressure. Alongside media and internal pressure were public disputes with the royal family. High-profile interviews, allegations of lack of support, and cautious responses from the palace created a visible distance. When a relationship with one's family of origin becomes strained, many couples confront difficult questions about sacrifice and personal boundaries. For Harry, choosing to stand by his wife may have felt emotionally natural, but the consequence of that choice was a profound shift in the support structure he had relied upon throughout his life. A factor less discussed but equally important is the gradual shift in public image over time. At the beginning, they were perceived as symbols of renewal, but as the years passed, debates surrounding media contracts, memoirs, and personal revelations made their image more complex. High expectations were followed by significant disappointment when the public felt the narrative was no longer consistent. In that context, every move they made was placed under a lens of suspicion. Close observers noticed that their recent joint appearances became less frequent and more selective. Each focused on individual projects, from charitable initiatives to content production. This did not necessarily signal a fracture, but in the eyes of a public accustomed to a tightly united image, a change in rhythm easily became a subject of speculation. When the media continuously raises questions, those very questions can create new pressure within a relationship. More than 2,500 days of relentless scrutiny constitute a long-term test. During that period, they experienced relocation, career changes, the birth of children, family disputes, and major business ventures. Each individual event might have been manageable, but when accumulated, the level of fatigue could exceed initial expectations. Marriage experts often emphasize that erosion does not always come from one major crisis, but from a chain of small yet continuous tensions. Therefore, when news of a possible divorce surfaced, many people did not focus on a single moment, but looked back at the entire journey. Signs once considered temporary were now connected into a pattern. Statements that once caused controversy were reread through a different lens. The question was no longer whether they loved each other, but whether that love was strong enough to withstand the unique intensity of pressure they faced. For that reason, the impact of this news on the United Kingdom became particularly powerful. This was not merely a story about a famous couple. It touched deeper debates about tradition, reform, and the future of the monarchy. If a marriage once seen as a symbol of harmony between old and new now fractured, the message sent to the public would be far more complex than entertainment gossip. The divorce story struck Britain hardest, not only because of emotion, but because it raised questions about the direction of an institution in a new era. It was no longer simple celebrity gossip. To understand why this information resonated most strongly in the United Kingdom, one must consider the special place of the royal family within British social structure. In many other countries, this might be seen simply as the story of a well-known couple. But in Britain, the royal family is not only a public family, they are a national symbol, intertwined with history, ceremony, and collective identity. Any change within that family, even if personal, is felt as movement within the shared national space. Harry has never been a distant figure to the British public. People have followed him since childhood. The image of the young boy walking behind his mother's coffin remains deeply etched in the memory of generations. From a rebellious adolescence to maturity in the military, each stage was documented. When he served in the armed forces, many saw it as proof of responsibility. When he spoke openly about mental health, the public recognized a rare candor within a royal member. Over time, that image created a sense of closeness, not merely a prince, but someone who grew up before their eyes. For that reason, when news of a possible divorce emerged, the reaction was not simple curiosity. It was a mixture of shock, sadness, and regret. Some felt as though they were witnessing the collapse of a hope once invested in this marriage. The wedding in the year 2018 had been viewed as a moment of unity, when tradition and modernity stood together in a single frame. The fracture of that marriage led many to question what they once believed. There is a deeper psychological element at work. Divorce is no longer rare in modern society. Many British families have experienced it. Therefore, when the story involves Harry, it is not viewed solely through a royal lens. It touches a universal experience shared by many. The breakdown of a marriage recalls personal memories, difficult decisions, and lasting consequences for children. The emotion becomes more empathetic than purely judgmental. Some sociologists in Britain observe that the relationship between the public and the royal family has always depended on a fragile balance between distance and familiarity. The monarchy represents tradition and stability. Yet, to maintain legitimacy in a modern democratic society, it must also sustain a sense of relatability. For many years, Harry served as a bridge between those two elements. When he and Meghan stepped back from official roles, debate erupted. However, despite divided opinions, many still followed with the hope that his marriage would provide personal stability. Divorce news, if it becomes reality, will be understood as another sign of change within the structure of the royal family. In the past, Britain witnessed shocking divorces in the previous generation. Those memories have never completely faded. Therefore, any turbulence in the current generation easily revives comparisons. The stability of the monarchy partly relies on the image of a solid family. When that image is tested, a sense of unease spreads beyond the personal sphere. British media therefore respond with high intensity, not only through analysis of private life, but also through discussions of symbolic meaning. Will this event weaken the modern image the monarchy has been trying to build? How will younger members of the public, who already hold diverse views about the monarchy, perceive it? Opinion polls are quickly conducted to measure levels of support. Fluctuations of just a few percentage points are closely monitored. However, alongside political and institutional debate, there remains a deeply personal, emotional layer. Many express sympathy for the two children. They recall their own experiences growing up in separated families. They question how Harry, who has spoken openly about childhood trauma, will handle this situation. That empathy softens some of the confrontation in public discussion and shifts the focus toward the human dimension. Notably, the reaction in Britain appears more restrained than the explosion across global social media. There is less harsh public judgment and more reflection on long-term meaning. This reflects the unique relationship between the British public and members of the royal family. They may criticize, they may disagree, yet at the same time, they still feel connected. For that reason, this news is not merely a shocking headline, it touches personal and collective history, expectations and disappointments, and questions about stability in a time of change. And while public opinion wavers between shock and sadness, another factor begins to draw attention. Amid the storm of information and analysis, Meghan Markle remains almost completely silent. No emotional statement, no detailed response. That silence raises a new question. Is it simply a pause before official confirmation, or a carefully calculated strategy within a complex media crisis? At a moment when social media explodes with millions of comments and analyses, what stands out most is Meghan's complete absence from the public space. No posts, no official statements, no emotional sharing in the way many public figures often respond when facing personal crisis. That silence is not an accidental void. It quickly becomes the center of a new wave of speculation. In the context of modern media, where instant reaction is almost the norm, choosing not to respond can be interpreted in many ways. Some media experts suggest it reflects a strategy of self-protection. Any statement during a sensitive period can be quoted, edited, or interpreted unfavorably. When information has not yet been officially confirmed, an emotional declaration could complicate legal matters. In that sense, silence is not avoidance. but a way of maintaining control. Another perspective argues that Meghan may have learned from years of facing harsh media scrutiny. In the past, every public comment led to days of analysis and controversy. In the context of divorce news, if true, limiting statements helps avoid unintentionally fueling rumors. The less direct information the media receive, the more they must rely on indirect sources. That reduces the risk of a personal remark being transformed into a sensational headline. Comparisons with how modern entertainment figures handle crises reveal a clear difference. Many choose to announce news on social media with a joint statement, emphasizing mutual respect and commitment to co-parenting. That approach shapes the narrative from the outset. However, in this case, no joint message has appeared. The absence of a shared announcement increases speculation, yet also suggests that legal or negotiation factors may not be finalized. Family lawyers often advise clients to limit public statements in the early stages of divorce proceedings, especially when significant assets and child custody are involved. Every word can be used in negotiation. If Meghan's silence is viewed within that framework, it may be understood as a cautious step. Rather than reacting emotionally under public pressure, she may be waiting to complete necessary procedures before delivering an official message. Another factor mentioned is personal brand strategy. For years, Meghan's image has been associated with autonomy and control over her own narrative. Not responding immediately may be a way to maintain that principle. By withholding a statement, she does not allow the media to shape the story based on her words. Control here lies in deciding when and how information is released. However, silence also carries risk. In a fast-moving media environment, information gaps are often filled by speculation. Anonymous sources appear more frequently. Theories about causes, internal conflict, financial pressure, or differences in perspective circulate continuously. Without a direct voice to adjust the narrative, the story can move beyond control. That is the double-edged nature of a strategy of silence. Some observers suggest that Meghan clearly understands the cyclical nature of media coverage. Sensational news often rises quickly to a peak and then gives way to a new topic. Without further statements, a story may gradually lose intensity over time. Choosing not to respond can be a way to let part of the storm pass before taking the next step. This is a strategy that many public figures have used in other crises. Meanwhile, the public has divided into two streams of opinion. Some see the silence as a calculated move. Others interpret it as a sign of hurt or caution. Without official information, every interpretation is based on personal judgment. This only increases the appeal of the story, because empty space always fuels curiosity. What stands out is that Meghan's silence contrasts sharply with the intensity of discussion surrounding her. The more comments there are, the less she responds. The more speculation grows. The more her private space remains closed. This contrast creates a particular tension in public opinion. Observers do not know whether they are witnessing a long-term strategy or simply a short wait before a joint statement. Whatever the reason, the decision not to speak immediately has altered the rhythm of the crisis. Instead of an open dialogue, everything unfolds in a pause, and that pause gradually shifts attention to another question. It is not only Meghan who remains discreet. The British royal family has also offered almost no direct response in the early stage. This raises a new issue. Within palace walls, how is this shock being viewed? What are King Charles III and Prince William thinking in the face of a development that could have long-term effects on the image of the monarchy? As reports about a possible breakdown spread, an official response from the royal household did not appear immediately. This silence is consistent with the palace's traditional approach to crisis management. Avoid early comment. Avoid allowing personal emotion to shape an institutional message. However, behind closed doors, questions about how to respond are certainly being raised. There are two parallel roles here: family and dynasty. For King Charles, the situation carries a clear dual nature. As a father, he can hardly stand aside while his son faces marital upheaval. The relationship between father and son has gone through many tense phases in recent years, especially after controversial interviews and memoirs. However, sources close to the royal household often emphasize that the family bond has never been completely severed. If the divorce reports are true, the first reaction of a father may be concern for the emotional stability of his son and grandchildren. But Charles is not only a father, he is the sovereign. Every decision and every gesture is examined through the lens of constitutional responsibility. The balance between offering private support and protecting the image of the monarchy becomes crucial. If he speaks too soon, he may be seen as interfering in a personal matter. If he remains silent for too long, the palace may be criticized for lacking empathy. Therefore, a cautious and discreet strategy appears to be the most reasonable choice in the initial stage. Some observers believe that Charles may view the situation with a practical mindset. The royal family has experienced several divorces in the past. He understands media pressure and the consequences of mishandling information. His priority may therefore be to prevent public controversy from escalating while maintaining family communication in private. Any support, if it exists, is likely taking place away from the spotlight. For Prince William, the situation is complex in a different way. The relationship between the two brothers has been described as distant since Harry stepped back from his role as a senior member. Differences in views on responsibility and media strategy have been mentioned many times. In that context, divorce reports could revive mixed emotions. Concern is understandable, because despite disagreements, they are still brothers. But disappointment may also exist, especially if this development continues, a chain of controversies affecting the family's public image. Analysts suggest that William is likely to place the interests of the children first when assessing the situation. As a father of 3 children, he understands the impact of family crisis on a younger generation. Therefore, whatever his personal feelings may be, the priority is likely to ensure that all communication takes place discreetly, avoiding turning children into the focus of media attention. This approach aligns with the image of stability that William is building as the future heir. Overall, the response of the royal family appears to revolve around 3 elements: caution, empathy, and control of information. There are no signs of public criticism. There are no emotional statements. This reflects decades of accumulated crisis management experience. The palace understands that any careless remark can be interpreted in multiple ways, especially at a time when global media are watching closely. Another aspect that is rarely mentioned but may exist is a certain sense of relief if the ambiguity is finally clarified. For many years, the relationship between Harry and the rest of the family has been surrounded by speculation. If a chapter closes, even painfully, it also brings clarity. That clarity allows the parties to redefine boundaries, responsibilities, and future interaction. For an institution that places great weight on stability, clarity can sometimes be as important as reconciliation. However, any private emotion must give way to a larger objective. The image of the monarchy in the 21st century depends heavily on how family upheavals are handled. The public today demands a certain level of transparency, yet at the same time expects composure. This balance is not easy to achieve. A discreet response may therefore be the only way to maintain stability during a sensitive period. While observers analyze every small movement from the palace, a more important question gradually emerges. Adults can adjust strategy and control information, but who will bear the longest-lasting impact? The answer does not lie in headlines or official statements. It lies with 2 very young children. Archie and Lilibet are growing up between 2 countries, 2 cultures, and a unique media environment. If the family structure changes, how will their future be shaped in a context that is both personal and tied to royal legacy. Two children, Archie, 7 years old, and Lilibet, 5 years old, stand at the center of a storm that could change their lives forever. As the marriage of Prince Harry and Meghan Markle continues to be dissected by international media, the question no longer rests solely on the relationship between two adults. It shifts to a more sensitive and complex issue. How will the future of Archie Mountbatten-Windsor and Lilibet, Diana Mountbatten-Windsor, be shaped if everything truly fractures? In legal scenarios, child custody is always a focal point. For an ordinary family, the question often revolves around primary custody or joint custody. Here, however, the context is far more complex. The two children hold royal titles and have direct ties to the British royal family. Yet they reside primarily in the United States. The distance between the United Kingdom and the United States is not only thousands of kilometers in geography, it also reflects legal differences, security systems, and varying levels of media intrusion. If a dispute were to occur, joint custody might appear reasonable in principle. Both Harry and Meghan have repeatedly stated that parenthood is their highest priority. However, joint custody across the Atlantic raises practical questions. Where will the children attend school? Where will they live most of the time? Who will be responsible for security? How will travel costs be managed? With demanding schedules and different professional obligations, maintaining cross-border stability is far from simple. Primary custody, in which one parent holds main responsibility, carries the risk of creating emotional distance from the other parent. In this case, any decision would be examined under intense public scrutiny. If the children remain in the United States, British public opinion may question their connection to royal roots. If they spend significant time in the United Kingdom, issues of security and privacy could become the center of debate. Security is an especially sensitive factor. Harry has publicly expressed concern several times about the level of protection provided to his family. Frequent travel between two countries would increase the risk of exposing schedules, raise protection costs, and attract greater media attention. In any custody arrangement, this would be a key clause. It is not only about who has rights, but who can ensure long-term safety. Beyond legal matters lies the question of co-parenting. In theory, parents can separate personal conflict from shared responsibility. In reality, this is far more difficult, especially when differences have already been aired publicly. Any statement or interview can influence the emotional environment of the children. Effective co-parenting requires at least a minimal level of agreement on education, discipline, and public image management. When two individuals hold different views on media exposure and privacy, reaching that agreement becomes a genuine challenge. Child psychologists often emphasize one essential factor: stability. Children do not need a perfect story, but they do need a predictable rhythm of life. A stable school, consistent friendships, a familiar environment. Repeated movement between two continents can disrupt that rhythm. At the ages of 7 and 5, children begin forming a clearer sense of identity and belonging. Major changes, if not handled carefully, can leave long-term marks. Notably, both Harry and Meghan have been described as fiercely protective parents. They limit public images, closely control personal information, and maintain a relatively private circle. This suggests that regardless of marital status, prioritizing the protection of their children will likely continue. In similar cases involving public figures, a shared commitment to the best interests of the children often becomes the factor that helps both sides reach agreement. However, public pressure can complicate everything. Each legal step, if leaked, would become a headline. Every flight and every appearance would be analyzed. This creates an environment in which children, even at a young age, may sense the surrounding tension. The question is not only who has custody, but how they can grow up without feeling like the center of a global debate. Ultimately, The future of Archie and Lilibet depends more on the ability of two adults to cooperate than on any clause written on paper. Custody can be defined in legal documents. Co-parenting is determined by daily attitude. In this complex picture, one thing is almost certain. Every decision made today will shape the lives of two children for many years to come. If reports of a divorce are officially confirmed, it would not only mark the end of a marriage, it would signal the closing of a chapter once viewed as a modern fairy tale. From a globally televised wedding, where Prince Harry and Meghan Markle appeared as symbols of renewal and hope, to years filled with controversy, fracture, and public confrontation with the British royal family, the journey has shifted from fairy tale to drama in the most literal sense. The impact, if it comes, would extend beyond the personal sphere. For the British royal family, this could represent another turning point in a series of upheavals over many years. The image of stability and continuity within the monarchy, already under pressure from multiple directions, would face further testing. The public does not follow this story merely as entertainment news. They invest emotion, set expectations, and experience disappointment. Each turn in the relationship of Harry and Meghan reflects a part of modern social psychology, a desire for individual freedom, yet also nostalgia for traditional symbols. Yet amid analysis and prediction, one question remains unanswered. Is this truly the end? Or only a new chapter? Harry and Meghan have weathered significant storms, media pressure, family conflict, a change of country, and unprecedented decisions. Their history shows considerable resilience and adaptability. In many cases, couples who appear beyond repair still find their own way to redefine their relationship. At this moment, the only certainty is that every scenario remains open. An official announcement may come, or it may not. Silence can also be a strategy. And like any unfinished investigation, we must wait for more facts before drawing conclusions. What about you? What do you think their future will be? Comment 1 if you believe they will reconcile and find a way back to each other. Comment 2 if you believe an official divorce is unavoidable. Like, if you are truly shocked by these reports, subscribe and turn on notifications so you do not miss the latest updates about the royal family. Thank you for watching until the end, and see you in the next video. On the 29th day of January, in the year 2026, the heavy oak doors of Westminster were opened for an unprecedented session. Prince William stood before the members of Parliament, his voice firm and leaving no room for retreat. Today we close a dark chapter of history. Just a few hours later, the news spread across the globe. In Monarchy, Meghan Markle broke down in tears, not in front of cameras, but in silence. According to those close to her, this was not a spontaneous moment. It was the final point of a chain of events stretching nearly 8 years, beginning with the fairy tale wedding in the year 2018. When the world believed the British royal family had entered a more open and modern era, Harry and Meghan were once seen as symbols of renewal, a bridge between tradition and the future. But only 2 years later, Megxit happened. From that moment on, every boundary began to be tested. According to internal documents and assessments from royal advisors, the problem was not the decision to step away from duties, but the way the titles continued to be used for commercial purposes, media contracts, statements attacking the institution, and personal projects directly linked to royal status gradually exhausted patience. In the eyes of Parliament, this was no longer a family matter, but an issue concerning the integrity of the monarchy. The breaking point came at the beginning of the year 2026. When a vote was introduced, the result was a decision to strip the titles, legally turning Harry and Meghan into private citizens. This was a rare instance of such deep parliamentary intervention, and also the clearest warning yet that personal ambition could not stand above the foundations of the monarchy. So, What do you think? Was the royal family right to go this far? Or did they go too far? Comment number 1, if you agree with the royal decision. Number 2, if you believe this was an extreme reaction. To understand why the British Parliament was forced to take such an unprecedented step, it is necessary to turn back the clock to the year 2018. The wedding of Prince Harry and Meghan Markle was then seen as a symbol of a changing royal family. An American actress of mixed heritage entered the oldest monarchy in Europe. The public believed this marked the beginning of a more open, more humane era, closer to modern society. In the early stage, Harry and Meghan were given significant space to define their roles. They spoke about mental health, gender equality, and individual rights. These messages initially received strong support. According to internal reports, the royal family at that time believed this was simply a new approach, different from tradition, but not in conflict with the institution. No one expected that these early differences would accumulate into a constitutional crisis. The first turning point appeared at the end of the year 2019, when advisors began to note that the couple was repeatedly seeking autonomy beyond established norms, private trips, an independent media team, and behind the scenes, negotiations with external partners raised growing questions. Still, everything was explained with a familiar phrase: seeking freedom. At the beginning of the year 2020, the announcement of stepping back from senior royal roles was made. Mexit became a global keyword. In public, it was presented as a personal decision to protect their young family and mental health. But behind closed doors, documents showed increasing concern within the royal family and the government. The issue was not only leaving duties, but what they would carry with them when stepping outside. After Mexit, Harry and Meghan retained the HRH title, while pledging not to use it for commercial purposes. This point later became the center of all controversy. Contracts worth tens of millions of dollars with Netflix and Spotify were quickly announced. The content revolved around royal life, personal experiences, and sensitive behind-the-scenes stories. In the eyes of lawmakers, the line between personal freedom and exploitation of institutional status began to blur. According to memoranda later revealed, multiple warnings were issued. Legal advisors emphasized that even without directly attaching royal logos, the use of the HRH title in media campaigns, introductions, and partner outreach created a clear commercial advantage. This was seen as a violation of the spirit of the post-Mexit agreement. Yet instead of cooling down, tensions continued to escalate. From the year 2022 to 2025, a series of statements and media productions critical of the royal family were released. For the public, this was a personal story. For Parliament, it was an institutional issue. For the first time since the 19th century, legal committees began to seriously discuss the possibility of intervening in royal titles, something long considered untouchable in the modern era. The breaking point came in January of the year 2026. A comprehensive report was submitted, detailing instances of title usage, commercial impact, and consequences for the credibility of the monarchy. No longer a family dispute, it was defined as a constitutional risk. On the 29th of January, Parliament proceeded with a vote. The result sent shockwaves. For the first time in modern history, a parliament voted to strip royal titles, an act unseen since the 19th century. This decision was not aimed at two individuals alone. It was seen as a message of principle. A title is not personal property. It is bound to duty, neutrality, and responsibility to the nation. When those elements are broken, the institution is forced to protect itself. But to fully understand why Parliament was compelled to take such a hard line, we need to continue turning back the clock, looking closely at the small violations that quietly accumulated, and the way they gradually pushed the British royal family to a boundary it had not faced for generations. After the breaking point of January in the year 2026, a major question emerged in British public debate. On what legal basis could Parliament strip royal titles in the modern era? The answer lay in a bill that had been discussed quietly for many years. The Removal of Titles Bill. A document once considered theoretical suddenly became the central tool for resolving the crisis. According to constitutional experts, this bill was not designed to punish individuals, but to protect the integrity of the monarchy. It allows Parliament to intervene in exceptional cases, when the holding of a title causes direct harm to national interests, state credibility, or the political neutrality of the royal family. For decades, this provision had been largely forgotten, because no precedent serious enough had ever triggered it. But the case file of Harry and Meghan told a different story. The focus was not on controversial interviews or personal memoirs, but on breaches of the agreement signed after Brexit in the year 2020. That agreement clearly stipulated the two could retain the HRH title, but could not use it in any form for commercial, diplomatic, or political influence purposes. This was the red line the royal family believed had been accepted. According to documents presented before legal committees, that line was crossed repeatedly. HRH appeared in private correspondence sent to international organizations, in indirect introductions to media partners, and in contexts where royal status provided a clear advantage. Even if it did not appear openly in contract paperwork, the practical impact was undeniable. For lawmakers, this was no longer a breach of spirit, but a breach of the structure of the agreement. In that context, the role of Prince William began to be seen more clearly, not as an angry brother or a figure caught in family conflict, but as the architect of a calculated modernization strategy. For years, William had been viewed by advisers as a key figure for the future of the monarchy. He avoided shocking statements, stayed away from personal controversy, and focused on institutional sustainability. According to insiders, William was the first to pose a blunt question. Could a modern monarchy survive if titles were used as personal tools? And was it still appropriate to maintain HRH for non-working royals in an era of globalized media? These questions initially caused discomfort internally, but gradually became central to strategic discussions. As violations accumulated, William was said to have pushed for a firmer approach, not through public statements, but by supporting a clear legal framework. His position was consistent. If royal duties are not performed, royal privileges cannot be retained, stripping HRH from non-working royals, in his view, was not punishment, but a clarification of the boundary between the individual and the institution. This shift occurred alongside a change in public opinion. A YouGov poll published in January of the year 2026 showed that 61% of Britons supported stripping the titles of Harry and Meghan. This was an overwhelming figure, far beyond previous expectations. For Buckingham Palace, this was not merely public opinion, but a political signal that could not be ignored. According to sources, this figure accelerated the decision-making process. In a constitutional monarchy, public support is a vital foundation. When a majority of the public believes a title is doing more harm than protecting royal values, action becomes almost unavoidable. William understood this clearly, and he was seen as the link between the will of Parliament and the need for the royal family to protect itself. Notably, the entire process was carried out with a high level of caution. There were no emotional statements and no personal attacks. Everything was framed in legal language and institutional reform. This allowed the royal family to avoid accusations of revenge or internal purges, while maintaining the neutrality it needed to preserve. With public support and a solid legal foundation, the royal family began to act. But to fully understand why this decision was considered irreversible, we need to look more closely at the Brexit Agreement of the year 2020 and the way it was betrayed step by step, in silence, before becoming a full-scale constitutional crisis. The Mexit Agreement of the year 2020 was once seen as the final compromise solution, an effort to save face for both sides. The royal family and Harry-Meghan. The document allowed them to step back from senior royal roles, live abroad, and pursue private lives, while still retaining certain symbolic titles. In return, they pledged not to use the HRH title in any commercial or diplomatic activity. On paper, the boundary was very clear. In practice, that boundary was quickly eroded. According to constitutional experts, the Mexit Agreement was not a rigid legal contract, but a political and moral commitment. It relied on the assumption that the parties would honor the spirit rather than look for loopholes in the wording. This later became a serious vulnerability, because when HRH was not used publicly in the media, but was still used behind the scenes, in private correspondence, and in discreet introductions, then, in essence, the title was still being exploited. From the year 2021, Archewell began to emerge as the central platform for the activities of Harry and Meghan. In name, it was a charitable and media organization with a humanitarian mission. But according to investigative documents, Archewell quickly became an extended arm for maintaining royal influence in unofficial spaces. Event invitations, fundraising letters, and contacts with international organizations frequently referenced royal status. Even when the HRH title was not explicitly written, this ambiguity created a particularly dangerous effect for many external partners, especially in developing countries. Receiving correspondence linked to Prince Harry and Meghan, Duchess of Sussex, was often misunderstood as carrying implicit endorsement from the British royal family. This led to undeserved privileges, ranging from diplomatic-style receptions, security prioritization, to access to senior officials. All of this occurred without any formal authorization from London. According to a consolidated report later submitted, at least 14 events between the years 2021 and 2025 involved improper use of royal titles. These events ranged from human rights conferences and fundraising ceremonies to semi-diplomatic visits. The figure was shocking not only because of its scale, but because it showed this was not an isolated mistake, but a systematic pattern. Royal advisors initially attempted to handle the matter discreetly. Multiple warnings were issued, reiterating the spirit of the Mexit Agreement. But according to insiders, the responses received were often vague. There was no clear acknowledgement of violations, nor any firm commitment to completely cease the use of royal status behind the scenes. This caused suspicion within the institution to steadily grow. Archewell, instead of narrowing its role, expanded its activities. Media projects, partnerships with global platforms, and an increasingly visible presence at international forums made the question unavoidable. Was this still an independent charity, or a machine exploiting royal credibility under a humanitarian facade? For Parliament, the answer gradually became clear. The key issue lay in public confusion. When people believed that Harry and Meghan still represented the royal family, every statement and action they made directly reflected on the institution. This ran counter to the principle of neutrality that the monarchy is required to maintain. In a constitutional monarchy, such confusion not only damages image, but also creates serious political risk. Everything escalated when the Nigeria scandal erupted. A visit promoted as humanitarian activity was organized with nearly diplomatic protocol, including high-level receptions and special security arrangements. Local and international media simultaneously raised questions. Who granted authorization? Was the British royal family involved or not? And if not, why was royal status still being used to open those doors? This scandal forced the royal family to conduct a deeper investigation. No longer discreet warnings, but a comprehensive review of Archewell activities. Documents were collected, events were cross-checked, and the pattern of title usage became increasingly clear. For Parliament, This was the final evidence that the Mexit Agreement had been betrayed, not in a single moment, but through small steps over many years. More importantly, the investigation showed that the issue extended beyond Harry and Meghan to the precedent they set. If a couple could step away from duty yet still exploit royal titles to build personal influence, then the entire system of royal honors would lose its value. This was something neither the royal family nor Parliament could accept. These violations could not remain hidden indefinitely. When they were exposed, public reaction became fierce. People no longer viewed the story as a family tragedy, but as calculated exploitation. In that context, the decision to strip titles was no longer a choice, but the inevitable consequence of a prolonged betrayal. From here, the story entered a new phase, because when the Nigeria scandal forced the royal family to investigate deeply, what was uncovered went beyond Arkawell, opening a chain of consequences affecting international credibility, diplomatic relations, and the future of the British monarchy itself. The Nigeria scandal of the year 2025 was seen as the moment when long-simmering suspicions were forced into the open. Before that, international trips by Harry and Meghan were often presented as personal humanitarian activities, but the visit to Nigeria crossed the fragile line between private individuals and institutional representation, creating a series of questions the royal family could no longer ignore. According to documents cited by the British media, the Nigeria trip was organized with a level of reception and security far exceeding what is normally afforded to private citizens. Meetings with senior officials, welcome ceremonies with diplomatic overtones, and the involvement of local security forces led the public to question the capacity in which Harry and Meghan arrived. As private individuals, as a charity delegation, or as unofficial royal representatives. The biggest suspicion centered on visa status. Some reports suggested that the trip used a type of visa reserved for royal representatives or diplomatic delegations. This category of visa provides multiple privileges, including expedited entry procedures, enhanced security, and logistical costs covered by the host. If true, this would be a serious issue, because legally Harry and Meghan were no longer working royals and were not entitled to such privileges. The British royal family initially remained silent, but as Nigerian and international media raised questions simultaneously, pressure to respond increased rapidly. In this context, Princess Anne was tasked with leading an internal investigation. Her role was not merely symbolic. Anne has long been regarded as a guardian of discipline and traditional standards within the royal family. Her involvement signaled the seriousness of the matter. The investigation focused on three main pillars. First was the legal nature of the trip. Second was the way invitations and related documents were used. Third was the role of associated funds and charities, especially Archewell. According to close sources, the investigative team demanded cross-comparison of invitation letters, visa records, and communications between Nigerian organizers and counterparts in Britain. One of the most controversial points was the allegation that letters bearing royal implication were used to support immigration procedures. These documents, as described by the press, were not official letters from Buckingham Palace, but were presented in a way that easily created the impression that the visit had royal endorsement. This ambiguity led Nigerian host authorities to apply protocols reserved for royal delegations. The investigation did not conclude that there was forgery in the criminal sense, but it pointed out that the use of language, titles, and symbols created a seriously misleading impression. For legal experts, this was a dangerous gray area, because even without an official signature, allowing partners to believe that the royal family stood behind the trip still produced material benefits and undeserved privileges. According to estimates cited from the UK Home Office in internal reports, if the Nigeria trip did in fact receive privileges equivalent to a diplomatic delegation, The total cost savings could have reached millions of dollars. This figure included security, logistics, transportation, and on-site support. This factor particularly angered the British public, because such privileges are intended only for those actively serving the nation. Princess Anne was said to have requested that the investigation be expanded to previous trips. The goal was to determine whether Nigeria was an isolated case or the peak of a long-running pattern. Events, conferences, and semi-diplomatic visits over several years were reviewed again. Repeated similarities in organization, invitation letters, and reception protocols gradually emerged. The internal conclusion was not published in full, but according to sources, the final report used very firm language. It emphasized that allowing the public and international partners to misunderstand representative status was unacceptable, not only because of financial factors, but because of diplomatic risk. A private trip, if interpreted as royal representation, could trigger political consequences beyond the control of the British government. What stood out was the reaction of the royal family after the investigation. There was no public defense and no attempt to downplay the seriousness. Instead, there was a strategic silence. According to advisors, this signaled that the royal family now viewed the matter as impossible to resolve through compromise. Standards had been crossed too many times. The Nigeria scandal therefore became the final catalyst. It transformed scattered suspicions into a complete picture of title and privilege misuse. For Parliament, this was concrete evidence that the risk was no longer theoretical. For the royal family, it was a warning that prolonged silence would be interpreted as complicity. The investigation results led to decisive reactions from the royal family. A historic joint statement was prepared, marking a definitive shift in the approach toward Harry and Meghan. From that moment, the wheels of an unprecedented decision began to turn, moving toward a moment that would redefine the boundary between the individual and the institution within the British royal family. After the internal investigation report was completed, the British royal family entered its most decisive response phase since Brexit. There were no more vague messages or discreet compromises. This time, the position was clearly defined and announced through a rare joint statement by Princess Anne and Prince William. The fact that these two figures appeared together was not merely symbolic, but reflected a high level of unity between disciplinary tradition and a strategy of modernization. According to close sources, the joint statement focused on 5 key points. First was that the royal family would no longer recognize Archewell as an organization with any institutional connection to the British Crown. This meant that all activities, correspondence, and initiatives of Archewell could not be understood as having royal endorsement or authorization. Second was a demand for an independent audit of past activities related to fundraising and title usage, in order to clarify the extent of confusion caused to the public and international partners. The third point emphasized the complete cessation of all forms of royal title usage in semi-diplomatic or charitable contexts. This applied not only to HRH, but to any wording that could create an impression of representation. The fourth point concerned new standards for members who no longer perform royal duties, in which access to security and diplomatic privileges would be strictly limited. And finally, there was a commitment to building a more transparent alternative structure to continue community service activities under the direct supervision of the royal family. From this final point, the Crown Service Foundation was established. According to advisors, this was not a new charity in the traditional sense, but a platform coordinating community service activities directly linked to royal duty. The Crown Service Foundation was placed under the supervision of an independent board, with clear audit procedures and strict legal boundaries. The goal was to completely eliminate the gray zone that had existed between the individual and the institution. The creation of the Crown Service Foundation also carried a strategic message. The royal family was not withdrawing from humanitarian work, but asserting that any initiative associated with royal status must adhere to institutional discipline. According to insiders, William strongly pushed for this model. He viewed it as the only way to protect the long-term credibility of the monarchy in a globalized media environment. Public reaction was almost immediate. Within 48 hours of the joint statement, a petition calling for the stripping of Harry and Meghan titles reached 300,000 signatures. This figure far exceeded all initial expectations and was described as a wave of public opinion unseen in recent years. For many Britons, the statement by Anne and William was seen as the final act to redraw boundaries that had been blurred for far too long. Political analysts say the speed at which the petition spread reflects a deep, accumulated fatigue within society. The story is no longer seen as a family dispute, but as a matter of public responsibility. When privileges are misused, public reaction becomes sharp and decisive. This creates direct political pressure on Parliament and Buckingham Palace. For Archewell, the joint statement was the most severe blow it had ever faced. Losing institutional recognition caused many partners to reassess their relationships. According to sources in the charitable sector, several donors suspended or cancelled commitments due to concerns over reputational risk. International organizations also became more cautious, avoiding any possibility of being seen as cooperating with unofficial royal representatives. The Crown Service Foundation, meanwhile, was rolled out at an unusually rapid pace. Pilot projects were announced alongside clear operating principles. No use of personal titles to solicit donations, no diplomatic engagement outside approved frameworks, and all expenditures subject to independent audits. For the royal family, this was a way to prove that reform was not merely rhetoric. What stood out was the tone of the joint statement. There were no personal attacks and no direct naming of Harry or Meghan in specific accusations. Everything was framed around standards and responsibility. This approach allowed the royal family to maintain neutrality while directing public focus toward principles rather than emotion. Internally, the joint statement was also seen as an affirmation of William's leadership. His decision to stand alongside Princess Anne demonstrated a generational transition that was quiet but unmistakable. Anne's disciplinary tradition combined with William's modern vision formed a unified front strong enough to confront the crisis. With public support, the wheels of change began to turn faster. Archewell entered its most difficult phase since its founding. Partners grew cautious, resources tightened, and media scrutiny intensified. What had once been built on the gray zone of titles now faced the harsh reality of transparency and accountability. From here, the story moved into its next chapter. As Archewell began to collapse under the pressure of public opinion and institutional response, devastating consequences gradually emerged, not only for the organization, but for the entire post-Brexit strategy of Harry and Meghan. The collapse of Archewell did not happen overnight. It was the result of multiple layers of pressure converging. From internal royal investigations and fierce public backlash to technical financial findings. When the Crown Service Foundation was announced, Archewell was immediately placed under intense scrutiny by regulatory authorities in the United States. What had once been shielded by titles and favorable media coverage was stripped away under strict legal standards. According to independent audit reports cited by American media, Archewell was suspected of violating basic IRS regulations governing non-profit organizations. The focus of the findings centered on misrepresentation of fund usage and the risk of private inurement, meaning personal benefit derived from charitable assets, although no final ruling had been issued at that time. The initial indicators were serious enough to trigger heightened oversight. One of the most controversial issues was how Archewell allocated its expenses. Spending on media consultants, security, and travel was questioned for its direct relevance to the charitable mission. For financial experts, this was a fragile boundary. When a nonprofit spends in ways that clearly benefit its founders personally, legal risk rises sharply. The consequences arrived faster than expected. Within 1 month, Archewell lost 3 major donors. These partners, according to industry sources, did not wait for a final conclusion, but withdrew proactively to protect their reputations. The sudden loss of funding created a domino effect. Cash flow was disrupted. Projects were stalled. And the organization's basic operational capacity was threatened. The breaking point came when Archewell accounts were frozen by the IRS during the review process. This was described as a devastating blow worth tens of millions of dollars. For an organization heavily dependent on donor funding, losing access to its funds meant near total paralysis. Staff and partners began to leave, while leadership remained silent in the face of media inquiries. Alongside the financial crisis came a turning away by Hollywood. Netflix and Spotify, once considered the pillars of the post-Mexit strategy. Both ended their partnerships. The stated reasons were cautious, focusing on content direction and commercial performance. But analysts say reputational risk linked to charitable investigations and title controversies could not be ignored. Without the protective layer of royal status, the personal brand value of Harry and Meghan faced a harsh test. In this context, their personal reactions also revealed deep fractures. Harry, according to close sources, fell into a state of despair. Efforts to reposition himself as an independent activist failed to deliver results. Speeches were cancelled, and invitations for public appearances became rare. The image of a once beloved prince became increasingly associated with controversy and strategic failure. Meghan chose silence. No statement, no interview, and no direct response to the allegations. For observers, this silence carries multiple layers of meaning. It may be a legal strategy, or it may signal a decision to wait for the storm to pass. But in the media environment, silence does not equal neutrality. It leaves space for speculation and criticism. What stands out is that the collapse of Archewell is not only a financial story, it exposes the core weakness of the post-Mexit strategy. When separating from an institution, while still relying on the aura of that institution to build influence, every deviation becomes magnified. A charity linked to royal status is held to standards far higher than ordinary organizations. When those standards are not met, consequences arrive quickly and with force. For the British royal family, these developments are seen as a late confirmation of warnings that were once ignored. Cutting institutional ties, though controversial in the early stage, ultimately helped prevent risk from spreading across the wider royal system. Advisors view this as proof of the principle that an institution can survive only when boundaries are protected, even if the cost is emotional strain and short-term public backlash. For the public, the tone of the story also shifted. From early sympathy, opinion gradually moved toward disappointment and skepticism. Many who once supported Harry and Meghan began to question motives, responsibility, and the way personal freedom was exercised while still connected to privileges once granted by the monarchy. Trust eroded not because of a single mistake, but because of a sense that repeated warnings were never truly heard. As Archewell entered financial paralysis, the personal consequences became clear and undeniable. Without stable funding, without institutional backing, and without the welcome once offered by Hollywood, Harry and Meghan faced a reality very different from the vision of freedom they had promoted. Past choices now converged into a single outcome, where influence, soft power, and protection no longer existed alongside a title that was gone. Harry and Meghan, from the center of the monarchy, from symbols of renewal and freedom, became a clear example of how unchecked ambition can erode credibility with remarkable speed. Not overnight, but through each distorted agreement, each trip with unclear purpose, each charitable activity placed under scrutiny. When figures are brought into the open, When audits replace emotion, when legal review replaces media narrative, RQL is no longer seen as the humanitarian symbol it once claimed to be, and Harry and Meghan are no longer viewed as figures who left for ideals, but as individuals who traded position in pursuit of personal influence. The final figure left the public stunned. 81% of people in Britain say they trust Catherine more than Meghan in charitable work, a comparison that needs no commentary, yet is sufficient to close the debate. History will offer a fuller judgment in time, but at this moment, the British royal family remains standing, and the question left to the public is this: do you see this as a personal tragedy, or as the price of ambition? Leave your comment below, and subscribe to follow the next royal stories. There was no familiar smile on the balcony. There was no announced schedule of overseas visits. There was no lengthy explanation. There was only a brief notice issued at 4 o'clock in the morning London time, bearing the signatures of King Charles and Prince William. Its content plunged the whole of Britain into an unusual silence. Princess Catherine officially withdrew from all royal duties for an indefinite period. In the modern history of the British royal family, it is rare for such a significant decision involving a key member to be announced in this manner. There was no press conference. There was no spokesperson offering further clarification. There was no timeline for a return. This silence not only caused public concern, but also prompted royal watchers to raise a series of unprecedented questions. Even more striking was the direct coordination between two generations of the monarchy. King Charles, long regarded as cautious in every message, and Prince William, the future heir, appeared together as signatories of this statement. This was not a symbolic gesture. It underscored the seriousness of the situation and a shared determination to protect a woman standing at the very center of the dynasty. For many years, Princess Catherine has been carefully presented as a symbol of stability, propriety, and resilience. The sudden disappearance of that symbol from public life cannot be explained simply by the word rest. What lies behind this indefinite withdrawal? Is it a humane decision to protect her health? Or is it the first sign of a deeper crisis being carefully shielded from view? Do you believe this is merely a choice made to protect the princess? Or do you think there is a far greater truth being concealed behind this silence? If you believe it is about protection, leave a comment with the number 1. If you suspect something remains unsaid, leave the number 2 below. The news was released during what seemed like an ordinary early morning moment. There were no illustrative images. There was no emotional narration. It was simply a short notice appearing simultaneously across the official channels of the British royal family. Yet that very brevity triggered a rare media shockwave. Within the first 60 seconds after publication, British network providers recorded traffic surging by more than 400%. The world's largest search engines simultaneously logged the keyword Princess Catherine, surpassing even the hottest political events of that moment. This was not ordinary curiosity. It was a collective reflex of a society when a familiar symbol suddenly vanished. Within the first 2 hours, more than 12 billion mentions, directly or indirectly related to Princess Catherine, appeared across global social media platforms. The speed of the spread was so intense that many major news agencies were forced to pause other coverage to continuously update developments, even though no additional official information was released. In London, newsrooms entered a prolonged state of tension. Veteran editors admitted they had never witnessed such a unified reaction to an announcement lacking images, explanations, or a specific timeline. The silence from the royal family did not calm the wave of attention. Instead, it heightened the sense among the public and observers that something unusual was unfolding. Royal communications experts quickly highlighted a crucial point. The announcement did not merely refer to a pause in duties. It emphasized the phrase indefinite period. In political and royal language, this is an extremely rare choice of wording. It does not create an expectation of return, nor does it close that door entirely. This void has left the public in a prolonged state of unease. In the United States, morning news programs immediately adjusted their content. Commentators moved away from discussions of fashion or protocol and instead analyzed the power structure within the British royal family. In Europe, several major newspapers questioned historical precedent. When has a central princess stepped back without any clear roadmap? And more importantly, why did this announcement require the signatures of both the king and the heir? The shock was not limited to the public. Within British political circles, many members of Parliament acknowledged they learned of the news at the same time as ordinary citizens. This further fueled speculation that the decision had been kept under absolute secrecy until the final moment. Some sources close to Westminster indicated that internal discussions about the social impact of this announcement had taken place for weeks, yet no signs had leaked. The enormous figures seen across social media do not merely reflect interest. They reveal something deeper. Princess Catherine is no longer simply a member of the royal family. She has become a symbolic anchor of stability for the monarchy in the eyes of the public. When that anchor suddenly disappears, a chain reaction is inevitable. What stands out is that among the billions of mentions, most did not focus on sensational speculation, but on questions. Where Catherine is, who made this decision, and why everything unfolded in silence. This was not a reaction of simple curiosity, but a sign that public trust was being tested. Former royal advisors interviewed anonymously admitted that this communication approach was defensive rather than reassuring. It showed that the royal family was prioritizing control of information over calming public concern. And when a powerful institution chooses silence in an era where every gap is filled with speculation, that silence itself becomes the strongest message. What the public could see, however, was only the surface. Surging figures, dense streams of posts, and constant news updates without any new facts. The real question does not lie in the reaction after the announcement. It lies in the period before it. What meetings took place? What decisions were weighed? And what forced the royal family to choose such a shocking method of disclosure? Because behind the telling numbers and public shock there is one reality that cannot be ignored. A decision at this level is never made in 60 seconds. It is the result of weeks or even months of silent deliberation. And to understand what is truly happening, we must turn back time and return inside the ancient stone walls of Windsor Castle, where signs of abnormality had begun to appear long before the world noticed. Looking back to the final months of the previous year, the picture becomes clearer, not through a dramatic event but through small, scattered gaps that seemed insignificant. In November, the royal schedule was released, as usual. But for the first time in many years, the name Catherine began to appear less frequently in the list of key engagements. At first, it was just one absence, then two, then three. The media was given a brief explanation that the princess needed private time for her family, a familiar safe reason that is rarely questioned. But for those who closely follow the royal family, this shift in rhythm was far from normal. Catherine had long been regarded as one of the least likely to cancel engagements. Her discipline in public image was considered a benchmark. The first notable absence was from a major charity event that Catherine herself had patronized for many consecutive years. There was no prior notice. There was no official replacement. Only shortly before the event did the palace confirm that she would not attend. Then came a regional tour where Catherine was expected to play a central role. This time the reason given was an unexpected schedule change. Individually, these instances did not amount to a crisis. But when placed within the broader context of a royal system facing a severe shortage of working members, they took on a different meaning. In recent years, the number of full-time working royals had dropped to the lowest level in decades. Withdrawals, scandals, and health issues had concentrated the burden on a small group of key figures. Catherine was one of them. According to internal reports revealed later, Catherine was handling more than 300 official engagements each year. This figure is not just dry statistics. It reflects a sustained, relentless workload under near absolute image pressure. No mistakes allowed. No visible fatigue before the public. No sign of weakness permitted. Those who worked closely with her described Catherine as someone who rarely complained. She seldom refused an assignment. According to some former advisors, that very quality became a double-edged sword. When a system grows accustomed to relying on one individual's resilience, it continues to push the limits until those limits finally break. From November onward, the signs of withdrawal were no longer random. Catherine began reducing the length of her appearances. Speeches were shortened. Public engagements became more selective. Attentive media observers noticed that she rarely participated in events lasting many continuous hours as she once had. But these details were not placed into a larger picture. They were seen as minor adjustments within an already demanding schedule. Meanwhile, Prince William was the first to recognize the change on a personal level, not through the press but in daily life. According to close sources, William began requesting adjustments to the couple's shared schedule. Some trips were reconsidered. Some events were more carefully weighed before acceptance. This was unusual for someone who had always placed royal duty above all else. William's concern did not stem from a single incident. It was the result of prolonged observation. The fatigue was no longer only physical. It showed in how Catherine prepared for events, in the longer silences between schedules, in her growing tendency to avoid non-essential engagements. However, within a system that operates on the image of stability, such soft warnings are often not enough to trigger a strong response. Communications advisors continued to view Catherine as an indispensable pillar. Internal reports recorded her workload, yet at the same time emphasized her central role in maintaining public trust. The pressure, therefore, did not ease. It accumulated. And Catherine's gradual withdrawal was not a strategy, but a natural response of a body and mind being pushed to the limit. The gaps in the schedule throughout December and the early months of the following year became increasingly visible. Yet they were still explained through isolated reasons, with no clear connection. What matters is that throughout this entire period, there was no official acknowledgement of overload. The royal family maintained an image of control, and that very control caused warning signs to be overlooked. No one wanted to be the first to say that the symbol of stability was facing trouble. According to several documents described as health and performance assessment files, warnings had been recorded at an administrative level. Notes about work intensity, proposals for temporary workload reduction. But these recommendations were not prioritized, because every absence by Catherine created a gap that was difficult to fill. By the time William began to express clearer concern, the situation was no longer in its early stage. Private exchanges between William and several senior advisors showed a shift in tone. From adjusting schedules to questioning whether the current pace could be sustained, this was a critical turning point because it marked the first time the issue was viewed not only as personal but as a systemic risk. What followed did not appear in the press. There were no images. There were no leaked sources. But according to those close to the process, it was during this period that a consolidated file was prepared. It did not merely record Catherine's fatigue, but also analyzed the long-term impact if the situation continued. That file was not sent to the media. It was placed on the desk of the king. Fatigue, therefore, was no longer a subjective feeling. It had been structured into data, into reports, into formal warnings. And when those warnings reached the highest level, the decision for an indefinite withdrawal was no longer surprising. It was the outcome of a chain of signs that had been ignored for too long. The silence that followed from the royal family did not begin on the day the announcement was issued. It began months earlier when warning bells sounded behind closed doors, but not loudly enough to disrupt the familiar rhythm of operation. And that led to the moment the world eventually witnessed. A withdrawal without explanation, yet carrying the weight of many months accumulated in silence. The meeting took place in a private room within Buckingham Palace, one that rarely appears on any visitor map. Not because of luxury, but because of the nature of the decisions made there. This is a space reserved for moments when the royal family must confront its own limits. There was no press. There were no public records. Only those at the head of the monarchy and an issue that could no longer be avoided. On the table lay the consolidated file prepared weeks earlier. Figures detailing official schedules, health assessment reports, notes on media pressure and image risk. Everything was arranged in a cold sequence. But the atmosphere in the room was the opposite: tense, heavy, and carrying the sense that any decision would have lasting consequences. King Charles sat at the center, listening more than speaking. For him, this was not merely the story of an individual. It was the problem of an entire system. A system operating with fewer personnel than ever before, yet under unprecedented media pressure. Any withdrawal could be interpreted as weakness, but any excessive strain could lead to collapse. Prince William entered the meeting with a different perspective. For him, the reports were not abstract numbers. They were signs he had witnessed in daily life: prolonged exhaustion, quiet evenings, moments when Catherine had to prepare for events with double the effort simply to maintain a normal image before the public. William needed no further proof to know that the limit had been reached. The confrontation in the meeting did not unfold through loud arguments. It unfolded through differing views of responsibility. One side saw royal duty as an axis that could not stop. The other saw the risk of a human being crushed within that very machine. And between them stood a choice no one wished to make yet could no longer delay. Princess Anne was the one who broke the prolonged silence. Her voice was not raised, but it was firm. With decades of experience inside the royal family, Anne did not speak through emotion, but through warning. She pointed out that this system has repeatedly survived by relying too heavily on the quiet sacrifice of a few individuals. And history has shown that when those individuals collapse, the consequence is not merely a gap in the schedule but a crisis of trust. Anne emphasized that Catherine is not an unlimited resource. Continuing to exhaust someone who carries more than 300 official engagements each year is not a sign of strength, but a signal of unsustainable management. She warned that if Catherine were to collapse in public, the royal family would face a shock far greater than the impact of proactively allowing her to step back. Those words were not aimed at criticizing any individual. They were directed at an operating mindset that had existed for too long. A mindset that treats endurance as a given. A mindset that values the image of stability over the safety of the human being behind that image. In that room, for the first time, this way of thinking was directly challenged. King Charles fully understood the weight of that warning. He had witnessed the consequences of ignoring signs of exhaustion in the past, and he understood that a protective decision today might be the only way to prevent a larger crisis tomorrow. But as head of the monarchy, he also had to consider public reaction, media response, and the entire surrounding power structure. The discussion was not extended to find reasons for delay, but to define the final boundary. The boundary between maintaining a familiar pace and acknowledging that the system needed adjustment. Advisors presented different scenarios: temporary workload reduction, redistribution of duties. But all paths led to the same conclusion. There was no solution safe enough if Catherine continued to appear regularly in public under her current condition. Consensus gradually formed, not through pressure, but through shared recognition that time had run out. An indefinite withdrawal was seen as the least damaging option among difficult choices. It allowed the royal family to control the message. It protected Catherine from immediate pressure. And most importantly, it avoided the worst-case scenario of an incident unfolding before the media cameras. However, reaching agreement at the highest level did not mean all difficulties were resolved. On the contrary, it opened the most difficult and most personal task. William had to be the one to face Catherine directly, not as the heir, but as her husband. He had to convey a decision made for the benefit of the system, yet one that directly affected the life and identity of a woman who had grown accustomed to never stepping back. For many years, Catherine had been taught that her presence was part of her duty. Withdrawal was not in her vocabulary. Therefore, this message could not be delivered as an order. It had to be framed as protection, whether Catherine was ready to accept it or not. William understood that the challenge was not convincing the royal family, but convincing the person who had long carried everything in silence. The meeting ended without a statement. There were no outward signs. But within that closed space, a decision had been locked in. It would soon be transformed into a brief and cold announcement, powerful enough to shake the world. But before that happened, there was a private moment, no news bulletin recorded. A moment when William carried the weight of the entire monarchy to face a wife who was exhausted. Because once those at the top of the system had reached agreement, the heaviest responsibility no longer rested on the meeting table. It rested in a conversation with no audience where royal duty had to step aside to make room for family bonds. And from that moment, the chain of events leading to the shocking announcement truly began. That night at Windsor, no official event was recorded. No schedule. No witnesses. No written record. Yet within that silence, a pivotal conversation took place. It did not exist in royal minutes. It existed as an invisible marker where years of accumulated pressure finally had to be named. William did not enter this dialogue as the heir. He entered as someone who had witnessed Catherine change day by day. Not through cameras, not through reports, but through small and constant signs, prolonged fatigue, longer silences between schedules, preparation for each public appearance becoming a draining process rather than a familiar duty. In that private space where there was no longer a requirement to maintain image, Catherine no longer held her usual control. She did not speak about schedules. She did not speak about media. She spoke about the feeling of being surrounded by expectations, a feeling which, in her words, no longer had a clear boundary between the real person and the public image. Every gesture was interpreted. Every absence was speculated upon. And every appearance came with the fear of not being allowed to feel tired. Catherine admitted that for many months she had lived in a state of constant readiness. There was no retreat. There was no space to breathe. Even moments described as private carried the pressure of preparing for the next appearance. Public expectation did not exist only when she stepped outside. It followed her home. It lived in her thoughts, in her sleep, and in the fear that if she stopped, the entire system would begin to sway. For William, this was not entirely unexpected, but hearing Catherine say it out loud made the seriousness undeniable. This was no longer a story of ordinary fatigue. It was a state of being overtaken by a role to the point where there was no space left for the self. A state that, if allowed to continue, could not end well. William did not respond with arguments. He responded with clear and decisive protection, not in the language of duty, but in the language of boundaries. He said he would not allow this to continue. He would not allow the system, the media, or any expectation to destroy the woman he loved. This was not a threat. It was a declaration of limits. In that dialogue, William did not deny royal responsibility. He acknowledged their position, but he also set a condition that had never before been stated so clearly. No duty justifies trading away health and humanity. If a system can only survive by draining an individual, then that system must be stopped and adjusted. Catherine did not object immediately. Her inner struggle was not about whether to step back or not. It was about the fear that her withdrawal would be interpreted as failure, as weakness, as the collapse of an image she had worked tirelessly to build. She understood how the public operated. And precisely because she understood, she felt the weight of responsibility even more heavily. William saw that fear and named it directly. He said that strength does not lie in enduring until collapse. Strength lies in knowing when to stop before everything passes the point of recovery. He emphasized that stepping back was not avoidance. It was a proactive act to protect the human being behind the title. The conversation did not end with immediate relief. It unfolded in prolonged silence, where both understood that this decision would alter the trajectory of their lives. Catherine understood that accepting withdrawal meant losing her familiar presence before the public. William understood that protecting his wife meant facing difficult questions from within his own role. Yet in that silence, a form of agreement slowly took shape. Not agreement with the system, but with human limits. Catherine began to see that continuing to appear in her current state was no longer contribution but self-erasure. William recognized that protecting Catherine did not weaken the monarchy, but might be the only way to prevent a greater tragedy. The decision was not made through a formal declaration. It emerged from shared acknowledgement that all other choices led to deeper harm. An indefinite withdrawal became the only option that allowed Catherine to reclaim living space, allowed William to fulfill his role as a husband, and allowed the monarchy to act proactively rather than react in crisis. Importantly, this decision was not viewed as an ending. It was seen as a necessary pause. There was no specific timeline, no commitment to return. That uncertainty later became the source of shock. But on that night at Windsor, uncertainty was precisely what was needed to reduce immediate pressure. After the conversation, William took responsibility for translating a personal decision into systemic action. He returned to his role as heir, carrying rare clarity about priorities. Catherine did not need to prove anything further. She did not need to appear again to legitimize her contribution. This protection did not require public acknowledgement to hold value. When the brief announcement was later released, the public saw only the surface. They saw the withdrawal. They saw the silence. They saw a symbol temporarily disappear. But they did not see that night. They did not see the dialogue in which a woman admitted she had been overtaken by expectation. And they did not see a man drawing a clear boundary that this would not continue. That painful decision was not only a release for one individual, it was a rare admission that even the most stable symbols have limits. It raised questions for the entire system about how contribution is measured, and it forced the world to face a reality often overlooked, that behind every perfect image stands a human being who needs protection. In the silence of the Windsor night, a lesson in humanity was etched, not through slogans, not through statements, but through a decision to accept stopping. And that decision, though shocking, opened space for reflection, not only for the monarchy but for any system that places expectations on people while forgetting their limits. Catherine's withdrawal did more than leave a visual absence. It exposed the fragility of the entire structure of the British monarchy in the current period. For many years, Catherine was not simply a well-loved figure. She was an operational anchor. She was the face that guaranteed a sense of stability the public had come to trust. When that anchor disappeared, what remained became clearer than ever. First was the staffing shortfall that could no longer be concealed. The number of working royals carrying out full-time public duties has declined sharply compared with a decade ago. Catherine stepping back immediately increased pressure on those who remained. Schedules had to be adjusted. Many events were forced to scale down. Some traditional activities were postponed indefinitely. These were changes rarely announced loudly, but they quietly reshaped how the monarchy appeared before the public. Notably, the reaction from the media and public opinion was not entirely negative. Concern existed alongside an increasingly direct question. If a system can only function smoothly when one individual carries a workload beyond human limits, then is that system truly sustainable? This question moved beyond simple morality. It began to touch on legal and constitutional dimensions. In closed discussions, some advisors acknowledged that the representative model of the monarchy needed reconsideration. Rather than relying on a high volume of in-person ceremonies, the symbolic role could be redefined. Presence no longer had to be tied to frequency of appearance. This opened the possibility of changing how duties were distributed and how representative effectiveness was measured. Some proposals focused on streamlining ceremonial obligations and concentrating on strategic events instead of maintaining dense schedules. This was not only to reduce pressure on individuals, but also to adapt to new public expectations in the digital media era. When images can circulate globally within minutes, the value of each appearance is assessed differently than before. At the constitutional level, although the British monarchy does not directly govern the state, its role as a national representative remains bound to long-standing conventions. The indefinite withdrawal of a central princess forced policymakers to reconsider the flexibility of those conventions. Whether clearer guidance was needed for withdrawals due to health reasons, whether collective substitution mechanisms should be built instead of placing the burden on a few individuals. Prince William in this context faced a dual challenge. He was not only protecting his family but also inheriting a system that was revealing its limits. His support for Catherine's decision sent an important signal that the next generation could prioritize sustainability rather than preserve old norms at any cost. However, this transition was not smooth. Every change provoked mixed reactions. Some members of the public worried that the monarchy was gradually shrinking its traditional role. Some commentators argued that Catherine's prolonged absence weakened the image of unity. Yet alongside this, a different current of opinion grew stronger, that acknowledging human limits might be a necessary step for the monarchy to survive in the new century. In the long term, the greatest consequence did not lie in the number of events cancelled or postponed. It lay in the shift in how the public perceived the institution. Catherine once embodied stability and endurance. When that image temporarily vanished, the monarchy was forced to confront a core question: whether the strength of the institution came from individuals or from the adaptability of the system as a whole. Discussions about the future of royal representation therefore ceased to be hypothetical. They had begun. Quietly, cautiously, and strategically, Catherine's withdrawal was seen as a test, not only for public opinion but for how the monarchy responds to a crisis that is not scandal-driven but human in nature. If the monarchy chooses to learn from this event, it could build a more flexible model, one where health and personal limits stand alongside duty, where representative roles are distributed more reasonably, and where the image of stability no longer depends on one person appearing without pause. Conversely, if the withdrawal is treated merely as a temporary gap to be filled as quickly as possible, the risk of recurring crisis will always remain, because what has been revealed cannot be erased by silence. It has become part of public awareness. In this context, the future of the monarchy is not determined solely by whether Catherine returns or not. It is determined by how the institution understands and responds to the lesson her absence has left behind. A lesson about fragility, about limits, and about the urgent need to redefine strength in an institution that has existed for hundreds of years but is now entering a completely different era. The withdrawal of Catherine is not an isolated event. It is the endpoint of a prolonged chain of pressure. It is the result of warning bells that were ignored, and it is a clear reminder that even the most stable symbols have limits that cannot be crossed. For many years, Catherine represented the image of resilience and propriety of the British royal family. Her steady presence created a sense of reassurance for the public in a constantly changing world. But that very role also made her the one who carried the greatest burden when the system faced staff shortages and rising social expectations. When she chose to step back, it was not an act of weakness. It was a courageous decision to protect the most fundamental values that any family must preserve: health, dignity, and the right to pause. That decision forced the royal family to confront a difficult truth. An institution can survive for hundreds of years through discipline and rigid rules. But to continue existing in this century, it must learn to respect human limits. No image is strong enough if it is built on silent exhaustion. No symbol is powerful enough if the person behind that symbol is neglected. The silence surrounding Catherine, therefore, no longer represents an information gap. It has become a message that sometimes the right thing to do is not to appear more often, but to know when to step back in order to protect what truly matters: family, long-term survival, and the sustainability of an entire system. This story is not yet finished. It opens up larger questions about the role of William, about how the royal family will change, and about other secrets that still lie in the shadows of the House of Windsor. If you want to continue following deeper analysis about William, the shifts of power behind the scenes, and royal dramas that have yet to be fully revealed, subscribe to the channel now, and do not miss the next video. Because silence in the royal family has never been accidental. At exactly 9:15 in the morning on the 20th of January in the year 2026, a brief message left Kensington Palace and spread instantly like a cold blade. There was no press conference. There was no lengthy statement. Only a dry single line sent to the legal team of Prince Harry. The request was denied. In that moment, The final financial door that had remained slightly open for Harry was officially shut. Not with anger, but with the absolute silence of the royal family. Those first 10 seconds were enough to make all of London hold its breath. Because behind that short line was not only money, it was the full stop on any hope of reconciliation based on bloodline privilege. Prince Harry was no longer standing on the balcony of Buckingham Palace. He was standing on the edge of real bankruptcy. Media contracts in Hollywood were drying up. Investment promises that once sounded dazzling suddenly evaporated. The ultra-wealthy circles that once hosted lavish parties quietly turned away. Phones were no longer answered. Emails no longer received replies. On the other side of the Atlantic, Harry was isolated. At home, the royal family sealed the door shut, and the man holding the key was none other than Prince William, the heir to the throne. The older brother who had shielded Harry from the press for decades. This time William did not appear. No explanation, no private message, only an institutional decision. Cold, final, and irreversible. So the question becomes clear. When William refused to rescue his brother at the moment of collapse, was it a necessary act to protect royal discipline, or was it a silent but ruthless act of revenge after years of betrayal? Share your view by commenting 1 if you believe William was protecting the throne. Comment 2 if you believe this was a personal punishment. Your perspective matters, and leave it directly under this video. A document nearly 20 pages thick was sent in an emergency state from California to London in the early morning. It was not a family letter or a private exchange between brothers. It was a financial dossier carefully prepared by Prince Harry legal and accounting teams. Every figure was annotated, every item marked as priority. The total proposed value was 36.3 million United States dollars, a figure that would be enormous for any individual. But for the British royal family, what drew attention was not the size of the sum, but the reason for its existence. The first item listed was 400,000 United States dollars for insurance, not standard health coverage, but an expanded package for legal liability and personal security. After years of pursuing lawsuits against the British press and facing civil disputes in the United States, Harry was confronting the risk of losing the entire layer of legal protection that had once been quietly backed by the royal family. Commercial insurance companies began to refuse coverage or raise premiums to levels that were nearly impossible to afford. Just one failed lawsuit or one security incident could freeze or drain his personal assets in a very short time. The second item was 1.2 million United States dollars allocated for taxes and tuition. Taxes in California allow no room for delay or leniency. Large incomes from previous media contracts were now being re-examined under far stricter legal scrutiny. Alongside that were tuition fees at private schools for children carrying royal titles in the United States. These were expenses that could not be postponed. Late payment would not only cause financial consequences, but would also shake the image of stability that Harry and Meghan were trying to maintain before the public and investors. In the world of Hollywood, image is an asset, and when that asset cracks, every door can close at once. The final and largest item amounted to 30 million United States dollars allocated for long-term asset protection. This was not spending money or living expenses. It was a defensive fund designed to maintain security systems, legal structures, real estate, and asset holding companies in the United States. In other words, Harry was not asking for money to live comfortably. He was asking for money to prevent a chain collapse that was already very close. When the asset protection system breaks down, everything else follows in a domino effect. This dossier was sent to the office of the Duchy of Cornwall at 8:45 in the morning, London time. Just 20 minutes later, a response was sent back. Brief. Dry. The request was denied. There was no explanation. There was no alternative proposal. There was no private note. What stunned observers was not the refusal itself, but the speed of it. 20 minutes for a decision involving more than $36 million showed that this was not the result of emotional consideration. That decision had existed before the document was even opened. Prince William did not examine each item Harry requested. He examined what the duchy represented. The Duchy of Cornwall is not a personal bank account. It is a symbol of succession responsibility and institutional discipline. Every pound spent carries political and moral meaning. If he accepted the bailout, William would not only help his brother through a crisis, he would be sending a signal that abandoning royal duty, attacking the institution, and commercializing royal status could still be compensated with royal resources. That was a precedent he refused to create. In William's thinking, freedom always comes with responsibility. Harry chose his own path. And that path could not be reversed with duchy money. Stepping in to rescue him would erase the final boundary between privilege and duty. That is why the decision was made with such cold speed. No emotion allowed in. No opening left for negotiation. This decisiveness sent immediate shockwaves through royal watchers. Everyone understood that William was fully capable of arranging that sum without damaging the financial foundation of the duchy. But precisely because he could, he refused to allow himself to do it. William was preparing for the role of king, and in that role he believed protecting principle mattered more than saving an individual, even if that individual was his own brother. In California, Harry received the response while sitting with his lawyer. There was no explosion of anger, only prolonged silence, because he understood the message behind the word denied. There would be no more financial buffer from the royal family, no door to return through when everything became overwhelming. From that moment, every legal pressure, every bill, every debt would have to be carried alone, while income sources were drying up. And then a larger question emerged. Why did Harry need such an urgent amount of cash within just a few hours? Why did everything converge at once? The answer did not lie in media contracts or Hollywood turning away. It began with silent legal troubles closing in. And ironically, the starting point of it all was the house in California. The place once called a sanctuary of freedom. The place they believed could host a new life without constraints. From there, the problems that were ignored during times of abundance began to return one by one without mercy. The Montecito mansion was once seen as a symbol of escape from the royal family. A quiet space overlooking the sea, tall palm trees, closed iron gates, and a security system promoted as impenetrable. But behind that luxurious exterior, a financial bomb had been quietly activated. And when it detonated, Harry had exactly 48 hours to save everything. It all began with a dry notification from J.P. Morgan Chase. No emotion, no sympathy, just a legal document issued according to procedure. The bank stated that the Montecito property no longer met wildfire risk coverage requirements under the mortgage agreement. The reason was not the location or the structure of the house. The reason was that the wildfire insurance policy had been canceled without a valid replacement. California entered its most severe wildfire season in many years. Insurance companies tightened conditions across the board. Premiums soared. Areas near hills and forests like Montecito were classified as high risk. Under these conditions, every mortgage loan was strictly tied to mandatory insurance coverage. When insurance disappeared, the bank immediately deemed the asset insufficient as collateral. According to legal records, Harry was informed that he had to submit $400,000 United States dollars in cash within 48 hours to reinstate a temporary wildfire insurance policy. If not, J.P. Morgan Chase had the right to activate its asset protection clause. That meant foreclosure on the mansion valued at $14.6 million United States dollars. No negotiation, no extension, no exception. The figure of $400,000 may not sound large when placed next to the value of the house. But the problem lies in two words: cash on hand. Not a promised transfer, not additional collateral, but liquid cash available in the account. Within 48 hours, for Harry this was a problem with almost no solution. The revenue sources, once seen as lifelines, were now exhausted. The contract with Spotify had ended in silence. No more regular payments. No new advances. Content projects expected to generate long-term cash flow failed to deliver as hoped. Other media platforms grew cautious. They were no longer eager for large deals, as the commercial appeal of the Sussex name visibly declined. Old contracts had largely been consumed by living expenses, security, and legal costs. A luxurious lifestyle in California comes with enormous monthly expenses. Private security, staff, lawyers, media advisors, all require constant cash flow. When that flow is disrupted, everything quickly becomes suffocating. Harry was trapped in a spiral with no exit. Selling other assets was impossible in the short term. Investments lacked sufficient liquidity. Emergency borrowing from other banks was nearly impossible because his credit profile had been flagged as high risk. Those once willing to help began to keep their distance. No one wanted to be the last person standing beside a sinking ship. 48 hours passed under extreme tension. Calls were made non-stop. Lawyers tried to buy time. Financial advisors searched every possible option. But the harsh reality was that no cash source could move fast enough. And as the clock continued to count down, the risk of losing the house became clearer than ever. In that situation, Harry was forced to send a final plea for help. Not to Hollywood, not to American financiers, but back to London, back to the Duchy, back to the brother he had publicly criticized for years. This was no longer about pride. It was about financial survival. But as seen, that door had already closed. The refusal came fast and cold. And with no other options left, Harry had to face a stark truth. If he could not raise $400,000 in cash within 48 hours, the Montecito house would no longer belong to him. What made the story even more serious was the chain reaction. Losing the mansion was not just losing a place to live, it was a direct blow to image and credibility. This house had been used as collateral in agreements. It was a symbol of stability that Harry and Meghan consistently tried to project to the public. When that symbol collapses, every narrative of freedom and independent success becomes fragile. In that context, the royal family could have chosen to be lenient. They could have intervened indirectly. They could have created conditions to avoid a media disaster. But everything changed when another detail was discovered. A detail buried deep in financial audit files accessed by Princess Anne during a routine review. It was evidence that shifted the entire picture. A detail not only related to financial hardship, but to how funds had been used in the past. And when that evidence was placed on the table, the desperation of the Sussex household was no longer a reason for leniency. It became a matter of principle, a boundary the royal family could not cross. A file marked top secret lay deep within the internal financial archive of the royal family. No one mentioned it for years. Not because it did not exist, but because no one believed it would ever need to be opened. But when the Sussex financial crisis reached a dangerous threshold, Princess Anne ordered a review of all funds connected to the name Diana. Not out of suspicion, but out of responsibility. And that procedural decision revealed a truth that left the entire royal family stunned. 2.1 million British pounds. That was the total amount of wedding gifts sent under the name of commemorating Princess Diana after the wedding of Harry and Meghan. These contributions came from charities, benefactors, and individuals deeply influenced by the image of Diana associated with poor children, orphans, and international humanitarian projects. The purpose was clearly stated. The money was to be kept separate, not mixed, and only dispersed for charitable activities related to disadvantaged children. For years, no one questioned it. Trust in the name Diana was nearly absolute. But when auditors traced the flow of funds, an anomaly appeared. The entire sum of 2.1 million British pounds was not held in any charitable account in the United Kingdom. It had been transferred to a legal entity in the United States, a shell company registered in Delaware, named M&M Projects LLC. Delaware is no stranger to the financial world. It is a legal haven for corporate structures that are difficult to trace, and that was precisely why Princess Anne immediately demanded an expanded review. Subsequent documents showed that the transferred funds were not a temporary loan. There was no repayment contract, no resolution from any fund management board. Only internal authorization signatures legalized through a series of legal documents drafted by the American side. When the purpose of the money was clarified, the atmosphere in the audit room became heavy and suffocating. Funds originally intended for disadvantaged children had been used to cover production costs for the animated project Pearl, a personal project of Meghan that was promoted as feminist and educational. But in reality, it consumed a massive budget without delivering commercial success. When Spotify and partners began to withdraw, the project faced early collapse. And it was precisely at that moment that the money bearing Diana's name was activated. Princess Anne is known for her cold adherence to principle. She did not show emotion immediately, but everyone present could sense the restrained anger beneath the surface. For her, this was not merely a financial violation. It was a direct insult to Diana's legacy, a legacy built on compassion and personal sacrifice, not on personal media ventures dressed in idealistic language. Anne demanded that the entire file be presented directly to King Charles, without intermediaries, without softening the content. She understood this was a moment that could not be shielded. When Charles finished reading the final pages, the room fell into prolonged silence. There was no explosive reaction, no burst of anger as many might expect, only a single sentence spoken slowly. "So that is the truth." That sentence was not an accusation. It was the collapse of trust. Charles had protected Harry for many years, not out of blindness, but because he believed that beneath every mistake there remained a moral boundary that would not be crossed. This file proved the opposite. It showed that the most sacred symbolic funds had been used as a tool to rescue personal ambition. For the royal family, this was the point of no return. It was no longer about financial assistance or media image. This was a matter of principle and honor. If the royal family intervened to save Harry in this context, they would not merely be covering up a violation, they would be accepting the transformation of Diana's legacy into a contingency fund for failed projects. The decision to abandon Harry was not made in a dramatic meeting. It formed gradually in cold consensus. No one objected. No one defended him, because the evidence spoke for itself. What Harry faced from that moment onward was no longer personal rejection. It was an institutional severance. While this information remained internal, Harry had no idea the final door had closed. He still believed his problem was only money, only time, only a hard decision from William. He did not know that his father's trust had collapsed beyond repair, and that Princess Anne had put a definitive end to any future intervention. The royal family turned away, not because they lacked compassion, but because they could not sacrifice Diana's legacy one more time. Yet in desperation, Harry still clung to one final hope. Hollywood, the powerful friends who once stood beside him on red carpets, producers, media moguls who once praised the Sussex story of freedom, he believed they would understand, would help, would see this as a temporary crisis. But what Harry did not anticipate was that the reaction from Hollywood would be even harsher than that of the royal family, not because of morality, but because of money and risk. And it was there that a new front began to open. A front where no princely title could offer protection, only cold numbers and doors closing faster than ever. Hollywood had once been the final refuge for Harry and Meghan, not out of affection, but out of mutual benefit. In the early years after leaving the royal family, they were welcomed as symbols of freedom and innovation. Private parties, powerful handshakes, contracts worth tens of millions of dollars. But when the financial crisis erupted, Hollywood became the source of the coldest and most unforgiving blows. The first shock came from Tyler Perry, the man who opened his home to the Sussexes when they had nowhere to turn, the one who provided security during the chaotic early months, the one called godfather to their young daughter. For years, Tyler Perry helped not only with money but with credibility. He introduced them to producers, lawyers, media partners. But the relationship began to fracture when Meghan chose to turn her podcast into a platform for resentment. In one episode, Meghan implied that powerful men in Hollywood often help women not out of goodwill, but to control the narrative. No names were mentioned, but the context was clear enough for insiders to understand that Tyler Perry was among those targeted. In Hollywood, this was a fatal mistake. No one accepts being publicly attacked after offering discreet support behind the scenes. Tyler Perry's reaction came quickly and decisively. He cut off all financial and logistical support. No more private jet. No more backup mansion. No more introduction calls. In a private exchange later revealed, he stated bluntly that he was no longer the bank for a relationship labeled as godfatherhood. For Harry and Meghan, this was not just the loss of a friend. It was the loss of a powerful pillar within the Hollywood ecosystem. But the real blow that caused everything to collapse came from Netflix. The contract, once praised as a historic turning point, more than $100 million promised in exchange for exclusive content. Yet behind that glamorous figure were strict clauses that the Sussex household failed to fully meet. Deliverables, output commitments, quantity and quality of content, release timelines, all clearly documented. After multiple extensions, multiple projects cancelled, and disappointing commercial performance, Netflix activated the clawback clause, a provision allowing the recovery of disbursed funds if a partner violated commitments. The figure presented was $20 million United States dollars, not a symbolic penalty, but a concrete repayment with cash flow rapidly drying up. This was a fatal strike. Netflix did not need noise. They only needed to send a legal notice. Harry's legal team immediately understood there was no chance of winning a lawsuit. The clause was clear. The evidence of breach was strong, and in a context where the Sussex commercial image was declining, no platform wanted to step forward to defend them against Netflix. The consequence of these two consecutive blows was the rapid collapse of the Archwell Foundation. Once promoted as a global charitable organization with a mission to change the world, Archwell was now little more than a fragile shell. Internal financial reports showed the foundation had less than $1.1 million United States dollars remaining. This amount was insufficient to maintain operations through the end of March. Archwell fixed costs became an unavoidable burden. Staff salaries, office expenses, legal fees, accounting, communications. With no new funding sources and former donors quietly withdrawing, the foundation entered a state of paralysis. Projects were suspended, social partners halted cooperation, and humanitarian promises once made before the public became hollow. At this point, Harry and Meghan were not only losing money, they were losing soft power, losing networks, losing trust. Hollywood is not loyal. It is only loyal to low risk and high profit. When those two elements disappear, coldness becomes the inevitable response. Calls for help were no longer returned. Meeting requests were postponed indefinitely. Those who once appeared beside them on red carpets now kept a safe distance. No one wanted to be pulled into a legal and financial downward spiral. To Hollywood, Harry and Meghan had become a high-risk brand. Meanwhile, pressure within the family grew heavier. Private debates revolved around cutting expenses, laying off staff, even the possibility of selling the house. But every option carried a devastating emotional cost, because behind the numbers were the lives of children who never had a choice. When money and power disappear, what remains is a stark reality. No more privilege. No more halo. Only the direct consequences of a chain of decisions stretching across many years. And within that reality, innocent children begin to bear the greatest impact, not on newspaper headlines, but in the quiet changes of everyday life. Where the stability once promised has become more fragile than ever. The collapse did not arrive with a loud explosion. It arrived slowly, silently, and most cruelly when it touched the lives of children. As funding sources were cut off and every door of power closed, the lifestyle built in Montecito began to disintegrate piece by piece, not in the media, but in very ordinary, very painful decisions, unfolding behind closed doors. Archie and Lilibet were the first to feel the direct impact. Kate's school had been chosen not only for academic reputation, but also for absolute security and privacy. Annual tuition of 48,000 United States dollars was not just payment for education. It was payment for stability. For an environment designed specifically for children with sensitive status, but when the family budget could no longer sustain it, that choice became impossible to maintain. The decision to withdraw the two children from Kate's school was made in silence. No announcement, no official explanation. Only an email sent to the school administration citing an adjustment to family plans. Another school was chosen. Cheaper, less protected, less private. No one said it out loud. But everyone understood this was a forced step backward. For Archie and Lilibet, this change was not merely a switch of classrooms. It was the first shock of losing a world they had once taken for granted. At the same time, the mansion in the Riven Rock area began to change its appearance. Trucks arrived early in the morning. Luxury furniture was removed piece by piece. Wall-hung artworks, custom-designed items. Everything was packed and taken away, not for redecorating, but to be sold or stored, or used as collateral for other financial obligations. The security system, once promoted as multi-layered, was now reduced to the bare minimum. The number of guards dropped sharply. Night shifts were shortened. Certain areas of the property were no longer under continuous surveillance. This was not merely a security issue. It was the clearest sign that this family could no longer maintain the protective shell they once considered a mandatory condition of life. Neighbors began to notice the change. No more frequent motorcades coming and going. No more discreet gatherings with powerful figures. The house gradually became unusually quiet, a silence that did not signal peace, but withdrawal. Within that setting, the image of Harry standing alone on the balcony became a wordless symbol. Meghan was no longer beside him. There was no media team arranging camera angles. Just a man looking down at an empty courtyard. That image spread, not because someone deliberately staged it, but because it reflected a condition long felt. Severed. A complete cut. No longer connected to the royal family. No longer supported by a patronage network in Hollywood. No longer equipped with the resources to sustain the former lifestyle. Harry was no longer the celebrated symbol of rebellion. He became the embodiment of an irreversible choice. And that isolation was not only personal, it spread into family life. The children began to sense changes in daily routines. Fewer staff, fewer activities, less of a feeling of being shielded. Innocent questions started to surface. Why they no longer went to the old school. Why familiar faces disappeared. Why their parents seemed more tense. No one offered full answers. But children always feel insecurity before they understand its cause. The tragedy is that Archie and Lilibet never chose any of this. They did not choose to leave the royal family. They did not choose Hollywood. They did not choose contracts worth hundreds of millions. Yet they are living with the consequences of all those decisions. When the adult world collapses, children are the ones forced to adapt the fastest while having the fewest tools to understand and cope. The isolation of Harry and his family was not accidental. It unfolded alongside a series of silent moves from London. No public criticism, no media counterattacks, only a calculated withdrawal. Informal communication channels were closed. Intermediary figures who once served as connectors no longer appeared. Everything unfolded as if a strategy had been activated. The peak of that severance was contained in a final letter sent from Sandringham. Not handwritten, no personal emotion. A brief administrative document. It did not mention money. It did not revisit the past. It simply confirmed that the royal family would not intervene in any financial or legal matters involving the Sussex household in the future. A cold closing line. This decision is final. That letter required no explanation. It was a full stop, not only on hopes of return, but on the very notion that a remaining family bond could still hold. From that moment, severed became complete reality. No gray area, no exceptions. And when everything was cut so cleanly, what remained became unmistakably clear. a family forced to learn how to live with less money, less protection, less power, and more consequences. Among them, the most painful consequence did not lie in Harry's status. It lay in the interrupted childhood of Archie and Lilibet. The tragedy of a collapsed lifestyle does not rest in losing a mansion or contracts. It rests in the moment children are forced to leave behind a stability they never learned how to name. From there, the story moves into another chapter, one where isolation is no longer a choice, but the inevitable outcome of a carefully calculated strategy from London. The final letter from Sandringham contained only 5 lines. No title, no family-oriented opening, no extended explanation. The content went straight to the conclusion. The matter is concluded. The royal family will not participate in or guarantee any financial obligations in the present or the future. I advise the liquidation of assets to resolve outstanding responsibilities. The signature below belonged to King Charles. Brief, cold, and leaving no room for interpretation. Those 5 lines carried more weight than any public statement. They closed all informal channels of support. They confirmed that patience had run out. And most importantly, they shifted full responsibility back onto Harry and Meghan as independent individuals. There was no longer a gray zone between family and institution. No longer protection under the name of bloodline. From that moment on, every choice had to be paid for with real assets, real credibility, and real consequences. In that context, the future of the Sussex title became a political issue rather than a family matter. When the British Parliament began reviewing the role and obligations of titles that no longer served the public interest, the question arose of whether the Sussex designation should continue to exist. Not out of hostility, but out of principle. A title is inseparable from responsibility. When responsibility has been abandoned for an extended period of time, reassessment becomes unavoidable. Observers understand that this process will not unfold noisily. There will be no dramatic hearings, no public accusations. Everything will be handled according to proper legal procedure. Slow, firm, and uncompromising. If the title is suspended or revoked, it will be the logical consequence of a chain of actions spanning many years, not an impulsive decision. Looking back at the entire journey, the story of Harry and Meghan is no longer a simple personal tragedy. It has become a clear illustration of the limits of fame. Fame can open doors, but it cannot replace discipline. Fame can generate attention, but it cannot shield repeated mistakes. And within an institution built on principles like the British monarchy, emotion is never placed above order. The royal family did not drive them away. There was no need to do so. Instead, the royal family chose something far more difficult: learning how to forget. Forgetting as a strategy. Forgetting as a way to protect the institution from further fractures. When that forgetting takes place, it is not loud, but it is permanent. Thank you for following this turbulent journey from beginning to end. If you wish to continue exploring untold royal secrets with us, remember to subscribe so you do not miss the stories ahead. Within just 60 short seconds in a narrow corridor of Buckingham Palace, everything changed forever. There was no noise from the press, no flashing cameras, only the cold echo of footsteps on marble floors and a voice that trembled slightly yet remained firm. This was not rumor, not a media script. It was the moment an institution chose survival over sentiment, duty over blood. In that moment, Prince William and Princess Anne stood facing one another. 2 faces without tears. 2 steel pillars of the modern royal family. And the decision was confirmed. Irreversible. Permanent. Painful. Prince Harry was no longer part of the monarchy. Not temporarily suspended. Not demoted. But completely severed. From brother to stranger. From prince to a true private citizen. No one in that corridor misunderstood the meaning of this decision. This was a constitutional surgery without anesthesia. Cold. Precise. designed to save a royal body hemorrhaging public trust after years of leaked secrets, accusations, lawsuits, and unprecedented public attacks. An institution more than 1,000 years old was forced to cut away the necrotic part in order to survive. But was this cruelty truly necessary? Or was it the final price of placing the crown above family? Which side are you on? Comment number 1, if you support William and Anne for protecting the monarchy. Comment number 2, if you believe Harry still deserves forgiveness. I will read and respond to the top comment. But why did two people who once shared the same pain of losing their mother have to make such a severe decision? Let us go deeper into the real reasons behind the closed doors of the palace. William did not wake up one morning and decide to become cold toward his own brother. If anyone in the royal family truly understands Harry, it is William. The two brothers once walked together behind their mother's coffin. They shared long, sleepless nights inside palaces, so silent they felt suffocating. William understands deeply what is called the prison of royal life, a life watched every second, every emotion framed, every mistake magnified. William was once Harry's shield, the one who explained, the one who apologized on his behalf, the one who hoped that their shared pain over Diana would bind them forever like an unbreakable cord. But time changed William's role. When George was born, when Charlotte arrived, when Louis grew up under the curious gaze of the world, William was no longer only a brother. He became a father, and more than that, the heir to the throne. His responsibility no longer stopped at family affection. It expanded into the duty to protect the future of the monarchy. William began to see that what Harry caused was not merely personal drama. It was systemic chaos, a prolonged state of ambiguity, half in and half out, attacking the royal family while benefiting from the title of prince. That very ambiguity created an unstoppable bleed of trust. Month after month, even year after year, leaked stories kept appearing. Interviews revealing internal matters, books of accusation, commercial projects tied to royal status. All of it merged into what advisors bluntly called a hemorrhage of trust. Every disclosure was a new cut, every allegation a needle piercing the foundations of the institution. William saw what the public often missed, not isolated scandals, but the overall erosion of credibility. When the heir to the throne cannot protect boundaries, then his children become the next victims. George would grow up in a royal family constantly questioned for legitimacy. Charlotte and Louis would bear the consequences of decisions they never made. William understood that if he continued to compromise, the chaos would not stop with Harry. It would become precedent, and precedent is what kills a monarchy faster than any protest. That was the moment William accepted a brutal truth. To save the future, he had to sacrifice the past. To protect the institution, he had to accept losing the brother he once loved most. That decision did not carry the color of anger. It carried exhaustion. Exhaustion from trying every possible path. Exhaustion from promises that were never kept. Exhaustion from seeing every attempt at reconciliation turn into yet another newspaper headline. William did not act out of hatred. He acted out of responsibility. Sacrifice brother to save institution was not a cold slogan. It was the heaviest mental sentence a brother could pass upon himself. But William did not act alone. Standing beside him was Princess Anne, a woman who has never avoided the truth, no matter how difficult it is to hear. Anne is not a symbol of emotion. She is a symbol of continuity, from the era of Elizabeth to the present day. Anne has witnessed the monarchy standing on the edge of collapse many times. Scandals, divorce, public disgrace, media pressure. She understands one rule that never changes. Ambiguity is the greatest enemy of any institution. When boundaries are unclear, when roles are blurred, when privileges are detached from obligations, the monarchy begins to erode itself from within. Anne does not look at Harry through the eyes of a grieving aunt. She looks through the eyes of a guardian of structure. To her, the problem is not what Harry says. It is where Harry exists. A man who wants to escape responsibility while repeatedly using the royal title to generate influence. That is a condition Anne considers lethally dangerous. She once told advisors that in any organization, infected tissue that is not removed in time will spread through the entire body. This is not emotional language. It is survival logic. Anne has seen enough to know that mercy without structure becomes slow suicide. She confirmed the decision not out of resentment, but out of survival. Anna's presence in this decision sends a clear message. This is not William's personal revenge. This is the choice of the entire institution. A cold but necessary consensus. When Anne steps forward to support it, the monarchy signals that the past, no matter how painful, cannot obstruct survival. The most frightening aspect of this decision is how it unfolded. No noisy press conference. No dramatic declaration. No public tears. It was carried out quietly, through closed meetings, through legal documents, through the gradual severing of access channels. The effectiveness of that silence stunned many observers. No more ambiguity. No half measures. No room for interpretation. The monarchy closed the door, and that door was not designed to reopen. William and Anne fully understand the cost of this decision. They know it will be called cruel, cold, a betrayal of family, but in institutional logic, prolonged weakness is the greatest crime. William chose to let his children grow up in a stable monarchy rather than a family publicly torn apart. Anne chose to protect structure over fleeting emotion. Both understand that history does not remember those who hesitate. History remembers those who dare to cut in order to survive. This decision did not free William from pain. It only confirmed that he had entered a different phase of life, a phase where the crown weighs heavier than blood. Anne did not rejoice either. She simply did what she believed was right. To them, the monarchy is not a fairy tale. It is a machine that must keep running regardless of blood and tears. In that moment, two individuals representing two generations chose the same path. A path with no room for vagueness, no room for ambiguity. Only the survival of the institution placed above all else. The process of erasure did not begin with a grand declaration or a ceremonial ritual. There was no fanfare, no public speech, no dramatic moment for the media to seize. It began with changes that seemed harmless. A line removed from the official website, a silent update in internal protocol, a succession planning diagram quietly revised. Yet that silence was the most terrifying element of all. Because this was not emotional punishment, this was technical dismantling. Each bolt, each gear, each point of connection linking Harry to the machinery of the state was systematically removed. In the logic of the modern monarchy, existence is not measured by title, it is measured by the ability to participate in the system that operates power. At that level, Harry was erased entirely. No longer named in crisis protocols, no longer included in state consultations, no longer assigned any role in contingency planning. Even in the most extreme crisis scenarios, war, terrorism, constitutional emergency, Harry could not be recalled. No phone call, no email, no sealed envelope. This has never happened to any blood member of the royal family in modern history. This shift was not symbolic. It was operational. Harry was no longer considered an internal variable. He became an external entity, a factor outside the system. That means all strategic information, all sensitive discussions, all decisions involving national security automatically excluded him, not because of personal distrust, but because of principle. In an organization built on secrecy and discipline, there is no concept of half inside and half outside. One is either fully inside or completely removed. The erasure process followed precisely the spirit of Princess Anne. No emotion, no justification, no excess explanation. Each change carried a technical reason. Each decision bore a legal seal. No one internally called this punishment. They called it hygiene, cleaning the system so infection could not return. Harry no longer appears in any document related to the chain of command. He is no longer listed in backup scenarios. He is no longer mentioned in periodic crisis simulations. What shocked many observers was not that Harry lost titles publicly, it was that he was removed from the operational memory of the institution. When the monarchy faces crisis, the name Harry simply does not exist in the meeting room. And when a name is no longer spoken in moments of survival, it means the bond has been severed at the deepest possible level. From a family member, Harry became an external individual like any other public figure. He can be mentioned in the press. He can generate controversy. But he is no longer regarded as part of the decision-making system. This is a cold but absolute transformation. And it shows that the monarchy has learned a painful lesson from its own past. Ambiguous relationships always create gaps. And gaps are something an institution fighting to survive cannot tolerate. This process also sends a powerful message outward. The monarchy is no longer an extended family where personal emotions can influence the structure of power. It is becoming a streamlined institution. Fewer people, fewer roles, but clearer, more solid. William understands that a smaller but disciplined monarchy is safer than a crowded but chaotic one. George, Charlotte. Louis will grow up in an environment with less turbulence, less noise, fewer ghosts of the past. The terrifying nature of erasure lies in the fact that it cannot be reversed by emotion. No apology can bring a name back into crisis protocol. No interview can restore access to state consultations. This is not an emotional door. This is a system door. And once closed, it can only be reopened through years of structural action. If it can be reopened at all. To the public, Harry remains a familiar face. But to the monarchy, he has been removed from the operational map. This demonstrates a determination to build a new order. A monarchy no longer driven by personal drama. No longer dragged into prolonged media wars. No longer forced to react from a defensive position. Instead, there is a clear structure. Who is inside? Who is outside? No ambiguity. No gray zones. And it is precisely here that the story is no longer about Harry. It is about the restructuring of an entire institution. This is not merely the severing of one individual. This is the laying of foundations for a new monarchy. Smaller, colder, but more resilient. A monarchy that learns how to survive in the 21st century by accepting decisions that the previous century always avoided. A monarchy that chooses survival over emotion. And once the machine has been cleaned, it is ready to move into the next phase. A phase where everything operates more smoothly, but also with less mercy. The vision of a fortress monarchy did not form overnight. It is the result of many years of observation, many years of endurance, and many years of watching small gaps slowly turn into large cracks within the royal structure. William understands that a monarchy of the 21st century cannot operate as an extended family based on emotion and compromise. It must resemble a fortress, fewer gates, fewer entry points, but every wall thick and strong. Fortress monarchy does not mean closing off from the world. It means clearly defining who is inside and who must remain outside. The center of this fortress is unmistakable. William, Kate, and their 3 children, George, Charlotte, Louis. This is not merely a nuclear family. This is the future core, the axis around which the monarchy will rotate for decades to come. Surrounding that axis are those who represent stability and continuity. Anne with iron discipline, Edward with quiet, supportive roles, Charles as a symbol of generational transition. No noise, no power struggle. Each person has a clearly defined place. No overlap, no confusion. Within this structure, Harry has no position. Initially, he was pushed to the periphery, to the edge, without centrality, without access, and when the periphery continued to generate disruption, the next step was external, fully outside. This was not an emotional decision. It was the logical consequence of fortress monarchy. A fortress cannot allow unrestricted entry and exit. It cannot have secret side gates. It cannot make exceptions based on bloodline. The most shocking element lies in the core principle. There is no hybrid model. There is no concept of half inside and half outside. Either you are a full member with absolute obligation, or you are a private citizen with personal freedom. There is no middle ground. William understands that hybridity is the source of all chaos. When one person both represents the royal family and monetizes personal image, when one person is protected by title while publicly attacking the institution itself, the structure collapses from within. Harry wanted half in and half out because it was the most advantageous position. Retaining symbolism, exploiting prestige. Without being bound by discipline, to William this was not merely unfair. It was constitutionally impossible. An institution built on constitution and precedent cannot allow an individual to stand outside the rules while still benefiting from the system. The moment one exception is permitted, the entire system is questioned, and the monarchy cannot survive in a state of constant justification for exceptions. Fortress monarchy is therefore defensive rather than aggressive. It is not designed to punish Harry. It is designed to protect those who remain. William did not build a fortress to fight his brother. He built it so his children would not have to live in the same chaos, so George would not grow up amid internal accusations broadcast through interviews, so Charlotte and Louis would not be dragged into media wars they did not create. Fortress monarchy is the choice of a father before it is the choice of a leader. What deserves attention is the key role played by Kate in this vision. She does not speak publicly. She does not intervene openly, yet she is present as a point of balance. Kate represents a calm monarchy, disciplined, unreactive to emotion. That stability allows William to pursue the fortress model without turning it into authoritarian rule. Fortress monarchy is not isolation. It is concentration. Concentration on core values and the removal of disruption. When this model is applied, the boundaries become sharp. Who is a working royal? Who is not? Who has the right to represent? Who does not? Who is accountable to the public? Who is accountable to the law like any other citizen? There are no gray zones left. And the gray zone was precisely what protected Harry for a long time. Yet it was also that same gray zone that caused the monarchy to lose control of its own narrative. This decision sets a frightening precedent for the future. It sends a message that bloodline is no longer a shield, that family bonds cannot stand above institutional structure. Future members of the royal family will grow up with a very clear understanding. Monarchy is not a birthright. It is a lifelong contract with strict obligations, and that contract can be terminated if the core terms are broken. Fortress monarchy is therefore both rigid and fragile. Rigid in principle, fragile in emotion. William knows he will be judged, criticized, labeled cold, but he also knows that the history of the British royal family is filled with moments where a choice had to be made between family and survival. And every time the institution hesitated, the cost was always higher. When Harry was pushed outside the fortress, the door did not slam shut. It closed slowly, silently, but with certainty. And once that door was closed, the fortress began to operate exactly as designed, protecting what is inside, refusing compromise with what is outside. This is no longer a personal story. This is the shaping of a new monarchy. A monarchy with no room for hybrid, no room for half measures, only either inside the fortress or standing outside looking in. The decision to remove Harry does not only address one individual. It is designed as a system of deterrence, a precedent meant to warn the entire present and future of the royal family. The message is unmistakable. Anyone who deviates from the path, anyone who publicly questions the system while still seeking to benefit from it, anyone who tries to carve a personal route while dragging the royal title along, all will face the same outcome. Permanent exile, no return, no negotiation, no second chance. This is a form of governance that does not require speeches. It does not rely on verbal threats. It is governance through preemptive intimidation, rule through preventive action. The institution does not wait for another Harry to emerge. It acts first to demonstrate that consequences are real, not symbolic, not temporary. When a precedent is strong enough, it becomes a psychological barrier for those who remain inside. The unspoken message is brutally cold. You may doubt. You may be unhappy. But the moment you turn personal grievance into a path that stands against the institution, the door will close forever. Not out of hatred, but out of survival logic. The monarchy no longer has the capacity to endure another internal war lasting for years. Once was more than enough. Princess Anne plays a central role in reinforcing this logic. She does not view the story through a modern emotional lens. She sees it through the lessons of history. Anne has witnessed the monarchy nearly destroy itself by trying to be everything to everyone, trying to please the media, trying to soothe every personal grievance, trying to keep all members within one structure even when they no longer shared the same purpose. Each time the institution did not grow stronger, it grew weaker. Anne understands that an organization surviving for centuries cannot live on limitless softness. Tolerance without boundaries is mistaken for weakness. And weakness in symbolic power is self-destruction. That is why she supports the creation of a clear deterrent system. Not to punish this generation, but to protect those that come after. This precedent will haunt every working royal in the future. Every personal choice will be weighed more carefully. Every impulse to break the framework will face a cold question. Are you prepared to trade everything for your own path? There is no longer an illusion that the royal family will always keep the door open. No longer a belief that bloodline alone can redeem every mistake. This deterrent system also allows William to control the narrative from the outset. Instead of reacting to each crisis, the monarchy sets boundaries so crises cannot form. When boundaries are carved deeply, deviation either corrects itself or removes itself. This is a cold but effective form of rule in a media world that constantly seeks to amplify conflict. Public reaction is divided. One side calls the decision cruel. The other sees it as a necessity long overdue. But regardless of position, most people recognize one thing. The British royal family has changed. It no longer tries to please everyone. It chooses to please itself as an institution. And that choice always carries pain. The real pain does not lie in newspaper headlines. It lies within. In relationships, frozen permanently. In silence between those who share blood. In the acceptance that not every fracture can be healed. Anne understands this. William understands this. But they also understand a harsher truth. A monarchy that is afraid to hurt itself will never be strong enough to survive. And so this precedent was set not to be loved. It was set to be feared. So that every future member of the royal family understands this is not a playground for personal experiments. This is a structure that survives through discipline. And once you step outside its boundaries, exile will not require a declaration. It will happen quietly, precisely, and permanently. Public reaction after the decision to remove Harry revealed an England split down the middle emotionally. Younger generations responded with detachment. To them, the royal family increasingly resembles an ancient structure. Rigid, uncompassionate. They see William as the embodiment of a system that places duty above people. A system willing to sacrifice blood ties to preserve power. On social media, words like unfeeling, outdated, lacking modern value appeared repeatedly. For this group, the decision felt like confirmation that the monarchy has detached itself from the emotional rhythm of contemporary society. On the opposite side stand traditionalists, those who grew up seeing the monarchy as a pillar of stability. For them, this was not a personal tragedy. It was necessary housekeeping, cleaning in order for the system to continue functioning. They argue the royal family has been dragged into personal drama for far too long. Forced to react from a defensive position for too many years, this decision, while painful, was inevitable. In their eyes, William is not cold. He is simply doing what his predecessors postponed again and again. This division reflects the true nature of the decision. It was not designed to please. It was designed to end a chapter of chaos. William knows very well that he will never be universally loved for this choice. But what weighs on him is not public reaction. It is the personal cost he must carry for the rest of his life. There is one shocking reality few speak about. William understands that, from the moment that door closed, he would live with a phantom limb. A pain like losing part of the body, yet still feeling it every day. Harry does not disappear from memory. He does not vanish from childhood. He does not fade from the moments they shared grieving their mother. But he disappears from the present and the future. And that is a form of loss without a funeral. Without a closing ritual. Only an endless silence. William does not say this publicly. But those who know him understand. This is not victory. This is endurance. A form of endurance the head of an institution is forced to accept. Pain without complaint. Loss without public mourning. Because any visible emotion could be read as weakness or hesitation. That pain seeps quietly into the next generation. George, Charlotte, Louis grow up in a royal family that has learned its harshest lesson. Love is secondary. Duty is supreme. No one says this outright to the children. But they learn through behavior, through absences within the family, through the disappearance of an uncle whose name is no longer spoken in official conversations, through the careful arrangement of everything to remove sources of disruption. The lesson is cold but clear. In the royal family, blood ties are not enough to protect you. Only absolute compliance with structure keeps you inside. This is the psychological legacy left by the decision, not only for the public, but for the children who carry royal blood. As everything slowly settles, as the media moves on, as public attention shifts to new controversies, the real pain remains sealed inside palace walls. No one speaks of it. No one shares it. But it exists. As the silent cost of power, and here we are forced to confront the largest question of all. How long can an institution survive if it constantly demands that the people within it sacrifice their humanity? If survival is always placed above compassion, if every human impulse is treated as a risk to be eliminated, the final philosophy of the monarchy has been laid bare. The survival of the institution justifies every sacrifice, even if the cost is burning relationships, blood ties, and pieces of humanity within those who wear the crown. This is no longer the story of Harry or William. It is the blueprint of power, the way a structure sustains itself by consuming its own. And when we look at it this way, the question is no longer who is right or wrong. It is whether such a system can continue to exist without hollowing itself out. A monarchy can survive for a very long time, but the price of that survival may be the complete absence of what once made it human. When the entire story is considered, what remains is not a family dispute. It is a decisive institutional choice. The decision by William and Anne represents the absolute triumph of institutional logic over human emotion. No detours, no compromise, no gray zone left behind. Harry was not condemned for leaving. He was condemned for spreading uncertainty, prolonged ambiguity, a half measure between duty and personal benefit, and for a monarchy struggling to survive in an age of skepticism, that uncertainty was deemed an unacceptable threat. The result is a streamlined royal family. Fewer people, less emotion, but clearer, stronger. There are no longer overlapping roles, no longer relationships that are half inside and half outside. There is no longer room for emotional flexibility. The monarchy enters a cold phase, defensive and uncompromising. This is the price that William and Anne are willing to pay to protect the future of the institution. Even if that price is the loss of a brother, a nephew, a part of family memory that can never be replaced. This decision also reveals a difficult truth. Within the royal family, blood ties are not the highest foundation. Order is the foundation. The survival of the institution matters more than the emotional wholeness of any individual. When the balance tips toward survival, humanity becomes something that can be sacrificed. Not because of cruelty, but because the structure of power allows no other choice. And it is precisely at this point that the story goes beyond the British royal family. It raises a universal question about power. When power is threatened, how far will it go to protect itself? How many people is it willing to sacrifice in order to continue existing? And can a system maintain legitimacy when it constantly demands that those inside it trade away part of their humanity. Now the question is passed to you. Do you believe this is the right path for the monarchy to survive in a world full of instability? Or has the royal family gone too far, sacrificing too many human values in exchange for stability? Comment number 1, if you support protecting the future at any cost. Comment number 2, if you believe no institution deserves to exist if it must burn family bonds. Do not forget to like if you agree with this analysis. Subscribe to continue following the latest royal dramas. And thank you for watching until the final minute. Because this is not only the story of one family, this is the story of how power decides who belongs and who will be excluded.
My strength is no longer enough. That is the sentence believed to have been spoken during a private exchange inside Buckingham Palace. No cameras, no official statement, and certainly not meant for the public. Yet that single sentence is said to have brought the entire royal machinery to a halt for a few rare seconds of truth. Because if that is true, then everything the British royal family has been presenting to the outside world is nothing more than a carefully maintained shell. Buckingham Palace has now confirmed information related to King Charles' condition. Brief, cold, every word carefully calculated. But behind that confirmation, a fierce internal conflict is unfolding. Not between the press and the palace, but among members of the king's own family. One side believes the truth must be told. The other believes silence is the only way to preserve the crown. At the center of this struggle stands Prince William, the heir, the son, and the one said to have reacted most strongly after seeing the full picture that the public has never been shown. The issue is no longer how King Charles is being treated. The more dangerous question is this: if the king can no longer carry the weight of the monarchy, who is truly making the decisions? And how long can the truth continue to be concealed? Canceled schedules at the last minute, unusual closed-door meetings, subtle changes in protocol that only insiders would notice. All of it points toward a reality the royal family is not yet ready to publicly acknowledge. Have you noticed it? Since this confirmation, King Charles appears less frequently. Recorded messages are used more often, and Prince William is seen in roles that were never meant to be his, at least not yet. So here is the question for you. Are we witnessing a routine period of treatment, or are we standing at the edge of the most carefully concealed transfer of power in British royal history? Do not go anywhere, because what comes next reveals the details the palace does not want you to connect into a complete picture. Charles was in his final hours, and there would be no recovery, no miraculous improvement, no gentle decline that might grant his family years instead of days. BBC interrupted its early morning programming within seconds of the statement's release, the presenter's voice catching slightly as she read the words aloud to a nation that would wake to find its second Elizabethan age had ended, and something new, uncertain, and infinitely sadder had begun. Sky News activated its full morning protocols. Graphics already prepared for this moment appearing on screens with a speed that felt almost obscene. And in the United States, where it was still late Thursday night, CNN's breaking news alert cut through primetime programming with a starkness that made even American anchors accustomed to royal drama pause and gather themselves before speaking. Outside Windsor Castle, the first mourners began arriving before sunrise, appearing like ghosts in the pre-dawn darkness, drawn by grief they couldn't fully articulate, and a need to be present for history they'd hoped wouldn't arrive so soon. An elderly woman who had waited in line for 15 hours to view Queen Elizabeth's coffin stood now at the gates with tears streaming down her face. "He barely had any time," she whispered to no one in particular. "He waited his whole life, and they gave him barely any time at all." Inside Kensington Palace, William had been awake since 3:30, having spent a sleepless night after receiving a call from Windsor's senior physician warning that Charles's condition had deteriorated dramatically. The official palace statement confirmed what that private call had prepared him for. But reading the words in stark black text on his phone screen made it real in a way the late-night medical update hadn't. His father was dying. Not theoretically, not eventually, but now. Today, within hours, perhaps minutes. Catherine found him standing at the window of his study, still in the clothes he'd worn the previous day, staring out at darkness that had not yet yielded to dawn. She didn't ask if he was all right. The question would have been absurd. Instead, she simply stood beside him, her hand finding his, offering the only comfort possible when comfort itself felt inadequate. "The children," William said finally, his voice rough from tears he'd shed in private. "They need to say goodbye, George, especially. He's old enough to understand, old enough to regret it forever if we don't let him." Catherine nodded, already mentally preparing for the impossible task of waking their children before sunrise to tell them their grandfather was dying, that they needed to leave immediately, that this might be the last time they saw him alive. "I'll wake them," she said softly. "You call ahead. Let Windsor know we're coming." Within 20 minutes, the Wales family was in a convoy racing through empty London streets toward Windsor, accompanied by protection officers who understood the urgency well enough to push speed limits that would normally be inviolable. George sat in silence, staring through tinted windows at a city that looked foreign in the pre-dawn darkness. Charlotte cried quietly, her face pressed against Catherine's shoulder, and Louis, too young to fully grasp the permanence of what was coming, simply held his mother's hand and asked repeatedly when they would arrive. At Windsor, Princess Anne had been present through the night, having never left after receiving the initial call about Charles's deterioration. She had watched her brother slip in and out of consciousness, had held his hand during moments of lucidity when he seemed to recognize her, and had stood witness as the medical team gradually acknowledged what they'd been avoiding. There was nothing more to be done. Treatment had failed. The cancer had won, and all that remained was managing pain and allowing the king whatever dignity could be preserved in death. Camilla had not left Charles's side since the previous afternoon, when his breathing had become labored and his periods of wakefulness grew shorter and more confused. She sat beside his bed, holding his hand, speaking to him softly even when he couldn't respond, maintaining presence because presence was all she had left to offer. The queen consort, who had fought so hard to stand beside him, who had weathered decades of public criticism to reach this position, now faced the cruelest irony of all. She would lose him before they'd barely begun the reign they'd waited so long to share. As dawn broke over Windsor Castle, painting the ancient stones in shades of pink and gold that felt obscenely beautiful given what was happening inside the royal family assembled for the vigil every family dreads, but none can avoid. The waiting, the watching, the unbearable passage of time when someone you love is dying and all you can do is be present for the leaving. The final decline. To understand how the palace reached this moment of devastating finality, we must return to 72 hours earlier when Charles's condition, though serious, still carried the possibility of stabilization. The medical team, led by Dr. Sarah Chen and supported by specialists from across Europe, had been managing his cancer treatment with aggressive interventions that bought time but extracted brutal costs. But on Tuesday afternoon, during what should have been a routine checkup, the monitoring equipment revealed something alarming. Charles's organ function was declining far more rapidly than predicted. The cancer, which had seemed contained, had metastasized in ways the imaging hadn't detected. What they'd been treating as manageable had transformed into something acute and irreversible. The medical team convened an emergency consultation. Dr. Chen presented the findings with clinical precision, but everyone understood what the data meant. They were no longer managing chronic illness. They were now facing end-stage disease. Professor Michael Hartley, the senior oncologist, spoke the words no one else wanted to voice. "We need to discuss palliative care. We need to prepare the family for the possibility that we're looking at days, not weeks or months." That evening, Dr. Chen sat down with Charles to explain that the treatment was no longer working, that his body was failing despite their best efforts, and that the time had come to shift focus from cure to comfort. Charles listened with composure that broke her heart, asking technical questions about timelines and symptoms. "How long?" he asked, finally, his voice steady. "Days, perhaps a week, if we're fortunate. The decline will likely be rapid once it begins in earnest." Charles nodded slowly. "I need to speak with William. There are things that must be said, arrangements that must be made, constitutional matters that cannot wait for sentiment." That conversation occurred late Tuesday night behind closed doors. Those present reported hearing raised voices, followed by long silences, followed by unmistakable weeping. When William finally emerged nearly 2 hours later, his face was ravaged by tears, his composure completely shattered. He collapsed into Catherine's arms with grief so raw that even hardened protection officers had to look away. By Wednesday morning, Charles's decline had accelerated visibly. He remained conscious but increasingly confused, drifting between present awareness and disoriented states. Camilla noticed how his grip on her hand had weakened, how his responses grew delayed and sometimes nonsensical. The medical team confirmed that cancer had begun affecting his neurological function. Wednesday afternoon brought the first true crisis. Charles experienced what the medical team carefully termed an acute episode. His heart had briefly stopped requiring emergency intervention. The doctor stabilized him, but Dr. Chen took Camilla aside and explained with devastating gentleness that these episodes would become more frequent, that eventually one would occur. They couldn't reverse that. The time to gather family was now. Thursday was marked by long stretches of unconsciousness, interrupted by brief periods of confused wakefulness. During one lucid moment, Charles asked for Anne, who came immediately. "Tell William," he managed. "Tell him it's not a burden, it's a gift. Tell him I was proud every day." Anne gripped his hand, tears streaming down her face, and promised she would. By Thursday evening, Charles had entered what the medical team called the active dying phase. His breathing became labored and irregular. His periods of consciousness grew shorter and further apart. His body was finally surrendering. Dr. Chen, her voice thick with emotion, made the call to the communications team. "Prepare the statement. The king was dying and the nation needed to be told." The statement was released at 4:47 Friday morning's time to reach early news programs, allowing the nation to wake to the truth rather than face it suddenly. And as Britain stirred into consciousness, the royal family gathered at Windsor to bear witness to an ending no amount of preparation could make bearable. A family assembles. The emergency summons went out at 3:32 Friday morning, carefully coded messages that nevertheless carried unmistakable urgency. "Come immediately, final hours, no delays." The palace had prepared protocols for exactly this scenario, but nothing captured the human weight of waking people before dawn to tell them someone they loved was dying. William had been awake already, unable to sleep. When his phone rang with the distinctive tone reserved for palace emergencies, he'd known before answering what the call would tell him. "How long?" he asked immediately. "Hours at most," Sir Clive Alderton replied. "Dr. Chen recommends you return as soon as possible. And Your Royal Highness, if the children wish to say goodbye, now is the time. He may not be conscious much longer." The drive to Windsor felt simultaneously endless and too brief. George sat rigidly upright, trying to embody the stoic strength he believed a future king should display, but his hands trembled. Charlotte had stopped crying, entering a numb state beyond tears. Louis kept asking questions no one could answer. Would Grandpa know they were there? Would it hurt? Why couldn't the doctors fix him? Catherine answered with careful honesty. "Sometimes people's bodies get so sick that medicine can't make them better. Grandpa's body is very, very sick, and the doctors have done everything they can. So now we're going to be with him to hold his hand, to let him know how much we love him." At Windsor, Princess Anne had spent the past hour making calls to extended family members, her voice growing hoarser with each conversation. Edward and Sophie were already en route from Bagshot Park. Beatrice and Eugenie had been notified, though the palace had quietly suggested their presence might create crowding at a time when immediate family needed space. The most complicated call had been to Harry in California, where it was still Thursday evening. Anne reached him on his mobile. "You need to come now," she said bluntly. "Commercial flights won't arrive on time. Speak with the palace about arrangements for private transport. Your father is dying, Harry. If you want to say goodbye, you need to leave immediately." Harry's journey would become its own tragedy, a race against time he would ultimately lose. Even with private aircraft and priority clearances, the physics of transatlantic travel meant he wouldn't arrive until late Friday afternoon, hours after the moment he was desperately rushing to reach. The medical suite had been transformed into a space-balancing clinical necessity with family intimacy. Monitoring equipment hummed quietly in corners. Chairs had been arranged around Charles's bed for the immediate family. The lighting had been dimmed to something softer than institutional brightness. Camilla had not left Charles's side since the early morning statement's release. She sat close to his bed, one hand holding his, the other resting on his chest, where she could feel each labored breath. Her face was ravaged by exhaustion and grief. Makeup long since cried away. When William arrived with Catherine and the children, Camilla looked up with eyes full of pain. "He's been waiting for you," she said softly. "He drifts in and out, but when he's conscious, he asks for you." William approached slowly, almost afraid to see what his father had become. Charles lay against pillows, his face pale and drawn, his breathing shallow and irregular. But when William took his hand, Charles's eyes fluttered open and clarity broke through the fog. "William," he managed, "you came." "Of course I came," William said, tears streaming freely. "I'm here, Dad. We're all here." Charles's gaze moved slowly around the room, lingering longest on his grandchildren. George stepped forward and took his grandfather's hand. "We love you, Grandpa," he said, his voice breaking. "Thank you for everything." Surrounded by family in the pre-dawn darkness, King Charles III seemed to find a peace that had eluded him during the long night of decline. His breathing, while still labored, became slightly more regular. His expression softened into something approaching contentment. He was not alone. He would not be alone. The king's final hours. As dawn broke fully over Windsor Castle, Charles drifted between states of consciousness with increasing frequency. The lucid moments grew shorter, the confused periods longer. But when awareness surfaced, he seemed determined to use whatever time remained for things that mattered, for words that needed saying. During one period of clarity, Charles gripped William's beacon with surprising strength and pulled him closer. "You'll be a better king than I was," he said, each word requiring effort that was painful to witness. "You've had time to prepare that I never had. Time to watch, to learn, to understand what works and what doesn't. Don't waste it trying to be me. Be yourself. Be the king this century needs, not the one my mother's era required." William couldn't speak, couldn't force words past the grief lodged in his throat. He simply nodded and held on, as if physical contact alone could keep his father tethered to life a little longer. Catherine stepped forward, then kneeling beside the bed. "Thank you," she said softly, "for welcoming me into this family, for believing I could do this, for supporting us through everything. I'll take care of him. I'll take care of all of them. I promise." Charles's expression shifted into something approaching a smile. "I know you will. You're stronger than you know, both of you. Strong enough for what comes next." His gaze moved to the children. "George," he called weakly. The boy stepped forward immediately, his composure finally cracking. "Yes, Grandpa. Being king isn't about the crown or the throne or the ceremonies. It's about service, about using whatever power you have to make things better for people who have less power than you do. Remember that. When the weight feels unbearable, remember that service is what gives it meaning." George nodded, tears streaming down his face. "I'll remember, I promise." Charlotte and Louis came forward then, and Charles managed to say something to each of them. Words meant only for their ears. Private gifts of love delivered in whispers. Anne, who had maintained her characteristic composure throughout the morning, finally allowed emotion to show when Charles called her name. She moved to his side immediately. "I'm here," she said simply. "You were always the strongest," Charles told her, "the one who understood duty without needing to be taught. I relied on that. William will too. Don't let him forget to lean on you when he needs to." "I won't," Anne promised, her voice rough with unshed tears. "Rest now. We'll take care of everything." Camilla remained beside the bed, her hand never leaving Charles's. When the family had finished their goodbyes, she leaned close to her husband, speaking softly enough that no one else could hear. Charles seemed to relax after whatever Camilla said, as if permission had been granted to stop fighting, to let go. His breathing began to slow further. The pauses between breaths grew longer. Dr. Chen approached William quietly. "Your Royal Highness," she said softly, "it's time. The next few minutes, perhaps an hour at most, you should all be close." The family gathered around the bed, each finding a position where they could maintain physical contact. George stood beside William. Charlotte pressed against Catherine's side. Louis stood silent, his eyes wide. Anne positioned herself at the foot of the bed. Camilla remained in her chair, both hands holding his. Outside the medical suite, palace staff assembled in corridors. Constitutional officials prepared documents. Communications teams reviewed statements. Throughout Britain, people waited in understanding that history was unfolding behind the ancient walls of Windsor Castle. Inside the room, time seemed to slow. Charles's breathing grew more labored, each inhalation requiring visible effort. His eyes remained closed, but occasionally his fingers would tighten slightly around Camilla's hand or William's. At 8:43 in the morning, Charles drew a breath that rattled slightly in his chest. The pause that followed stretched longer than the ones before. Then another breath, shallower, weaker. Another pause even longer, and then so gently it was almost imperceptible, he simply stopped. King Charles III was gone. Dr. Chen stepped forward, checking for vital signs she already knew she wouldn't find. After a moment, she looked at William and shook her head. "I'm sorry. His Majesty has passed." Camilla collapsed forward, her body racked with sobs. Anne's face crumpled. Catherine pulled the children close, and William felt the weight of kingship settle onto him like a physical force. He was no longer the Prince of Wales. He was no longer the heir. He had become King William V. Sir Clive Alderton approached with formality that felt surreal. "Your Majesty," He said, the title landing like a blow. I am deeply sorry for your loss. When you are ready, there are immediate constitutional matters that require your attention. When a reign ends, the minutes following Charles's death moved with terrible efficiency that left no room for grief. William, now King William V, though he hadn't yet processed that transformation, stood frozen beside his father's body while the machinery of constitutional transition activated around him with ruthless precision. There were protocols for this moment, centuries of tradition dictating exactly what must happen when a British monarch dies. Dr. Chen officially pronounced the time of death at 8:43 in the morning, her voice steady despite the tears on her face. His Majesty King Charles III passed peacefully surrounded by his family. The clinical language felt inadequate for what they'd witnessed, but it created an official record that would become part of history. Camilla, still seated beside the bed, refused to release Charles's hand even as palace staff began moving around the room. I need a moment, she said, her voice broken. Please, just a moment more. Anne moved to her side, placing a hand on her shoulder, and together they sat in silence, while the woman who had been queen consort said a private goodbye. Sir Clive Alderton, carrying a leather portfolio containing emergency constitutional documents, approached with careful respect. Your Majesty, he began, using that title that felt foreign and wrong. The Prime Minister has been notified and is requesting an audience. There are documents requiring immediate signature, including the accession proclamation. William looked at him blankly, his mind unable to shift from son, mourning his father, to king managing a constitutional crisis. Catherine, seeing his paralysis, stepped forward. Give him 10 minutes, she said firmly. His father just died. The crown can wait 10 minutes. But even as she said it, everyone understood that the crown couldn't actually wait. The moment Charles drew his final breath, William became king. There was no gap, no transition period. The legal continuity of the monarchy demanded it. Anne, always practical even in grief, took charge of immediate family needs. The children need to leave, she said quietly to Catherine. They've said their goodbyes. They don't need to be here for what comes next. Catherine nodded, gathering George, Charlotte, and Louis, all three stunned into silence. George moved like a sleepwalker, his young mind trying to process not just his grandfather's death, but the knowledge that his father was now king. Charlotte clung to her mother, face buried against Catherine's side. And Louis, finally understanding that something terrible and permanent had happened, began to cry with the abandoned grief only young children can express. As Catherine shepherded the children from the room, William finally moved, stepping away from his father's bedside to face Sir Clive. What needs to happen first? He asked, his voice hollow but functional. Sir Clive opened his portfolio. First, you'll meet with the Accession Council, which will convene later today. Before that, you need to approve the announcement of His Majesty's death. William read the prepared statement that would tell the world his father was dead. Simple, direct, devastatingly final. He signed his approval with a trembling hand, authorizing the message that would plunge Britain into mourning. The statement was released at 9:15, 32 minutes after Charles's death. Within seconds, every major news outlet interrupted programming. Across Britain, millions received alerts on their phones. King Charles III is dead. At Windsor Castle, as the world absorbed this news, William was led to a private study where the Accession Council would gather within hours. Constitutional experts briefed him on ceremonies ahead, the proclamations that must be read, and the oaths he would swear. Anne joined him in that study. You need to call Harry, she said quietly. He should hear it from you, not from a statement or the news. William had almost forgotten that his brother was somewhere over the Atlantic, racing desperately to reach a bedside he would never reach in time. When Harry answered, his voice tight with hope and fear, William delivered words no brother should have to say. Harry, I'm so sorry, he's gone. Dad died about an hour ago. You didn't make it in time. The sound that came through the phone was somewhere between a sob and a wail. Raw grief unfiltered by distance or protocol. I was trying, Harry said finally. I was trying so hard to get there. I know, William replied, his own tears falling. He knew you were coming. We told him it mattered. When William finally ended the call, he sat for a moment in the quiet study, allowing himself one final minute of being simply a son who had lost his father before returning to the corridor, where duty and crown waited with implacable patience. Long live the king. By mid-morning, Windsor Castle had transformed into the operational center of a constitutional transition that felt like controlled chaos, barely maintaining order. The Accession Council assembled in the throne room with remarkable speed, its members having been on standby for this exact moment. William entered in a dark suit rather than ceremonial regalia. His face was ravaged by grief, eyes red from tears, but his posture remained straight, his voice steady when he spoke, the required words acknowledging his accession to the throne. I am deeply aware of this great inheritance and of the duties and heavy responsibilities of sovereignty which have now passed to me, he said, reading from prepared text while Catherine stood beside him. In taking up these responsibilities, I shall strive to follow the inspiring example I have been set. His voice cracked slightly on inspiring example, a brief crack in composure that revealed the son grieving beneath the sovereign's formal language. The Privy Council members swore their allegiance to the new king. I do become your liege man of life and limb, each intoned in turn, the medieval phrasing carrying weight precisely because of its antiquity. Outside Windsor Castle, crowds had swelled to thousands. Flowers began piling against the gates, messages of condolence that would be archived as part of history. An elderly military veteran stood at attention for over an hour, tears streaming down his face. The formal proclamation of William's accession took place at 11:30, precisely 2 hours and 47 minutes after Charles's death. The Garter King of Arms read the proclamation from St. James's Palace, his voice carrying across a crowd silent with grief and anticipation. The proclamation was repeated across the United Kingdom, each ceremony marking the constitutional reality that Britain had a new sovereign, whether the nation felt ready or not. Back at Windsor, William faced his most personally devastating task, his first address to the nation as king. The speech had been drafted weeks earlier, but no preparation could make this moment less brutal. He sat alone in a temporary broadcast studio and tried to find words adequate for the grief he could barely process. When the camera's red light activated, William began speaking to a nation mourning alongside him. I speak to you today as your king, though I wish with all my heart that I was speaking to you instead as a son who still had his father. My father, King Charles III, died peacefully this morning at Windsor Castle. He was surrounded by family. He knew he was loved, and he faced the end with the courage and grace that defined his entire life. William paused, visibly struggling to maintain composure. My father dedicated his life to service, cared deeply about the future of our planet and the welfare of all people. He waited longer than any heir in British history to become king. And when that moment came, he embraced it with complete dedication. The camera captured everything. The tears William couldn't suppress, the tremor in his voice, the weight settling visibly onto his shoulders. His time as sovereign was too brief. But in those years, he showed us what it means to serve with integrity, to lead with compassion, and to face even the hardest challenges with dignity. When the broadcast ended, William remained seated, staring at nothing. Catherine entered and without a word pulled him into an embrace that finally allowed him to stop performing. I don't know if I can do this, he whispered, the admission he couldn't make to anyone else. You can, Catherine replied, holding him tightly. You will because you don't have a choice and because you're stronger than you know. But not today. Today, you're allowed to grieve. But both understood that the crown didn't actually allow days off for grief. That kingship had claimed William the moment his father's heart stopped beating. By evening, the immediate constitutional crisis had been managed. William had been proclaimed king across all realms. The government had confirmed continuity. The machinery of state had adapted to its new sovereign with practiced efficiency. But in the private apartments, the royal family gathered in grief that protocol couldn't manage. Camilla sat alone in rooms that were no longer hers. Anne made arrangements with the funeral directors, and William sat with his children and tried to explain that while their grandfather was gone, the love he'd given them remained. George, old enough to understand that his father becoming king meant his own future, had shifted irrevocably, asked the question haunting him. Does this mean I'll have to be king one day, even sooner than we thought? William pulled his son close, feeling the weight of generational burden. Yes, he said honestly. One day, probably sooner than either of us would choose, but not today. Today we remember Grandpa. Tomorrow and all the days after, we'll figure out together how to carry what he left us. The nation enters 10 days of mourning. Flags fly at half-mast across the Commonwealth, and King William V faces the impossible task of being both son, grieving his father, and sovereign, serving his people. From which country are you watching this transition? Share your perspective below, because the death of a monarch resonates differently worldwide. King Charles is not only a monarch, he is a father who is growing weaker. And Prince William is not only an heir, he is being pushed into a moment that no son is ever ready to face. If you want to continue following what the palace does not say, if you want to understand what is truly happening behind those cold official statements, Please subscribe to the channel, turn on notifications, and stay with us until the very end. Because the truth about the British royal family has never been simple, and this story is far from over. It happened in front of the cameras. No warning, no gradual build-up, no official explanation. As the oath was read aloud and Prince William stepped forward, the room froze. What was supposed to be a routine constitutional moment suddenly turned into one of the most disturbing live broadcasts the royal family has faced in decades. Because while William's voice remained steady, something else unfolded in plain sight. Queen Camilla's face drained of color. Her expression collapsed. And for a split second, she looked like someone who had just realized everything was over. This was not a rehearsal. This was not a symbolic appearance. According to multiple palace sources, William was formally sworn in under emergency constitutional procedures, triggered by a situation far more serious than the public has been told. And Camilla was not prepared. The cameras caught it all. The tightened jaw, the sudden stiffness, the eyes darting toward aides who refused to meet her gaze. It was the look of someone blindsided by a decision made without her consent, without her control, without her ability to stop it. Palace insiders now confirm that this moment was the final step in a process that began weeks earlier behind closed doors. Secret meetings, legal documents drafted in silence, medical briefings that never reached the press, and at the center of it all, a rapidly deteriorating situation involving King Charles that forced the institution to act faster than ever before. But here's the question no one is answering publicly. Why was Camilla still standing there if she had already been sidelined? Why was William sworn in so abruptly? And why did the palace allow the cameras to keep rolling? Because what we witnessed was not just a ceremony. It was a transfer of power carried out in real time. And Camilla's reaction may be the clearest evidence yet that she had just lost everything she thought she controlled. So what exactly happened before the cameras went live? What triggered this emergency move? And why does this moment mark a turning point the monarchy may never recover from? Stay with us. And before we go deeper, tell me in the comments. Do you believe this was planned? Or was this the result of a crisis the palace could no longer hide? The December fog in London had never been so thick and biting as it enveloped the stone walls of Buckingham Palace. But the chill of the weather was nothing compared to the frozen atmosphere within the crimson-carpeted corridors. At the heart of British power, where every footstep was calculated and every breath carried the weight of ritual, a seismic shift was quietly unfolding, sparked by the morning headlines. King Charles, the man who had waited more than 7 decades for the moment he placed the St. Edward's crown on his head in 2023, now sat silently in his private library. At 77, the king, renowned for his meticulous nature and occasional bursts of temper, now exuded a terrifying stillness. His precisely scheduled diary had been unusually cleared. Meetings with ministers, visits to the suburbs all vanished, replaced by the constant comings and goings of legal advisors and private secretaries wearing expressions of utmost strain. Beyond the sealed oak doors, the world was in uproar. In the major press offices, from London's Fleet Street to the bustling newsrooms of New York, printing presses ran at full throttle. The Times solemnly ran a concise yet haunting headline, an unusual silence at the palace. Meanwhile, the tabloids, ever quick to pounce, unleashed far more direct assaults. All eyes turned to the absence of Queen Camilla. The woman who had traveled a long, thorny path from the vilified third party to become the king's official consort had suddenly vanished from public view. At recent memorial events and diplomatic receptions, the chair beside Charles stood empty, a void profound enough to spawn 1,000 conspiracy theories. Whispers revisited her past, a resilient yet ambitious woman who had patiently waited decades for her current title. Her silence felt less like a retreat and more like a fracture being concealed. The headlines began delving into a scenario that just months earlier had seemed unthinkable: abdication. Political analysts started dissecting every tiny detail. They noted the increasingly frequent appearances of Prince William, the Prince of Wales. William, embodying stability and the monarchy's future, appeared in photographs with a resolute yet burdened expression. Now in his 40s, he was no longer the young prince of old, but a man bearing the full weight of the dynasty on his shoulders. The papers suggested that William's constant visits to the king's office were not merely assistance, but signs of an emergency power transition to stabilize the palace machinery teetering from within. Unease spread from the pages to the public squares. The British people, accustomed to the Windsor's ups and downs, sensed something different this time. It was not a love scandal or a noisy divorce. It carried the air of a constitutional crisis. A veteran political columnist for The Guardian, who had spent a lifetime observing the royal family, concluded his incisive piece with a line that sent chills through readers. If something truly is unfolding behind those golden gates, it certainly isn't coming from external pressure. It has begun silently and ruthlessly from within the very heart of the royal family. In his study, King Charles gently set down the newspaper. His gaze lingered on an old family portrait where smiling faces now seemed tinged with bitterness. The turmoil outside was merely the tip of the iceberg, the consequence of events that had transpired exactly 1 week earlier. The monarch's memories began drifting back to the moment when his absolute trust first cracked. It was a dreary Tuesday afternoon when his reticent younger brother, Prince Edward, entered the room with an expression Charles had never seen before, a painful blend of loyalty and brutal truth. Nothing had happened by chance. The papers outside were right about the crisis, but utterly wrong about its cause. The truth lay in a secret meeting, an improbable alliance, and an ambition so vast it could consume the throne itself. The palace clock continued its steady tick, each second a reminder that this dynasty stood on the brink of a new era or an irreparable collapse. The king closed his eyes, allowing his mind to return to that fateful afternoon 1 week prior, where the real conspiracy had begun. 7 days before the shocking headlines hit the newsstands, an event that seemed insignificant at first had taken place, far from the lenses of paparazzi and the watchful eyes of the royal protection team. It was a Tuesday afternoon under the leaden sky, typical of London suburbs. Prince Edward, Duke of Edinburgh, the most reserved, discreet, and unassuming of the Windsor siblings, drove himself through quiet, empty streets. Edward always cherished these rare moments of freedom without an escort convoy, a habit that kept him connected to the real world beyond the palace's fortified walls. Coincidence is often the beginning of the greatest tragedies. As Edward's car slowed near a small, classic-style cafe tucked behind ancient trees and well away from the bustling center, he suddenly froze. His eyes accidentally locked onto a familiar figure stepping out of an ordinary civilian car. It was Sarah Ferguson, the ex-wife of Andrew. Though long divorced from Andrew and holding no official role in the royal family, Sarah remained a controversial figure, tangled in major scandals and shadowy backstage connections. Edward noticed she was dressed unusually plainly, a large scarf covering most of her face, her movements quick and weary, completely at odds with her usual attention-seeking nature. But what made Edward's heart tighten was not Sarah's presence, but the woman waiting in the shadowed corner of the cafe. Through the frosted glass and dim yellow lighting, he recognized Queen Camilla. A wave of indescribable unease surged through Edward. As a senior royal, he knew better than anyone that every meeting involving the Queen was recorded in the official diary, protected by security, and accompanied by at least one private secretary. Yet here, in this cramped space thick with the scent of roasted coffee, Camilla sat in strangely solitary isolation. Her posture was ramrod straight, but her hands were clasped tightly on the table, a sign of intense focus or extreme tension. Edward parked at a safe distance, the shadows of the trees concealing him. From there, he could clearly observe the two women through the window. There was no polite laughter, no warm gestures typical of women with long family ties. Instead, it was a conversation laced with calculation. Camilla did most of the talking. Her face, usually calm and smiling beside the king, now carried a sharp, resolute edge. Her lips moved steadily, occasionally curling into a thin, enigmatic line. Sarah Ferguson, meanwhile, displayed a mix of submission and excitement. She nodded repeatedly, sometimes opening a small notebook to jot things down or pointing to a thin stack of documents on the table. A chill ran down Edward's spine. The pairing of a reigning queen who held spiritual influence beside the king and an old flame desperate to restore her branch of the family's status was a dangerous signal. He watched as Camilla slid a thick envelope across to Sarah, a decisive, discreet gesture, as if they had done this many times before. Guilt began to creep into Edward's mind. Was he being overly sensitive, invading his sister-in-law's privacy? But the instincts honed from witnessing the Windsors' many ups and downs told him this was no casual chat. Such absolute secrecy could only serve one purpose, a plan the king was not meant to know about. When the meeting ended, Sarah left first, quickly vanishing into traffic. Camilla lingered a few minutes longer, taking a final sip of tea while staring distantly into space, her eyes holding a cold calculation Edward had never seen when she was with his brother. The moment she stood and adjusted her collar, her expression slipped back into its usual, elegant, aristocratic mask, perfectly reapplied. Throughout the drive back to Buckingham Palace, Edward's mind reeled. He thought of King Charles, a man who had placed absolute trust in Camilla's love and loyalty. After years of turmoil, Charles was already facing immense pressure from his duties and personal health issues. Revealing this suspicion would be like plunging a knife into the king's weary heart. Yet, the image of those documents and the two women's furtive demeanor haunted him. Edward knew that in the royal world, silence could be complicity and betrayal. If this meeting concerned the fate of the throne or William's position, the nephew he dearly loved, he could not keep it to himself. As he entered the palace's grand hall, even the brilliant chandeliers did nothing to ease the gloom in the Duke's heart. Edward stood before the king's study door, his hand hesitating on the brass knob. He drew a deep breath, feeling the weight of the truth about to be spoken. He knew that once this door opened and the words were uttered, their family's peaceful life would be forever lost. Inside the room, the scratch of Charles's fountain pen on paper stopped. The king looked up, his tired eyes meeting his brother's pale face. A heavy silence fell, heralding the start of a collapse no one could foresee. After the heavy conversation with his brother, King Charles sank into a dangerous silence. He was no longer the forgiving husband, nor the man who spent afternoons tending his gardens at Highgrove. Now he was the monarch of a 1,000-year dynasty, facing an invasion from within his own bedroom. Following Edward's advice, Charles chose not to erupt in anger. Instead, he and his brother launched a quiet internal review, a cold clinical dissection of their own family. The small study at Sandringham, chosen for its absolute privacy, became the brothers' command center. Here, nameless files began to pile up. Edward, with his characteristic meticulousness, had quietly gathered reports from the communications team and the royal household's financial advisors. As the scattered papers were spread across the oak table, a disturbing picture emerged from the words. Charles traced a trembling finger over headlines from anonymous blogs and second-tier tabloids. At first, they were mere whispers about Prince William, portraying him as autocratic in managing the Duchy of Cornwall's charitable funds. Cropped financial reports, cleverly arranged figures suggesting the future king was secretly amassing personal financial power beyond the throne's oversight. Charles's eyes darkened as he recognized the sophistication. No direct accusations, only lingering questions that sowed seeds of doubt in the public's mind about the heir's integrity. The next piece concerned discreet complaints about Princess Anne. The hardest-working royal was suddenly depicted as a conservative figure, meddling too deeply in the king's decisions, exceeding her advisory role. Selectively leaked notes from internal council meetings painted Anne as a barrier to the monarchy's modernization. As Charles and Edward pieced together the timeline, a clear pattern emerged. Every attack on William and Anne originated from the same moment, shortly after the king announced senior palace personnel changes. The orchestrator's goal was not immediate overthrow, but to create a crisis of confidence. By undermining William's reputation and Anne's stability, Camilla would become the only person the king could fully rely on, transforming her into a de facto regent without the title, wielding real power as Charles's health declined. The true shock came when Edward revealed evidence of the connection. Through scrutiny of digital transactions and call records, he discovered Sarah Ferguson was not acting alone. With her web of media contacts and shadowy financial ties, she served as the operational architect, directly coordinating the spread of false narratives, using her status as a family outsider to lend credibility to the accusations. But behind Sarah stood Camilla's covert patronage. Charles was horrified to find coded phrases in Sarah's directives eerily matching his wife's writing style. Camilla had cleverly maintained plausible distance, never appearing in transactions. Yet, she supplied the most sensitive internal secrets, details only a spouse could know for Sarah to weaponize. The betrayal exploded inside Charles like poison. He recalled nights when Camilla gently consoled him about William's stubbornness or subtly mentioned Anne's overreach. Every soothing word had been a chess move to isolate him, pushing his children and siblings beyond the reach of his trust. The deeper the investigation went, the more alone Charles felt amid the palace's opulence. Each ancestral portrait on the wall seemed to judge his blindness. He saw Camilla no longer as the woman he loved, but as an ambitious specter lurking beneath the crown's glow. She had used her years of public scorn to nurture a thirst for power as compensation, a sweet revenge against the Windsor bloodline itself. Edward stood beside him, silently watching the collapse in his brother's eyes. No words were needed. Both understood this had transcended family conflict. It was moral treason. Charles slowly closed the file, the decisive gesture like shutting a chapter of his life. His hands no longer trembled. Pain had given way to cold resolve. He realized that to protect the dynasty his mother had devoted her life to preserving, he must become the executioner of his own marriage. The king's private chamber at Windsor Castle that night was shrouded in a tense silence, the kind that heralds a great earthquake. King Charles stood by the window, his back to the door, his shoulders seeming to sag under the weight of his expensive suit. When the oak door closed softly and the familiar scent of Camilla's lavender perfume filled the air, he did not turn around. Her presence, the woman who had stood by him through every rise and fall of his life, now sent a chill straight to his bones. As Charles slowly turned, he placed a dark blue folder on the mahogany desk. It was no ordinary administrative file. It was the death sentence for his trust. His gaze was fixed on Camilla's face. Contrary to what he had imagined, there was no panic, no pleading tears. The queen stood there still as a statue, her eyes calmly meeting the evidence he had just laid out. Admission came not in words, but in the bitter curl of Camilla's lips as she glanced over the photographs of her meeting with Sarah Ferguson and the copies of the leaked documents. In that moment, the mask of the benevolent queen, the ever-supportive wife, shattered completely. In its place stood a woman whose heart bore old scars and an ambition fed by smoldering resentment. Charles's mind was a ravaged battlefield. One part of him still yearned for any explanation, however far-fetched, to protect the wife he had married in defiance of the world's opinion. But the other part, the sovereign, rose with majestic, ruthless authority. In Camilla, he saw not remorse, but fierce defiance. She began to move slowly around the room, her fingers lightly brushing antique objects in a gesture of possession. Through her icy gaze, Charles read all the grievances she had buried for decades, the years branded as a homewrecker, the public's contempt, the court's cold shoulder, and the overwhelming shadow of the late Diana. Camilla offered no denial, knowing excuses would be futile against Edward's ironclad proof. Instead, her demeanor conveyed a brutal message. She had done it all to protect herself, to ensure that when Charles was gone, she would never return to a life of rejection. Undermining William and Anne was not merely a power grab. It was revenge against the bloodline that had always treated her as an outsider. She wanted to seize the dynasty's lifeline as a way to force the world to its knees before her. The confrontation unfolded in an atmosphere devoid of dialogue, only heavy breaths and locked stares. Charles stepped closer, the physical distance shrinking while the chasm between their souls grew infinite. His inner conflict reached its peak. If he stayed silent and handled it privately, he could preserve the facade of his marriage. But he would betray William, betray Anne, and betray the monarchy's future. If he exposed the truth, he would have to tear apart the image he had worked so hard to build for Camilla, turning his life into a global laughingstock for the second time. Yet when his eyes fell on the portrait of Queen Elizabeth II hanging on the wall, Charles found his answer. Duty to the crown must come before personal sentiment. The legitimacy of the British monarchy could not be stained by dark court intrigues reminiscent of the Middle Ages. He took one step back, a symbolic act of rejection. Camilla seemed to sense her husband's decision. Her challenging gaze shifted to profound isolation, but there was no trace of regret. She straightened her posture, still proud and cold, ready to face the storm she had unleashed. Charles said nothing more. He simply reached for the bell to summon his private secretary. His decisive order to prepare a live televised press conference for the next morning ended any hope of salvage. It was a merciless choice, sacrificing personal happiness to preserve the throne's integrity. As Camilla left the room under discreet security escort, Charles stood alone in the vast chamber. He felt as though he had aged 10 years in a single night. Beneath the flickering lights of the corridor lamps, the king began drafting the first notes for the statement that would shake the world. There was no turning back. The crown demanded a price, and tonight, Charles had resolved to pay it with his own heart. On the morning of the event, London's sky was draped in a heartbreaking gray. Inside Buckingham Palace's state dining room, the bright lights from modern television cameras blazed in stark contrast to the classical ceiling frescoes. The air was thick with tension. Even the most seasoned reporters, accustomed to royal ceremonies, held their breath. They sensed the abnormality from the setup alone. No flowers, no vibrant decorations, just a simple wooden podium bearing the royal cipher placed center stage. When the grand doors opened, King Charles entered. He wore no splendid uniform, but a perfectly tailored dark blue suit that carried an air of melancholy. The king's steps were slow and heavy, each footfall on the wooden floor like a hammer striking the fate of a dynasty. His face bore the deep lines of sleepless nights, his eyes utterly weary. Yet his gaze radiated the cold resolve of a man who had crossed the threshold of pain to embrace duty. The world fell silent through countless screens. Charles needed no flowery introduction. He began his statement in a low, resonant voice that filled the room. Instead of the usual diplomatic phrasing, the king laid out the facts like a judge delivering a verdict. He methodically exposed the gathered evidence, the fabricated reports targeting Prince William's integrity, the smear campaigns designed to isolate Princess Anne, and the manipulation of royal charitable funds. When Camilla's name was spoken, an invisible shockwave swept through the room. Charles did not refer to her as the queen or my wife. He called her Camilla, a stripping of title. In the very address, he described her coordination with Sarah Ferguson not as a family dispute, but as a grave assault on the legitimacy of the throne. Charles's actions were merciless. Copies of documents were projected on the large screen behind him, handwritten notes and secret communications that allowed no denial. The punishment was delivered in short, razor-sharp sentences. Charles announced Camilla's permanent expulsion from the British royal family. All titles, privileges, and protections afforded by the crown were revoked immediately. She was to leave royal residences within 24 hours and retire to a closely monitored private life. For Sarah Ferguson, the king offered no royal mercy. Files detailing her embezzlement in subversive plotting had been handed directly to the Metropolitan Police for formal criminal investigation. Throughout the broadcast, Charles displayed no anger or hatred. It was the absence of emotion that was most terrifying. It revealed he had completely severed the bond with the woman he had once loved most deeply. He stood alone beneath the flashing lights, willing to expose the rot within his own house to safeguard the institution of monarchy. Behind the scenes, through a narrow gap in the door, Prince William watched his father. His face was taut, his fists clenched. He saw his father single-handedly destroying his last remaining emotional anchor to clear the path for his own future reign. It was a painful lesson in the price of the crown. To rule a nation, one must sometimes learn cruelty toward one's own heart. In another room at Windsor Castle, Camilla sat motionless before the live television screen. The remote slipped from her hand and clattered to the floor as the revocation of her titles was pronounced. The glory she had fought for, endured, and schemed half a lifetime to attain vanished in a speech lasting less than 15 minutes. There were no tears, only a quiet collapse within the soul of a woman who had lost everything. When the press conference ended, Charles did not linger to take questions. He turned and walked straight toward the exit. The television lights dimmed one by one, leaving a haunting silence. Commentators around the globe erupted, but in that room lingered only the aftertaste of a historic judgment. The king had spoken, and from this moment, Camilla's world was over, making way for a new era built on the agonizing sacrifice of a man who had personally signed his wife's decree of exile. After the seismic press conference, Buckingham Palace did not descend into chaos. Instead, it sank into a terrifying silence, like a graveyard after a storm. Royal rituals continued, but their spirit had changed. The once grand corridors now carried the weight of purge in a harsh new beginning. In a heavily guarded corner of Windsor Castle, Camilla made her final appearance before permanent exile. Stripped of jewels, elegant hats, and the title of queen, she stood in simple dark clothing, her face pale as wax. Her trembling hands packed the last personal items into a small suitcase. Gazing in the mirror, she saw a stranger, a symbol of downfall from excessive ambition. Every object reminded her of a vanished golden era. Camilla realized that the power she craved was merely an illusion built on her husband's trust. With that trust gone, she was just an outcast expelled from history's flow. Her solitude was no longer a state, but a life sentence. Meanwhile, in a high-level judicial office, Sarah Ferguson faced a harsher reality. Without family protection or diplomatic privileges, the former Duchess of York sat opposite detectives and thick investigation files. The mastermind's excitement had vanished, replaced by utter panic as she realized she was merely a pawn in a game she could never win. The legal price for her resentment and greed loomed through prison bars, leaving behind a life of irredeemable mistakes. At the center of this power shift was King Charles. He sat in the library, his shadow lengthening in the winter afternoon light. The king looked visibly aged, deep forehead lines telling of cruel betrayal. Yet his eyes, though pained inwardly, radiated solemn majesty. He had safeguarded the dynasty's honor and the monarchy's survival against its greatest storm in decades. But the cost was absolute loneliness. In his later years, Charles proved that for a monarch, the crown is no ornament. It is a shackle demanding the sacrifice of the most private things. Yet from the darkness of collapse, a new light began to flicker. Prince William now emerged in a transformed role, in a symbolic televised ceremony, not a coronation, but equally momentous. William stood at the center of the future. His gaze held no hesitation. He regarded his father with reverence mixed with deep sorrow, but above all, iron resolve. William knew his era must begin with comprehensive reform, transparency, and unwavering loyalty to the people. He was the bridge between a turbulent past and a stable future. Beside him, Prince Edward stood quietly like a faithful guardian. The man who silently averted a historical disaster needed no acclaim. Seeing his family's survival was reward enough. Edward's integrity had been Charles's final anchor in the darkest hours. In the end, London's major newspapers released special editions. Headlines shifted from sensationalism to reflection. Will King Charles soon abdicate to let William begin a new chapter? The question remained open, but the answer no longer mattered. In the public's heart, a spiritual transition had already occurred. The Windsor dynasty had survived, but it would never be the same. A new era had risen from the ashes of betrayal, built on the courage of a grieving king and the hope of a future one. As we reach the end of today's report, one thing is clear. What is unfolding behind palace walls is far more serious than a fleeting headline or a moment of live television shock. Power inside the monarchy is shifting, loyalties are being tested, and silence is becoming the loudest signal of all. Whether these developments mark the beginning of a new era or the escalation of a deeper crisis is a question only time can answer. Thank you for staying with us through this investigation and for taking the time to look beyond the surface. Your perspective matters in conversations like this. If you found this analysis insightful, please consider liking the video, subscribing to the channel, and turning on notifications so you do not miss our next update. Most importantly, share your thoughts in the comments below. Do you believe this moment changes everything for the monarchy, or is it only the beginning? There are illnesses that do not only weaken a person's body, they also quietly shake the trust of an entire nation. At the present time, Princess Catherine still appears before the public. She is still there, Chin. Within the familiar framework of protocol, she maintains the correct posture. She still wears the smile that has been associated with her image for many years. But if one looks just a little more closely, changes that are difficult to conceal begin to appear. Catherine's eyes are no longer as sharp as before. There are moments when she squints very slightly, as if trying to concentrate so as not to lose her rhythm. At times, she brings her hand up to rub gently, not as a social gesture, but more like a reflex to keep her body steady. Her figure is visibly thinner. Her complexion is paler. Her voice is softer and weaker, no longer as resonant and firm as in her previous appearances. No one calls this abnormal. There is no statement acknowledging these changes. The royal family remains silent. Official information is released in short, tightly controlled lines. But it is precisely at this moment that a question begins to form in the minds of many people. If everything is truly progressing positively as the royal family insists, why does the image before millions of eyes create such a deep sense of unease? That is where the contradiction lies. The royal family chooses silence. Yet Catherine continues to appear, close enough for the public to see, clear enough to notice, and distant enough that no one is permitted to ask. So will you trust the carefully prepared statements, or will you trust what your own eyes are witnessing? To understand why this silence has become so fiercely controversial, we must begin with those very appearances. The most recent appearance of Princess Catherine did not take place amid noise or spectacle. There was no major announcement, no lengthy message of reassurance. It was simply a public event following the scheduled agenda. Yet in that seemingly ordinary moment, small details began to draw attention. She stepped out more slowly than usual. Not slow in an obvious way, but slow enough for viewers to sense a difference. Her steps were no longer even. There was a very slight hesitation between two steps. Her shoulders sloped down slightly. Not relaxed, but not as straight as before. It was the posture of someone trying to hold herself upright, not of someone fully at ease in her own body. When she turned toward Prince William, there was a very brief pause. Just a fraction of a second, but enough for those nearby to notice. She did not speak immediately. Her eyes flicked quickly. Then she spoke. Her voice was quieter than in previous appearances, not so weak as to be hard to hear, but no longer resonant, no longer carrying that familiar steadiness. There were moments when she had to end a sentence sooner than expected, as if she needed more air to complete a full thought. There were moments when she squinted slightly, not because of the light, because those standing beside her showed no similar reaction. It was the reflex of fatigue, a reflex that is difficult to control. At times, her hand rose to gently rub the upper abdomen, not conspicuously, not deliberately, simply a natural gesture when the body needs to steady its breathing. A comment appeared shortly afterward on royal forums. This is not the image of someone who has disappeared because of illness. This is the image of someone forced to appear when the body no longer allows it. That sentence was quickly shared because it captured the common feeling. Catherine was still there, but she was no longer the Catherine the public once knew. To understand why these small details caused such an uproar, one must look back at Catherine's image in the past. For many years, she was considered one of the most controlled figures in terms of public image within the royal family. Every movement had rhythm. Every turn of the head was perfectly timed. Her voice was always clear, stable, never trembling, never short of breath. Even when standing for hours in the cold, even when attending multiple events in succession, for the Catherine of previous years, every small detail was calculated, from how she stood, to how she placed her hands, to the speed at which she moved between stopping points. She rarely revealed signs of fatigue in public. If she did, it was fatigue under control, covered by protocol, by a perfectly timed smile. That is precisely why today's uncontrolled details cause fear. Not because Catherine looks dramatically weaker, but because she can no longer fully conceal it. These very small changes, when placed beside her former image, become clearer than ever. The public has begun to scrutinize every movement, not out of idle curiosity, but because official information is so limited. When statements only say that the situation is progressing positively, without timelines, without specific description, without comparative images, Catherine's body becomes the only available source of data. Each appearance, each slower step, each pause in speech is placed under a microscope, not to judge, but to seek an answer to one simple question: whether everything is truly as fine as what is being announced. The silence of the royal family has inadvertently pushed the public into the position of reluctant observers. When they are not allowed to ask, they are forced to watch. When there are no official answers, they are forced to speculate based on what they see and hear. Some believe this is merely a normal period of recovery, that everyone has times when they are weaker, slower, but there are also many opposing voices. If everything is truly progressing positively, why does Catherine still have to appear in a state that clearly requires effort? Why is she not allowed to rest completely? Why does the royal family choose silence instead of offering a more detailed explanation? From that point, division begins to take shape. One side trusts the statements, the other trusts what they are witnessing. And it is precisely this difference that has caused Catherine's appearances to lose their reassuring effect. On the contrary, each time she appears, it brings with it even more questions. Images are only the surface. Movements are merely the most visible layer. What truly divides public opinion lies behind the palace doors, in the decisions being made without the public's knowledge, in the reasons why the royal family chooses silence at a time when transparency could ease far more concern. And from these appearances that no longer reassure, a larger debate begins to form, not only about Catherine's health, but about how the royal family confronts the truth, how they decide what may be said and what must be withheld. There are two parallel narrative strands surrounding the health of Princess Catherine, and the most troubling part is not which one is true, but that both are being allowed to exist simultaneously, without confirmation, without denial, without clarification. On one side is the official narrative, delivered through brief statements, repeated with the same reassuring tone. Catherine is responding to treatment. Everything is under control. Recovery takes time. The public is asked to respect privacy. There are no specific details, no clear timeline, no description of actual developments. These phrases appear regularly, consistently, without contradiction, and precisely because they are so perfect, they begin to feel disconnected from the perceptions of those closely watching Catherine's rare appearances. On the other side are unofficial accounts, without named sources, not appearing on the royal family's official media channels, yet circulated steadily among royal correspondents and journalists who have followed the palace for many years. These accounts do not speak of recovery. They speak of slowing down, of the condition worsening in recent weeks, of schedules being repeatedly adjusted at the last minute, of meetings being canceled without clear reasons, and most importantly, of no one being allowed to speak publicly. These two narratives are entirely opposed. One paints a picture of stability, the other describes unease. One says everything remains under control. The other emphasizes that maintaining that control has become more strained than ever. What has caused public opinion to divide is not rumor, but the sense that a choice is being made behind closed doors, a choice between full disclosure and continued delay, and up to this moment, that choice has clearly leaned towards silence. Inside the royal family, the atmosphere is described as cautious to the point of heaviness. Discussions take place discreetly. There is no free speaking. Every response is weighed word by word. No one speaks incorrectly, but no one speaks fully either. Statements are becoming shorter and shorter, neutral in language, lacking emotion, showing no sign of genuine reassurance. They read like lines written to fulfill an obligation to inform, rather than to explain to the public what is truly happening. In off-record exchanges, vague answers appear with increasing frequency. When asked about specific progress, the response is usually that the situation is being closely monitored. When asked about the next possible appearance, the answer is that it will be announced when appropriate. There is no timeline, no commitment. This lack of information causes every small detail outside the palace to become magnified. A tired glance, a movement slower than usual, an appearance shorter than expected. All are scrutinized closely, not because the public is idly curious, but because there is no other source of data to rely on. When an institution remains silent for too long, that silence is no longer harmless. It begins to create a void. And a void is always filled with speculation, not because people want to doubt, but because they are forced to find their own explanations. The royal family may believe that controlling information is necessary to protect Catherine, but from the public's perspective, that control is gradually taking on a different meaning. It is no longer just about protecting privacy. It is about delaying the truth. And in a context where King Charles's health is also being questioned, that delay becomes even more sensitive. Many people begin to ask themselves, if everything is truly stable, why can it not be explained more clearly? If Catherine is recovering well, why are her appearances so rare and so brief? And if her condition has worsened, why has the public not been prepared mentally from an earlier stage? No one gives a direct answer. No one confirms. No one denies. Everything is kept suspended, a state that is safe enough to avoid yet immediate panic, yet vague enough to plant a quiet, lingering anxiety. And then a moment occurred, not an official announcement, not a press conference, just a small detail during an appearance that seemed entirely ordinary. A moment that made the silence no longer convincing to anyone. The event on December 13th took place in the late afternoon. The weather was cold. The outdoor space was carefully sheltered. This was not a major ceremony. There was no prolonged applause, no welcoming music, just a previously announced activity with a limited number of guests and the familiar presence of the press. Catherine appeared a few steps behind William, not because protocol required it, but because she was walking more slowly, more noticeably so than in previous appearances. When she stopped at the marked position, Catherine did not lift her head immediately. There was a brief pause, very brief. She stood still, as if adjusting her breathing. A light wind blew. A strand of hair fell near her cheek. Catherine raised her hand to adjust it. A familiar movement, but this time it was slower. Her fingers did not close firmly. Her wrist remained in place longer than usual before lowering. William stood beside her. His gaze did not go straight to the camera at once. He glanced toward Catherine first. Just a quick glance. Then he turned forward. The distance between them did not change, but the feeling did. The host began the introduction. Catherine listened, nodded at the appropriate moments, but her gaze did not settle. At times it dropped to the stage floor. At other moments it drifted forward, toward no specific point at all. When it was Catherine's turn to speak, the microphone was adjusted in height. She stepped forward half a step, slightly slow, her hands clasped together in front of her abdomen, then separated, then clasped again, small, repetitive movements, not dictated by protocol. Catherine opened her mouth. The sentence began. Her voice was soft, not because the microphone was too far away, but because her breath was not full. The sound carried for the first few seconds, clear, audible, but then it slowed. Catherine stopped midway. She did not cough. She did not apologize. She did not add another word. The microphone picked up a sharp intake of breath, clear, short, impossible to mistake. In that moment, no one moved. The host stood still. The cameras did not shift. Catherine remained standing there. Her eyes dropped very quickly, then lifted again, but she did not continue the unfinished sentence. William turned toward her, not according to any script, not for the cameras, but as an immediate reflex, his eyes went straight to Catherine, unhidden, uncontrolled. Their gazes met for just a single beat, but long enough for the concern to be plainly visible. Catherine looked at William, then turned away. No headshake, no signal. She simply turned away, gently, very quickly, as if she did not want anyone to see anything more. She took another breath, slower. Her shoulders lifted and then fell. But Catherine did not continue speaking. The sentence remained there, suspended, unfinished. The silence lasted several seconds. There was no background music, no narration filling the gap, just silence. A silence long enough for everyone present to realize that something was not going according to plan. That was not a moment of protocol. That was a moment of a human being trying to remain standing. Catherine nodded slightly, very slightly. William took half a step closer. He did not touch her. He did not support her physically. He simply stood a little nearer, like an unspoken anchor. The host quickly resumed speaking, moved on to another topic. The voice rose higher, faster. Everything was carried forward urgently, but without chaos. Catherine remained standing there. She did not leave immediately. She did not appear panicked, but she did not say another word for the rest of the event. She listened, nodded when necessary, smiled when her name was mentioned, but her eyes never returned to the microphone again. When the event ended, Catherine left the stage along the predetermined path. Her steps were slower than when she arrived. William walked close beside her. No conversation, no visible exchange. In the final seconds before she disappeared from the camera's view, Catherine lifted her hand very slightly, touched her wrist, a small gesture, almost unconscious. Then she lowered her hand, continued walking, did not look back. After that, there was no statement referring to that moment, no additional explanation, no medical update. Everything returned to the familiar state of silence. But this silence was no longer the same as before. That moment cannot be erased. It cannot be withdrawn. It cannot be edited. It was seen. It was heard. It was felt. No one needs to analyze it. No one needs to draw conclusions. The image of Catherine stopping mid-sentence alone. The sharp breath caught by the microphone alone. William's instinctive glance toward her alone. All of it told its own story. After that moment on December 13th, the public's gaze no longer rested solely on Catherine. It began to shift, slowly, but unmistakably, shifting toward the man who always stands beside her, half a step ahead or half a step behind, depending on protocol. Prince William? William appears before the public with a familiar expression, composed, controlled, revealing no strong emotion. Yet in recent appearances, something very subtle has changed. His eyes often turn to Catherine before facing the cameras, not out of duty, but as a reflex. He is the one who sees Catherine every day. Not through photographs, not through edited videos, but directly, in the mornings, in the evenings, in moments without ceremony, without microphones, without statements. And because of that, William is placed in a position no one would want to occupy. If William speaks the truth, he shatters the royal family's strategy. Every effort to control information collapses in an instant. All the long-delayed questions would surge forward at once, not only about Catherine, but about transparency, about trust, about the public's right to know. But if William remains silent, the person standing beside him each day must bear the pressure in his place. Catherine must continue to appear when her body no longer allows it, must continue to smile, must continue to project stability for a system she does not fully control. William understands this. No one needs to tell him. No analysis is required. He sees it in Catherine's slowing steps, in each shortened breath, in every time she stops mid-sentence. He also understands that he is not only a husband, he is the heir to the throne. Every word he speaks is not merely personal. It can become a political message, a signal of instability, the beginning of a far greater wave of concern. For that reason, William chooses silence. Not an indifferent silence, but a heavy one, a silence forced to carry two roles at the same time. At events, he stands closer to Catherine than before, a distance so small it is easy to miss unless one looks carefully. He does not touch her, he does not hold her hand, he does not support her physically, but he is always ready, like an invisible barrier. There are moments when Catherine turns her head ever so slightly, as if searching for an anchor, and William is already there, not speaking, not looking directly, but present. That presence is both reassuring and unsettling. Because if the heir to the throne must always remain poised to catch the person beside him, then clearly something lies beyond those brief official statements. Comparisons with King Charles begin to emerge, not created by the media, but by the royal family's own handling of information. King Charles is allowed to speak about his health, allowed to acknowledge treatment, allowed to share to a certain extent. The public is prepared mentally, updated, given explanations. Catherine is not. All information about her passes through multiple layers of control. Every detail is carefully filtered, and William stands between these two entirely different approaches. One is the king, with the authority to speak for himself. One is the princess, who must be spoken for. The difference does not lie in the severity of illness. It lies in the right to speak. William understands this distinction better than anyone. He knows that if he speaks on Catherine's behalf, he would cross a line that has never been clearly drawn. Yet everyone knows it exists, and because of that line, William becomes the figure who unsettles the public, not because he is doing something wrong, but because he has no choice that does not cause harm. Each time he remains silent, Catherine must continue to bear the weight. Each time he protects the collective strategy, he sacrifices his personal role, and each time he appears with perfect composure. People begin to wonder what is being hidden behind that composure. William does not avoid the cameras. He does not avoid the media. But he does not say what people want to hear. He says only what he is permitted to say. That control does not calm public opinion. It tightens it, because the public does not look only at words. They look at actions, at glances, at silences. And in those silences, William is always there, at the center, not speaking, but unable to be invisible. He is a husband, but also the heir. Those two roles have never been farther apart. The public begins to ask questions not about how Catherine is doing, but about who is deciding what Catherine is allowed to say, and who is bearing the consequences of that decision. William does not answer, and perhaps he cannot. But it is precisely that silence which allows another fear to slowly take shape, that if even the person who stands beside Catherine every day cannot speak, then how many other truths are being held back behind closed doors? And then, as attention moved away from Catherine, as every question converged on William, the public began to realize something even more unsettling. William is not the only one who makes them uneasy. For decades, The British royal family has been constructed as a system capable of self-balance. When one link weakens, another immediately steps in to hold order in place. That is how this institution has survived wars, economic crises, personal scandals, and even shocking deaths. But at this moment, that familiar sense is fading. For the first time in a very long while, the public is witnessing not one pillar weakening, but two pillars becoming fragile at the same time. The health of King Charles is no longer a peripheral rumor. His appearances have become less frequent. Schedules are canceled at the last minute. Statements are written with such caution that they avoid every concrete detail. No doctor needs to speak for people to understand that the king is no longer in the stable condition of the early years of his reign. His gait is slower, his face more tired, his eyes lack the familiar certainty of a man who had just ascended the throne determined to prove himself worthy. In a monarchy, the king's health is not merely a personal matter. It is a signal of governance capacity, of continuity of power, of national reassurance. When the supreme symbol becomes fragile, a sense of instability begins to spread beyond the palace walls. And this time, what troubles the public most is that the king is no longer the only symbol they are holding their breath to watch. At the same time, another pillar is weakening in a way no one wishes to see. Not because of age, not because of a publicly acknowledged illness, but because of prolonged silence and pressure accumulating day by day. The image of stability the royal family strives to maintain is beginning to show gaps that are hard to conceal. When two symbols simultaneously fail to provide certainty, the entire system is quietly placed on alert. The British royal family has never faced a sense of instability like this. That sentence does not appear in any official speech. It is repeated in conversations, in comment sections, in public opinion surveys, because this feeling does not come from a single event. It comes from the convergence of many factors happening at the same time, leaving the public with no time to adjust. Public opinion begins to divide sharply. The first group is those who feel sympathy. They see the king as an elderly man who waited too long to ascend the throne. They believe declining health is unavoidable. For them, the royal family at this moment is not a symbol of power, but a family confronting human limits. Silence is viewed as privacy. Caution is seen as necessary to protect those involved. The second group responds with anger. They believe the royal family is repeating old mistakes, concealment, avoidance, information control. For them, silence is no longer a harmless choice. It creates space for rumors, for speculation, for a sense of being misled. They ask why an institution that exists through public trust continues to test that very trust. In their eyes, fragility does not come from health, but from how the royal family responds to the truth. The third group is those who are tired. They no longer have the energy to argue right or wrong. They have witnessed too many crises, too many promises of transparency followed by disappointment. For them, each new statement is just another version of avoidance. They are not angry, not sympathetic, just detached. And that is the most dangerous state for any symbol. When the public no longer reacts, cohesion begins to fracture from within. What makes the situation more serious is that these two pillars are not weakening in the same way. One is allowed to speak about his health, one is not. That difference creates a sense of unfairness in how communication is controlled. It leads the public to ask who is being protected and who is bearing the pressure on behalf of the entire system. In this context, every action, no matter how small, is scrutinized closely. A brief appearance becomes a subject of analysis. A prolonged absence becomes a major question mark. The royal family no longer has the ability to steer the narrative as before. They only react, and those reactions are increasingly slower than the spread of suspicion. Inside the palace, there are said to be tense discussions, not about who is right or wrong, but about who can continue to carry the image of stability when both pillars are no longer strong enough to provide complete reassurance. This is what the royal family has always tried to avoid, because acknowledging it would mean admitting that a transition is approaching sooner than expected. The public may not know the details of those closed-door meetings, but they can clearly sense the change in the atmosphere. a feeling of suspended waiting, a sense that everything is being held together by a final effort. And when two symbols are fragile at the same time, no one dares to be certain what will happen if one of them can no longer continue in their role. And then the story reaches a place no one wants to face. No longer a question of personal health, no longer a debate about privacy, but a question about the future of an entire institution when its familiar anchors are no longer strong enough to reassure public trust. The story closes in a very strange place. Not a meeting room, not a statement, not carefully weighed words, but the image of Princess Catherine standing silently before the public, saying nothing more, offering no explanation, no rebuttal, just standing there, defiant, as if everything has already been said too many times, and as if there is nothing left that can still be said. After all the controversies, after the opposing streams of information, after the moment when trust was stretched to its absolute limit, Catherine returns to her familiar position. The woman the entire nation watches, yet one whose true feelings about what she is going through have never really been heard. She still appears, she still smiles, but that smile is no longer as complete as before. It comes more quickly, and it disappears just as quickly. There are very brief seconds when the camera captures the moment she pauses in the middle of a greeting, takes a very light breath, as if only to make sure that she can continue standing there for a few more minutes. No one says out loud that Catherine is growing weaker, but no one needs to say it. People can see it anyway, in the way her posture sinks slightly, in eyes that are no longer as agile, in a voice that is softer, thinner, as if every sentence must pass through a very personal calculation between health and duty. The royal family chooses silence. They say it is to protect, to avoid creating pressure, to maintain stability for the country. Those reasons are not wrong, but when silence lasts too long, it stops being a shield. It becomes a wall, and that wall stands between Catherine and the millions of people who are worried about her. That lack of information forces the public to focus on the smallest details. A blink of the eye, a breath caught by the microphone, a moment when she turns toward William and then pauses very briefly. People no longer listen to statements. They look at her body, as if that body were the only thing still telling the truth. And that is the most painful part. Catherine has done nothing wrong. She has not avoided anything. She has not disappeared. She appears when she is asked. She stands in the right place. She fulfills the role expected of her. Yet that very presence makes viewers feel heavier inside, because it is no longer the image of steadiness. It is the image of a human being forcing herself to endure so as not to disappoint anyone. Meanwhile, the silence of the royal family does not cover only Catherine. It spreads across the entire system. When King Charles's health is also declining, when William stands caught between his role as a husband and his role as heir, when two pillars become fragile at the same time, each additional day of saying nothing makes the anxiety grow a little more. Some people choose sympathy. They say Catherine needs peace and quiet. Some are angry. They believe the public deserves to know the truth. And there are also those who are simply tired. Tired of guessing. Tired of reading every small sign as if decoding a secret that should never have existed. This story does not need a medical conclusion. None of us has the right to make one. What remains is only a very simple but very painful question. If the truth is spoken too late, if one day everything breaks open in a way no one is prepared for, who will be hurt the most? Catherine, her family, or a nation that placed its trust in honesty but received only silence in return? There are things the royal family does not want to say, but if they do not speak, silence will speak for them. And sometimes what silence says hurts people more than any truth ever spoken aloud. Beneath the dazzling lights of the monarchy, and behind the seemingly impenetrable walls of the palace, a haunting shadow still lingers, the mysterious death of Princess Diana. 3 decades have passed, yet the pain remains etched in the hearts of millions across the globe. A tragic car crash, countless unanswered questions, and a strange silence from the highest powers within the British royal family have long fueled suspicion and sorrow. But now, that silence is being shattered. Prince William, Diana's eldest son, now a mature man and future heir to the throne, has finally decided to speak out. After nearly 30 years of carrying the weight of grief and harboring secrets buried in darkness, William has made a stunning decision to reveal what he knows about his father, King Charles III, and the woman who has long stirred controversy, Camilla. Has William been holding on to dark truths all these years? Could it be that behind Diana's untimely death were powerful forces whose actions, directly or indirectly, led to her tragic end? And why has William chosen now, after all this time, to expose everything? This story may be the spark that ignites a royal firestorm and threatens to shake the foundations of Europe's most enduring monarchy. The letter that changed everything. Prince William uncovers a shocking secret about Princess Diana's final days. A chance discovery? An old letter. And in a matter of seconds, everything Prince William thought he knew about the final days of his mother, Princess Diana, crumbled to dust. For decades, William believed he had grasped the full story behind the tragic end of the people's princess. But one quiet afternoon, while browsing through King Charles's private collection in the royal archives, he stumbled upon something unexpected. A single piece of yellowed paper, long hidden. At first glance, it appeared insignificant, but the contents were powerful enough to shake the monarchy to its core. The letter was written by King Charles himself, dated shortly after Diana's death, but it was not a heartfelt expression of grief. It was a directive cold and calculated. In it, Charles ordered palace aides to withhold key elements from Diana's final wishes. Specifically, a personal diary and a series of voice recordings left behind for her sons. William had never even known these tapes existed. And as he read his father's words, he was overcome not with anger at first, but with a crushing, paralyzing shock. The future King of England, known for his stoicism and composure, was reportedly left speechless. Because what he had just read wasn't a betrayal by outsiders or enemies. It came from his own father. The last messages of his mother, a woman who had suffered in silence and lived under the harsh spotlight of royal life, had been buried. Not by the press, not by a stranger, but by the man who once vowed to protect her. Questions came flooding in like a tidal wave. Why did Charles suppress Diana's final words? What did those recordings contain? And why, after nearly 30 years, was William only now discovering them? That letter wasn't just a document, it was a ticking time bomb. And now it had landed in William's hands. The trust between father and son shattered, the truth blurred, and behind it all, a chilling silence. But this is only the beginning. What secrets do those tapes hold? Did Diana foresee the storm that would follow her death? Did she leave behind warnings, confessions, or messages of love that were never meant to be hidden? And more importantly, is Prince William finally ready to break the silence and reveal what his father never wanted the world to know? Because this truth, once exposed, could rewrite royal history forever. The silence that lasted decades. Princess Diana's final secret is about to be revealed. In the shadows of her final painful months, Princess Diana did not remain silent. On the contrary, she spoke in her own way, with trembling handwriting in her personal journal and through whispers recorded on cassette tapes. Diana left behind her deepest wishes. They weren't meant for the public. They were meant solely for her two beloved sons, William and Harry. These records are no myth. According to former palace aides who were close to her, they are very real. Her personal journal was a private sanctuary, a place where she poured her fears, heartbreak over a failed marriage, and her deep sense of being trapped in a cold royal world. And the tapes, they held Diana's actual voice, recorded late at night, filled with apologies, warnings, untold stories, and grave concerns for the safety of her sons. Diana did not die in silence. She spoke, but no one heard her. Why? Because of one man, King Charles, who ordered those most private parts of her will to be sealed away. He feared public outrage and internal collapse if the truth came out. So her final voice was buried, along with the pain she had carried for years while living beside a man who did not love her. Until now, by chance or perhaps destiny, Prince William stumbled upon this secret while accessing his father's private archive. He didn't just see the journal. He heard part of those whispered messages. That moment, described by palace insiders as earth-shattering, shook him to the core. A son who thought he knew everything about his mother's death now realized the truth had been hidden from him all along. Now William stands at a crossroads, remains silent to protect the image of the monarchy, or speak out and resurrect a voice that was silenced for nearly 3 decades. And if he chooses to speak, it will not just be a confrontation between a son and a powerful father. It will be a reckoning between truth and history, a moment where Diana's voice, long buried in shadows, rises once more not as a whisper, but as a thunderclap shaking the very foundations of the British monarchy. Inside the secret meeting, William confronts his father. When Prince William finally confronted King Charles, it didn't happen in a grand palace hallway or at a public royal event. It happened quietly, privately, just the two of them behind closed doors. But according to royal insiders, the weight of that conversation still lingers like a thundercloud over the palace. William had come prepared, but not for diplomacy. He wasn't there as the Duke of Cambridge or the heir to the throne. He was there as a son confused, betrayed, and broken. What he had discovered in Charles's private documents, the letter, the journal, the tapes wasn't just shocking, it was soul-shattering. He didn't need a dramatic entrance. He had only one question. Why didn't you trust me with this? That was it. No anger, no theatrics, just raw hurt. Charles, reportedly taken aback by his son's directness, paused. He seemed emotional. For a moment, it looked like he might cry. And then he gave the answer that stunned William even more. I was trying to protect you from her pain. But that answer, meant to comfort, only made things worse. To William, this wasn't about protection. It was about control, about a decision that should never have been made without him, a choice that denied him the opportunity to hear his mother's final thoughts when he needed them most as a grieving boy, and now as a grown man still trying to piece together the past. What started as a tense exchange quickly spiraled into a confrontation. Voices rose, emotions spilled over. William reportedly demanded to know who else was involved. Who made that call? Was it just you? Charles allegedly stayed vague, saying only, it was complicated. According to sources close to the family, the room shook, not from noise but from the depth of everything unspoken for decades. One palace aide later called it a breaking point, years in the making, because this wasn't just about hidden tapes or secret letters. It was about grief never processed, pain never shared, trust never fully earned. William stormed out of the meeting. According to insiders, his eyes red, fists clenched. He didn't speak to anyone for hours, not even Kate. That night, he reportedly took the journal and tapes into his private study and remained there until sunrise. The confrontation had cracked something open, not just between William and Charles, but within William himself. The man who had spent years standing tall as a beautiful prince had just learned the institution he was raised to protect had protected him from the one thing he needed most, his mother's voice. And the fallout, it wasn't just emotional, it was transformational. Because from this point on, William would never see the crown or his father the same way again. And for the monarchy, the consequences were just beginning. A son torn in two, William's emotional spiral. For years, Prince William believed he had done everything right. He followed duty. He protected the institution. He carried his mother's memory with pride. But after discovering the truth, the tapes, the journal, and the betrayal, something inside him broke. Close friends say William became withdrawn. His public smile faded. Behind palace walls, he was lost in thought. He reportedly told Kate, "I feel like I've lost her all over again." The grief was fresh, as if the funeral had just happened, but this time it came with rage, not just at what was hidden, but at who hid it. His royal duties took a back seat. Appointments were postponed. He asked for privacy because behind the future king's facade was a son grieving his mother for the second time. It wasn't just sadness, it was devastation. And yet, as William tried to make sense of it all, another question began to rise. What exactly was Charles hiding? And why did he fear it so much? What was Charles hiding and why? As Prince William dove deeper into the files his father had kept secret for so long, the picture started to become heartbreakingly clear. Piece by piece, the puzzle of his past was finally assembling, but not in the way he expected. What he found was not just information, it was revelation. The contents of the tapes and journal Diana left behind were raw, unfiltered, and above all, honest. She spoke with painful clarity about her life inside the palace, about the betrayal she felt, about the manipulation, the loneliness, and above all, the disintegration of her marriage to Prince Charles. According to sources, she held nothing back. One section allegedly included her private recollections of the moments she realized Charles had never truly left Camilla behind. She described the pain of feeling like a placeholder, a public image that masked a private betrayal. She voiced fears, not just about her own future, but about what kind of emotional world her sons would inherit. "They will be raised to serve a system that never protected me," Diana reportedly said in one recording. "But I pray they never forget who they are before the crown tells them who to be." To Charles, reading these words in the aftermath of her death would have been uncomfortable enough, but hearing them preserved forever in her voice must have felt like a ticking time bomb. And so, according to royal insiders, he made a decision. Not as a grieving ex-husband, but as the future king. He instructed Senior's aides to withhold the tapes, the journal, and the specific sections of Diana's will that referenced them. His reasoning? Releasing them would only add more fuel to a fire already burning in the public eye. At the time, Charles was under immense scrutiny. Public support for him was at an all-time low. While Diana had been nearly canonized in the court of public opinion, the monarchy was fragile. The crown couldn't afford another blow. But in trying to shield the institution from collapse, Charles had made a devastating trade. He protected the crown, but at the cost of his son's truth, his healing, his right to hear his mother's final words. Some close to the situation believed Charles feared the tapes could drive William and Harry further away, that Diana's honest account of life inside the palace might push her sons to reject everything he stood for. Ironically, in hiding those words for 30 years, he may have made that outcome more likely than ever. Now, William is standing at a crossroads. He knows the truth. He has his mother's voice in his hands. The question is no longer what happened. It's what now? Does he fall in line with the silence that has defined royal tradition? Or does he let the world hear what his mother was finally brave enough to say? One thing is certain, if Diana's voice is ever heard, the monarchy may never sound the same again. The hidden journal, Diana's words revealed. When Prince William finally opened Diana's journal, it wasn't just a stack of paper. It was a time capsule, a voice from the past echoing with memories, warnings, and hope. Her handwriting danced across the pages like a mother reaching out from beyond the grave. In it, Diana didn't just write about her public life. She wrote about her private fears, about being isolated, misunderstood, and ultimately discarded. She wrote about William and Harry, about how deeply she loved them and how much she worried the palace machine would eventually consume them too. But most hauntingly, Diana expressed her concern about the world they would inherit. She questioned how much control the monarchy should have over the lives of its children. She even wrote about specific moments with William, recalling the times he comforted her as a child, how he once said, "Don't cry, Mommy. I'll be your knight." For William, Reading those words decades later broke him open. One palace aide said he spent hours with the journal, locked in his private quarters, emerging only to tell Kate, "It's like hearing her voice again after all these years." The journal didn't just bring back memories, it brought clarity. Diana had always wanted her sons to know the truth, not the version told by press secretaries or history books, but her truth. And now that William had it, what would he do with it? As the emotional weight of the journal settled in, palace officials began scrambling because they knew this wasn't just a family secret anymore. It was a potential crisis. The palace reaction, damage control, begins. When word reached palace staff that William had found the journal and the tapes, the corridors of Buckingham Palace fell silent. Then came the panic. Senior aides called emergency meetings. Public relations teams were put on alert. The order was simple. Contain it. Label it a private family matter. Do not confirm. Do not deny. Behind the scenes, there was fear. Fear that the contents of the tapes would leak. Fear that Diana's voice, fierce, passionate, and honest, could overshadow everything the monarchy had worked to rebuild since her passing. Some inside the firm even pushed to quietly relocate the materials, but William refused. These weren't artifacts, they weren't just family documents. They were his mother's final wishes, and he wouldn't let anyone erase her again. But even as the palace scrambled to maintain appearances, something else was stirring, something they hadn't prepared for, because far from the palace gates, there was another person who had long suspected the truth, and his name was Harry. Harry's role, did he know all along? As William unraveled the full truth of their mother's final wishes, one question lingered in his mind. Did Harry know? For years, Harry had alluded to secrets in interviews. He hinted at things they never told us, and he spoke about how Diana's death left him emotionally paralyzed and how the royal family seemed more focused on control than healing. Now, with the tapes and journal uncovered, William began to wonder, was this the missing piece Harry had always suspected? Sources say William, emotionally overwhelmed, reached out to his brother for the first time in months. It was a short conversation, but it ended with William saying, "There's something I need to share with you, something Mom left behind." The possibility that Diana's voice could reunite her sons after years of distance was both hopeful and heartbreaking, because while the monarchy fears exposure, these two brothers may now be holding the one thing that could bring them back together: Diana's truth. But not everyone in the royal household was ready for that truth to come to light, especially not one woman who had been part of the story from the beginning. Camilla's shadow, was she mentioned in the tapes? Among the most explosive elements of the hidden recordings were Diana's candid thoughts on Camilla. According to insiders, Diana spoke with brutal honesty. She described how Charles's affair haunted her marriage, how she felt betrayed, not just as a wife, but as a mother trying to shield her sons from scandal. She said, "There were three of us in this marriage, so it was a bit crowded." That iconic line from her Panorama interview, many believed had said it all. But the tapes, they went deeper. Diana reportedly feared Camilla would eventually reshape the monarchy in her image. She worried that her own memory would be erased to make way for someone the public once rejected. And perhaps Diana was right, because since Charles's coronation and Camilla's rise to queen consort, Diana's name has slowly faded from palace speeches, formal portraits, and ceremonial events. To William, this revelation felt personal. Not only had his mother's final messages been buried, but the very woman at the center of her heartache may have benefited from that silence. Camilla's role in the royal family has always been controversial, but now with Diana's words emerging from the shadows, everything could change. And through it all, one person remained firmly in William's corner. Kate stands by William, a family divided. As the emotional storm engulfed William, Kate Middleton stood by him, not just as a wife, but as a shield. She had always been his quiet anchor, the one who grounded him when palace politics pulled him in every direction. And now, as William confronted the deepest betrayal of his life, Kate was the first person he turned to. Insiders say Kate sat with him for hours as he read Diana's journal and listened to the tapes. She didn't speak much. She didn't have to. Her presence was enough. She held his hand. She brought him tea. She reminded him in silence that he wasn't alone. But behind that calm support was quiet fury. Kate reportedly believed the tapes should have been given to William years ago. She encouraged him to lean into the truth via not for scandal, but for healing. Still, her support came at a cost. Tensions between Kate and Camilla, once subtle by Mama, became sharper. One source described a public appearance where Camilla offered a comment, and Kate simply smiled and turned away. The atmosphere was cold. The insider said, you could feel the divide. Now, with Diana's voice reawakened and the family standing on opposite sides of history, Kate and William face a choice. Stay silent and protect tradition, or speak out and risk everything. Public sentiment explodes. Diana's voice returns. The palace may have tried to keep this secret buried, but once whispers of the letter and the tape surfaced, the public roared to life. It began with a quiet leak. A royal source close to the situation hinted to the press that William had uncovered hidden parts of Diana's will. Then came the details. The journal, the tapes, the emotionally charged confrontation with Charles, and finally the spark that ignited it all. Diana's voice had returned. Social media erupted with one phrase: let Diana speak. People demanded transparency. Fans of Diana, both old and new, filled timelines with photos, quotes, and memories of the woman they believed had always been wronged. But this time, the outrage wasn't just aimed at tabloids or past scandals. It was aimed inside the palace walls. Articles began to circulate. Was Charles trying to protect the monarchy or himself? Had Camilla's rise been paved over the silence of another woman's truth? And most painfully, had William spent 30 years in the dark while others knew the truth all along? Public support surged for Prince William, with many calling him his mother's son in every way. Royal commentators noted that the crown's silence only fueled suspicion. Every day the palace said nothing. Diana's ghost grew louder. And now, with millions calling for the release of the tapes and the full journal, William found himself at a crossroads. The institution he was born to lead was the same one that had kept his mother's final words from him. But would he risk everything to honor her? What William might do next? A royal reckoning. Inside the palace, the air had changed, not just because of the tapes or the journal, but because William was no longer grieving quietly. He was thinking, planning, and according to palace aides, seriously considering his next move. For months, William had spoken publicly about the need for transparency, accountability, and emotional honesty, especially in raising his children. But now, those words had taken on a new meaning. The future king wasn't just reflecting on the crown, he was reflecting on himself. Some insiders say he's contemplating releasing selected portions of the tapes or journal, not to shame his father, but to let Diana speak, finally, in her own words. Others say William wants to privately share them with Harry first, in an effort to rebuild their strained relationship, a quiet act of unity before a very public storm. Either way, the tension is undeniable. Senior royals fear that such a release could open a generational divide in the monarchy, between those clinging to the past and those trying to reimagine its future. But for William, it may not be a matter of politics anymore. It's about legacy, his mother's legacy. She was silenced once. Will he let that happen again? As the public rallies behind him and the institution braces for impact, all eyes turn to the man who was once the boy in the funeral procession behind Diana's casket. He's not walking behind anymore. He's leading. And what comes next could change everything. The crown and the ghost. Will this change the monarchy forever? 30 years after her death, Princess Diana is once again the most powerful voice in the royal family. Her words, once locked away in silence, are now echoing through halls she never trusted. And standing at the center of it all is Prince William, the boy she loved more than anything. Now the man who must decide whether her truth will be heard. The monarchy has survived scandal, divorce, death, exile. But this is different. This isn't an external threat. It's internal, intimate, and deeply human. Because this isn't about protocol or public image anymore. It's about a mother, a son, and a truth that was buried for decades. William must choose. Stay silent to protect the very institution that silenced Diana, or speak up, even if it shakes the pillars of the palace. According to one insider, this is the hardest decision he's ever faced, but he knows what Diana would have wanted. Meanwhile, King Charles finds himself more isolated than ever, caught between his son's anguish and his own past decisions. Camilla, too, faces renewed public scrutiny. Her image as queen consort now shadowed by the resurgence of Diana's voice. And the people, they're watching, listening, waiting. One thing is certain, Diana is no longer just a memory. She's a force, a presence. And if William decides to let her speak, the monarchy may never be the same again. Because no matter how many crowns are passed, some ghosts refuse to be silenced. And maybe, just maybe, that's exactly how history begins to heal. If one day Prince William ascends to the throne of the United Kingdom, will he be the one to break the decades-long silence? That is the question that sends chills down many spines. Behind the calm and dutiful image of a future king lies a heart once shattered by the suspicious death of his mother. Diana was not only the people's princess, she was a loving mother, a symbol of truth and compassion. Yet her death remains shrouded in darkness, cloaked by secrets that were never fully revealed. William knows better than anyone the pain that comes from buried truths. He was denied the right to hear his mother's final words. He once sat in silence reading his father's letter, a letter that had kept hidden the truth for 3 decades. So if one day he holds absolute power, will he have the courage to unlock the doors long sealed shut? Or will he choose silence, like those before him, to preserve a flawless royal image? That choice will not only shape the destiny of a monarchy, but also decide whether Diana's voice will ever be heard again. Will William become the first king brave enough to speak the truth? Or will that truth remain buried beneath the cold stone walls of the royal palace?
Begin with a detail that many insiders have never dared to say out loud. Within the British royal family, there was a moment when every discussion stopped being about advice or compromise and became a decisive choice. A son, no longer standing in the position of a passive heir, drew a clear line with his own father, the reigning king. There was no more gray area, no more delay. Only one message remained: change or face the consequences. For many years, the media and royal experts have maintained a familiar assumption that King Charles III is the absolute center of power. But if we look closely at the chain of events over the past 12 to 18 months, a different picture is gradually emerging, not through official declarations, but through strategic decisions, personnel changes, meaningful absences, and financial control moves. Prince William has been steadily reshaping the power structure from within. What stands out is that Queen Camilla does not appear to be involved in any of the key steps in this chain of changes. Either she is not included, or she is unable to stop them. And if this trend continues, what is at risk is not only her image, but also her title, her residence, and her long-term influence within the royal family. From Prince Andrew being pushed out of all public roles, to the calculated return of Catherine, Princess of Wales, and the signs that the king is increasingly weakening in internal control. Everything is leading to one central question. Do you think Prince William is doing the right thing to protect the legacy of Princess Diana? Or is he going too far in his conflict with Queen Camilla? Comment 1 if you support William. Comment 2 if you believe Camilla deserves to be protected. If we need to identify the moment when power clearly began to shift within the British royal family, then the case of Prince Andrew is the most important milestone. For many years, Andrew no longer held a public role, but he was never completely removed. He still existed within the system as a royal family member, still retained certain symbolic titles, and more importantly, was still protected to some extent by King Charles III himself. That created a prolonged gray zone where the issue was never fully resolved. The change began to appear around the end of the year 2025. According to sources close to the inner circle, a pivotal exchange took place between Prince William and the King. There was no official record, no public confirmation, but the content has been summarized by many experts into a short and firm message. Either Andrew would be completely stripped of his remaining privileges, or the reputational risk to the monarchy would continue to escalate and directly affect the future of succession. What drew the attention of observers was not only the content of that message, but the way it was implemented immediately afterward. In the past, whenever Andrew became the focus of criticism, the palace response tended to be delayed. Decisions were broken into smaller parts, handled step by step, to reduce public pressure without creating excessive internal conflict. But this time, the approach was entirely different. The changes came faster, more coordinated, and showed little sign of compromise. Andrew was not only kept out of public activities, but also gradually lost the last remaining signs of internal status. Ceremonial privileges that had previously been retained as a form of compromise began to disappear. This indicates a shift in how image risk is evaluated. There is no longer a distinction between public role and internal position. Once considered a liability, removal becomes comprehensive. One of the clearest symbolic signs was the removal of Andrew Banner at St. George Chapel. For many, this might seem like a minor ceremonial detail, but within the royal system of honors, it carries deep meaning. These banners represent a position within long-standing orders of chivalry. Being taken down means being removed from a structure tied to tradition and prestige, a form of action usually reserved for serious breaches of honor. The question then is who drove this move? In principle, every major change requires the approval of the king. However, based on the timing and the manner of execution, many analysts believe that the influence of Prince William played a decisive role. He does not need to appear before the media to declare his position. Instead, he uses internal channels, shapes strategic priorities, and creates enough pressure to force the system to adjust in the direction he wants. What matters is that the handling of Andrew does not stop at one individual. It sends a clear message to the entire system. For many years, the royal family has been criticized for lacking decisiveness in dealing with reputation-related crises. By completely removing Andrew operational space, Prince William is setting a new standard. There is no longer a safe zone for figures who pose a risk, regardless of their position or bloodline. The difference between the two generations has also become clearer than ever. King Charles III, with decades of experience within the system, tends to maintain balance and avoid changes that could cause major disruption. Meanwhile, Prince William prioritizes transparency and image effectiveness. For him, prolonging an issue like Andrew is not just a burden, but a direct threat to the legitimacy of the monarchy in a context where the public increasingly demands clarity. Another factor to consider is the internal reaction after these decisions. There are no signs of a public dispute. There are no major leaks indicating strong opposition from other members. This suggests two possibilities. Either consensus was built before the actions were taken, or the level of internal information control has been significantly tightened. In either case, the central role of William in this process is difficult to deny. When all the signals are put together, it becomes clear that the removal of Andrew is not a single decision. It is the result of a calculated strategy, executed in a short period of time with high precision. The objective is not only to resolve a lingering issue, but also to redefine how the royal family responds to crises and protects its image in the long term. More importantly, Andrew was only the beginning. He was a case on the edge of power, where handling him created less internal political risk. But the way he was handled revealed the method that Prince William was prepared to apply to larger targets. But William did not stop at Andrew. After removing a clear weakness, he began to expand his scope of control. And this time, the target was no longer outside the center of power. It began to reach directly into the sphere of influence of Queen Camilla. If the case of Prince Andrew showed how Prince William handled a weakness at the edge of the system, then what followed demonstrated a far more decisive move. This time, the signals were no longer tied to isolated figures, but pointed directly toward the area of influence surrounding Queen Camilla. What is notable is that none of these changes were announced as major decisions, but instead appeared scattered across financial reports, personnel adjustments, and internal requirements. The first clear sign emerged in the case of Annabel Elliot, Camilla's sister. For nearly 2 decades, she had been known to maintain a stable financial connection with the Duchy of Cornwall, particularly in projects related to interior design and property renovation. This was not a public role, but it represented a significant source of income and a position of influence within the royal logistical network. However, in the most recent financial report of the Duchy of Cornwall, covering the period from the year 2023 to the year 2024, an unusual detail appeared. The payment associated with Annabel Elliot, which had been recorded consistently for many years, suddenly disappeared. There was no official announcement, no accompanying explanation. There was simply a zero in a place that had once recorded hundreds of thousands of pounds each year. To outsiders, this might seem like a minor accounting change, but for those who closely follow the financial structure of the monarchy, it was a clear signal. Cutting off a payment stream that had existed for more than 20 years cannot be a purely technical decision. It reflects a shift in how benefits are allocated and, more importantly, in how the system determines who is allowed to maintain economic influence within it. The role of Prince William in this case becomes especially significant after he formally took control of the Duchy of Cornwall when King Charles III ascended the throne. The duchy is not just an asset fund. It is the most important independent financial source of the heir to the throne. And controlling it means controlling a large portion of internal financial flows. When the payment to Annabel Elliot disappeared, many analysts saw it not simply as a financial decision, but as a strategic move to restructure the network of influence surrounding Camilla. If this signal could still be explained in technical terms, then what happened early in the year 2026 was far more direct. According to royal sources, Queen Camilla faced a clear requirement regarding her relationship with Sarah Ferguson. In a context where Sarah Ferguson's past connections continued to draw scrutiny, especially controversies linked to figures such as Jeffrey Epstein, pressure on the monarchy image once again increased. The requirement was not presented as a recommendation. It was described as a condition. Either Camilla would create a clear distance from Sarah Ferguson, or certain mechanisms of image protection and internal support available to her would be reconsidered. This was a notable move, because it showed that Prince William's influence extended beyond finance and personnel, reaching into the personal relationships of senior members. This marked an important shift in internal operations. In the past, personal relationships were considered sensitive areas, rarely subject to direct intervention unless they triggered major crises. But in the current context, the standard appears to have changed. Any connection that carries a risk to the overall image can become subject to adjustment. Alongside these personal and financial moves, a broader trend also began to emerge. It is the idea of a streamlined monarchy, similar to the model applied in Denmark. In recent years, the Danish royal family has reduced the number of members holding the titles of prince and princess. aiming to concentrate resources and reduce public image pressure. According to many observers, Prince William is considering a similar direction. From an expanded structure with more than 11 members holding public roles, the system could be reduced to around 5 central figures. This is not only an organizational matter, it involves the redistribution of titles, roles, and financial resources. In that context, members who are not in the direct line of succession or who do not take part in official duties will face the risk of being removed from the central system. This raises serious questions about the long-term position of Camilla children, including Tom Parker Bowles and Laura Lopes. Although they are not official members of the royal family in the traditional sense, their family connection to Camilla still gives them a certain level of presence. If the streamlined model is implemented, that space of influence could be significantly reduced. In contrast, figures such as Princess Beatrice, Princess Eugenie, and Zara Tindall are seen as better aligned with the image that William appears to be shaping. They have less controversial personal profiles, maintain a reasonable distance from media scandals, and are capable of representing a modern monarchy while preserving stability. When all these elements are combined, the overall picture becomes clearer. The reduction of Annabel Elliott income is not simply a financial adjustment. The requirement imposed on Camilla regarding her relationship with Sarah Ferguson is not merely a personal matter. And the idea of streamlining the monarchy is not just an organizational reform. All of these actions are part of a broader strategy to reshape the power structure and control image-related risks. The most striking number in this entire process may lie in what appears to be the smallest detail. Hundreds of thousands of pounds, once paid consistently over many years, disappeared in a single line of the Duchy of Cornwall financial report. There was no announcement, no public dispute, only a quiet but decisive change. That is the defining feature of the approach Prince William is applying. It does not create major media shocks, but steadily adjusts foundational elements, from finance to personnel to personal relationships. Everything is being reset according to a new standard, where efficiency and risk control are placed above all. These moves are no longer isolated personal actions. They are beginning to show the signs of a shift at the institutional level. And once the foundational elements have been adjusted, the next step becomes almost inevitable. After the financial and personnel signals gradually came into view, another layer of change began to emerge. Quieter, but far more significant. This was the shift of symbolic power, something long considered the foundation of the legitimacy of the British royal family. If practical power can be measured through money and organizational structure, then symbolic power is expressed through who represents the crown before the public and on the international stage. And in the period from the middle of the year, 2025, to the beginning of the year, 2026, that role has increasingly tilted toward Prince William. The first clear sign could be seen at the Global Climate Conference COP30, held in Brazil in November in the year 2025. In a context where heads of state and global leaders gathered to discuss long-term issues, such as climate change and sustainable development, the choice of who represents the British royal family was not merely ceremonial. It reflected how the monarchy sought to position itself before the international community. The fact that Prince William appeared as the main speaker instead of King Charles III was seen by many observers as an important signal. Charles has a long history of environmental advocacy. Yet at this highly symbolic event, the role was handed to William. This was not simply a matter of task allocation. It indicated that a transfer of representative image was already taking place even before any official change of the throne. In his speech, William did not simply repeat familiar messages, but emphasized the responsibility of the next generation in shaping the future. When placed in the internal royal context, this message carried an additional layer of meaning. It reinforced his image as the figure preparing to take over not only the role, but also the long-term vision of the institution. If the signal at COP30 showed a transition on the international stage, then another decision in July in the year 2025 reflected how William was establishing a domestic foundation of power. This was the signing of a long-term lease for Forest Lodge, extending until the year 2045. This is not a property with the same symbolic weight as the main palaces, but its location and the duration of the lease carry strategic importance. A lease lasting 20 years within the royal context is a clear statement of stability and long-term control. It creates an independent operational base that does not rely entirely on traditional spaces such as Clarence House, which is closely associated with Queen Camilla. This allows William to build his own center of operations, where he can shape his team, strategy, and public image without being bound by older structures. The number that draws attention here is not only the timeline extending to the year 2045, it also raises a question about the future of other spaces within the system. If William has established his own long-term base, then how will the roles of locations tied to the previous generation evolve? And in a scenario of power transition, who will continue to control those spaces? Another signal, more systemic in nature, appeared in the spring of the year 2026 when the royal warrants began to shift. This is the mechanism that allows businesses to use the designation of supplying goods and services to the royal family, a symbol of prestige with significant commercial value, as the authority to grant these warrants gradually moves toward Prince William and Catherine, Princess of Wales. The impact goes beyond image. Thousands of businesses, from long-established brands to newer suppliers, are forced to reposition themselves. The name of the patron on the certification changes, and with it, the center of economic influence also shifts. This is one of the rare mechanisms where symbolic power directly translates into economic value. And this transition shows that William is not only exercising control internally, but is also beginning to shape influence outward. Alongside these structural changes, the way observers and the media describe the situation has also shifted noticeably. Commentator Maureen Callahan stated directly that the current reality reflects something few were willing to say before. This is already William monarchy. Even though the official throne has not yet changed, the actual control is increasingly in his hands. This assessment is not based on a single event, but on the accumulation of multiple signals, from international representation to asset control, to economic influence and media framing. Everything points in a consistent direction. William is not waiting for the moment of coronation to begin changing the system. He is carrying out that process now. This is also reflected in long-term plans related to a future coronation. According to various sources, William team is considering a more streamlined model, aligned with the modern image he seeks to build. Traditional ceremonial elements may be adjusted, or even removed if they are no longer seen as relevant. This could include limiting the use of classical symbols or reducing rituals that are heavily rooted in nostalgia. This approach shows a shift in how symbolic power is understood. Instead of relying entirely on history and tradition, William appears to be building a new symbolic framework, where relevance to modern society is placed above all. This is a move that may generate controversy, but it also reflects the pressure the monarchy faces in maintaining public support. When all these elements are put together, the picture becomes consistent, from the international stage at COP30 to property decisions such as Forest Lodge, to the system of royal warrants, and the way the media describes power. Everything points in one direction: symbolic power, once closely tied to the throne itself, is now being separated and redistributed even before the formal transition takes place. The number 20 years in the lease at Forest Lodge, extending to the year 2045, is not merely a technical detail. It is an indicator of long-term vision. It shows that William is preparing for a phase in which he will not only inherit the system, but also control how that system operates for decades to come. As institutional power has gradually been consolidated through finance, personnel, and symbolism, the remaining question is no longer about who holds power. It is about how that power will be used, and what conflicts will emerge as personal interests begin to be directly affected. Institutional power has increasingly moved into the hands of Prince William, but behind these seemingly systemic changes, another layer of tension is quietly building. The real drama may not lie in official decisions, but in personal conflicts that have never been fully resolved. As financial, personnel, and symbolic changes take shape, a deeper layer of tension begins to surface. These are no longer system adjustments, but personal conflicts deeply tied to the history of the British royal family. At the center of this tension, three figures become critical: Catherine, Princess of Wales, Queen Camilla, and King Charles III. The first sign appeared with the return of Catherine after her period of medical treatment in the year 2025. For many months before that, her absence created a clear gap in the public image of the monarchy. When she returned, what stood out was not only the level of media attention, but also how quickly she was placed back at the center of major activities. This was not a gradual reintegration. It was a priority. According to several sources close to the inner circle, Catherine's presence in high-level internal meetings has shifted the power dynamics. In spaces where Queen Camilla previously held a clear role, Catherine began to appear more frequently. There was no public announcement of a role change, but the shift was reflected in seating arrangements, speaking order, and the list of participants in meetings. One detail often mentioned is the atmosphere in meetings where both Catherine and Camilla were present. There was no open conflict, but sources described a clear sense of discomfort. This was not merely a personal disagreement. It reflected a collision between two centers of influence, one representing the future of succession, the other tied to the present of the reign. Another signal reinforcing this assessment appeared in crisis meetings related to sensitive issues, particularly controversies surrounding Prince Andrew and past connections with Jeffrey Epstein. In these meetings, Catherine, Princess of Wales, was noted as being present and actively participating in discussions. Meanwhile, Queen Camilla did not appear on the attendance list. The selection of who participates in such meetings is not random. These are the spaces where decisions related to reputation and communication strategy are made. Catherine's presence indicates that she has been granted authority to take part in decision-making at the highest level. In contrast, Camilla's absence raises questions about the extent of her actual influence during this period. Alongside these changes in personal roles, another critical factor must be considered: the health condition of King Charles III. During the period from the year 2025 to the year 2026, the king is believed to have undergone extended medical treatment. Although the palace maintained a message of stability, many observations pointed to a clear decline in energy and the ability to sustain the same level of activity as before. This situation is not only personal, it directly affects how the entire system operates. When the king cannot maintain his previous pace, a natural power gap emerges, and as seen in earlier developments, Prince William is the one filling that gap. This also highlights a historical and psychological factor. The relationship between King Charles III and Princess Diana, although decades have passed, what happened in that marriage continues to shape how the public views the monarchy. And more importantly, how family members understand their responsibilities. Many analysts believe that a sense of responsibility, even guilt, still influences Charles' decisions. Meanwhile, for Prince William, the story of his mother is not simply the past. It has become part of how he defines his role. Protecting Diana's legacy is not only personal, but also a strategy to reinforce legitimacy in the eyes of the public. In that context, changes related to Camilla take on an additional layer of meaning. She is not only the king-wife, she is also part of a complex historical narrative that William appears to be redefining. This makes every decision related to her role more sensitive. However, the most decisive factor may not lie in personal relationships or strategic decisions. It lies in the legal structure of the system itself. Under current rules, many of Queen Camilla benefits are directly tied to the position of King Charles III. This means that when the status of the king changes, the entire structure of benefits surrounding her will change accordingly. In a transition scenario, Camilla may retain a ceremonial title, but core elements such as official residence, financial resources from entities like the Duchy of Cornwall, or the authority to grant royal warrants will no longer be in her hands. These elements will automatically pass to the heir, namely Prince William and Catherine, Princess of Wales. One notable detail is that residences associated with the current reign, such as Clarence House, may be reassigned depending on the decision of the heir. This means that Camilla's position within the spatial structure is also not guaranteed in the long term. Without the need for confrontational decisions, the legal framework itself creates a transition process in which power and privileges are redistributed almost automatically. The most striking figure lies in the very moment of transition. As soon as the status of the king changes, a series of benefits will end or be redirected without any direct action from Prince William. This creates a unique situation. Power is not only gained through strategy, but also reinforced by the legal structure itself. Looking at the entire process, a convergence of three factors becomes clear: personal conflict, the weakening of the current center of power, and the legal mechanisms of the system. These elements do not exist independently. They interact with one another, creating a shift in which each step appears separate, but together forms an irreversible trend. The wheel of history within the monarchy does not turn through sudden shocks. It moves slowly, but with certainty, through rules, traditions, and decisions accumulated over time. And at this moment, every sign suggests that wheel is moving in a clear direction. Real power, symbolic power, and the legal foundation are gradually converging at a single point. And when the moment of formal transition arrives, what is happening today will no longer appear as scattered signals. It will become the foundation of a new order, where the role of each individual has already been defined in advance. Looking back at everything that has taken place over the past 12 to 18 months, the picture is no longer a set of isolated events. It is a sequence of closely connected actions, unfolding step by step, with an increasingly clear objective. Prince William has not waited until the moment of succession to begin taking control. He has acted in advance, from applying pressure that forced Prince Andrew to fully withdraw, to removing honorary symbols at St. George Chapel, and cutting off financial flows linked to Queen Camilla family through the Duchy of Cornwall. At the same time, he has gradually taken over the role of international representation at forums such as COP30, established a long-term foundation through the lease at Forest Lodge, extending to the year 2045, and gained control of economic influence tools through the system of royal warrants. At the same time, the return of Catherine, Princess of Wales, to the center of all key decisions shows that a new axis of power is taking shape. And on the opposite side, much of what is associated with Camilla is gradually being narrowed, not only by strategy, but also by legal mechanisms that will automatically activate when the status of King Charles III changes. What is notable is that all of these moves are not random. They reflect a systematic process of power transition, where each decision serves a long-term objective, without the need for an official declaration, without a clearly marked turning point. Power is steadily shifting from the axis of King Charles III and Queen Camilla toward Prince William and Catherine, Princess of Wales. On a deeper level, this story also carries emotional and historical weight. Princess Diana once said that she wanted to be the queen in people's hearts. Today, that legacy is being carried forward in a different way. And the paradox lies in the fact that what is happening to Queen Camilla now in some way reflects the pressure and isolation that Diana once faced. The remaining question is no longer whether the transition will happen. It is about the timing and the way it will be completed. How long do you think King Charles III will maintain his current role? And during that time, what can Queen Camilla do to preserve her position? Leave your thoughts below. Share your perspective on these developments. And, if you want to continue following further analysis of the British royal family, do not forget to like and subscribe so you do not miss the latest updates. Imagine an ordinary morning in Britain, when the news bulletins have not yet moved on to the next topic. And suddenly, an unexpected statement appears and immediately shakes both the media and the public. Prince Harry, once regarded as the most beloved face of the younger royal generation, is reported to have confirmed that he is proceeding with divorce proceedings against Meghan Markle. Within just a few hours, major newsrooms simultaneously change their headlines. Search volumes surge. More than 5 million discussions appear on social media within 24 hours. The fairy tale that began in the year 2018, once praised as a symbol of a modern and open monarchy, now stands on the brink of collapse after more than 8 years of marriage. But is this truly the reality? Or merely a strategic turning point at the center of unprecedented pressure? This information does not stop at the level of private life. If true, it would trigger a series of consequences. How will the British public react? How will international media exploit this story? Is Meghan remaining silent because of a legal strategy or because of some agreement? Will the royal family choose to protect its image or maintain distance? And more importantly, what will happen to the two children growing up between the two sides of the Atlantic? This is not simply a separation, but potentially the greatest test for the image of the monarchy in the 21st century. Why do you think Harry is divorcing Meghan? Comment number 1 if you believe it is because of media pressure, or number 2 if you think the cause lies in conflict with the royal family. Comment now so that we can analyze together. When information about the possible breakdown between Harry and Meghan began to spread, the first reaction was not emotion, but silence. Editors in London waited for confirmation. International news agencies reviewed their sources, but within only a few hours, that silence turned into a wave spreading at an unprecedented speed. Headlines appeared densely across front pages from Britain to America, from Europe to Asia. Phrases related to their two names quickly surpassed 10 million mentions within 48 hours. No longer corridor rumors, no longer social media speculation. This had become a global event. In the United Kingdom, the reaction carried a very distinct tone. Many commentators suggested that the feeling spreading at that moment was not only curiosity or shock, but something closer to losing a part of collective memory. The wedding in the year 2018 had once been viewed as a symbol of transformation within the royal family. The image of hundreds of thousands gathering in Windsor and hundreds of millions watching live around the world remains vivid in the public mind. It was not merely a wedding. It was the moment when many believed the monarchy had found a path into the 21st century with a new, more open and relatable image. The comparison of numbers tells the story clearly. That wedding was estimated to have drawn hundreds of millions of viewers worldwide. Media outlets described it as a historic event, proof of the enduring appeal of the British royal family. Now, the statistics revolve around mentions, shares, and analyses of a separation. If the year 2018 symbolized hope, this moment is described by many as a national disappointment. Some British newspapers even use the word heartbreak to describe the public mood, as if this were not only the private matter of two individuals, but the fracture of a dream carefully constructed over time. On social media, Divided streams of opinion quickly take shape. Some express regret, recalling moments when the two appeared as a united front before the press. Others argue that this is the inevitable result of years of tension. Old interviews, speeches, and images from public events are resurfaced and dissected, analyzed expression by expression, word by word. The atmosphere resembles a collective investigation, where the public asks its own questions and searches for its own clues. In the United States, where the couple built an independent image after stepping back from their roles as senior members of the royal family, the reaction is equally intense. Morning talk shows dedicate entire segments to discussing legal, financial, and media consequences. Brand experts analyze contract values, content production agreements, and the impact if the two no longer appear together. Some opinions emphasize that their image has been closely tied to a narrative of freedom and redefining the royal role. If that narrative ends in divorce, how will the message change? Notably, the reaction from official members of the royal family does not appear immediately. The silence from the palace only fuels further speculation. In the context of a global media frenzy, the absence of a clear statement is interpreted in different ways. Some believe it is a strategy of waiting. Others think that internal discussions may be addressing a situation far more complex than what the public can see. A media analyst in London observes that this event touches a particularly sensitive point for the British public. Harry is not only a prince, he has been seen as a symbol of relatability, of the ability to connect with younger generations and with modern social issues. His marriage to Meghan was once considered a sign that the monarchy could adapt. Therefore, if that relationship collapses, many feel as though a chapter of reform has closed in regret. Yet amid the storm of information, one question begins to emerge more clearly. What truly happened behind private walls? For years, they appeared as a unified bloc before the public, sharing perspectives on the media, on privacy, and on the pressure they said they endured. Controversial interviews, independent media projects, and the decision to leave Britain were all presented as joint choices. So why would a front, once described as united, begin to fracture? Sources close to the matter are cited cautiously, emphasizing that the pressure did not come only from the outside. Differences in strategy, in long-term direction, and in the management of public image may have accumulated over time. Major commercial agreements require tight consensus. Raising children between two different cultural environments is not a simple matter either. But until there is official confirmation, everything remains fragmented pieces. The media earthquake has already occurred. The numbers of mentions, interactions, and broadcast hours are only the surface. What truly captures public attention is the question of cause. After all the declarations about love and standing together through storms, what led this relationship to such a serious turning point? To understand more clearly, we need to step away from sensational headlines and look deeper into the signs of instability within the marriage itself. To understand why news of a divorce, if confirmed, would provoke such a strong reaction, it is necessary to look back at the entire process of more than 7 years as a chain of continuous pressure. Not a single isolated incident, not one sudden argument, but the accumulation of multiple layers of tension stacked upon one another, day after day. More than 7 years under constant media scrutiny, equivalent to roughly 2,500 days, living almost under a public microscope. That number alone speaks to the level of erosion. From the very first months of making their relationship public, the volume of negative coverage exceeded what was typical for a member of the royal family. Media statistics showed thousands of articles with critical tones, constant comparaison, and ongoing speculation. From clothing choices and public statements to both sides of the family, everything became a topic. For Harry, born into the royal environment and accustomed to attention, Pressure was something he had said he could manage. But for Meghan, coming from the American entertainment industry, scrutiny shaped by political and royal tradition was an entirely different experience. Observers who followed that period closely argue that the intensity and frequency of coverage created a spiral that was not easy to escape. The most significant turning point came in the year 2020, with the decision to step back from the role of senior working members of the royal family. The event, often referred to as Megxit, was not simply a change of residence. It was a comprehensive repositioning, a shift from an official support system to financial independence, a move from a tightly structured ceremonial environment to a freer space in North America. Public relations professionals note that any couple would face pressure when simultaneously changing residence, income sources, and support networks. In this case, every change unfolded under the spotlight of global media. Relocation brought new opportunities, but also risk. They had to rebuild advisory teams, sign content production agreements, and shape personal brands outside the royal framework. Major financial decisions are often accompanied by internal debate. Contracts worth many millions of dollars were announced and publicly analyzed. In that context, any difference in opinion between the two could become more pronounced. Foundational differences are also frequently mentioned in analysis. Harry grew up within royal tradition, where the concept of duty and succession stands above all. Meghan was shaped in the Hollywood environment, where personal independence and control of image are vital for survival. When two value systems meet, complementarity can create strength, but when pressure rises, those very differences can become points of friction. Some sociologists argue that conflict does not necessarily arise from diminished affection, but from how each person defines their role within the relationship and before the public. Mental health is another crucial piece of the puzzle. Harry has publicly acknowledged psychological wounds from the past and a lingering sense of trauma related to the way the media treated his mother. He has repeatedly emphasized his desire to protect his young family from that cycle. When protection becomes the highest priority, any perceived external threat can amplify reactions. Psychologists point out that living in a prolonged defensive state can increase tension between family members, especially when both partners are under pressure. Alongside media and internal pressure were public disputes with the royal family, high-profile interviews, allegations of lack of support, and cautious responses from the palace created a visible distance. When a relationship with one's family of origin becomes strained, many couples confront difficult questions about sacrifice and personal boundaries. For Harry, choosing to stand by his wife may have felt emotionally natural, but the consequence of that choice was a profound shift in the support structure he had relied upon throughout his life. A factor less discussed but equally important is the gradual shift in public image over time. At the beginning, they were perceived as symbols of renewal, but as the years passed, debates surrounding media contracts, memoirs, and personal revelations made their image more complex. High expectations were followed by significant disappointment when the public felt the narrative was no longer consistent. In that context, every move they made was placed under a lens of suspicion. Close observers noticed that their recent joint appearances became less frequent and more selective. Each focused on individual projects, from charitable initiatives to content production. This did not necessarily signal a fracture, but in the eyes of a public accustomed to a tightly united image, a change in rhythm easily became a subject of speculation. When the media continuously raises questions, those very questions can create new pressure within a relationship. More than 2,500 days of relentless scrutiny constitute a long-term test. During that period, they experienced relocation, career changes, the birth of children, family disputes, and major business ventures. Each individual event might have been manageable, but when accumulated, the level of fatigue could exceed initial expectations. Marriage experts often emphasize that erosion does not always come from one major crisis, but from a chain of small yet continuous tensions. Therefore, when news of a possible divorce surfaced, many people did not focus on a single moment, but looked back at the entire journey. Signs once considered temporary were now connected into a pattern. Statements that once caused controversy were reread through a different lens. The question was no longer whether they loved each other, but whether that love was strong enough to withstand the unique intensity of pressure they faced. For that reason, the impact of this news on the United Kingdom became particularly powerful. This was not merely a story about a famous couple. It touched deeper debates about tradition, reform, and the future of the monarchy. If a marriage once seen as a symbol of harmony between old and new now fractured, the message sent to the public would be far more complex than entertainment gossip. The divorce story struck Britain hardest, not only because of emotion, but because it raised questions about the direction of an institution in a new era. It was no longer simple celebrity gossip. To understand why this information resonated most strongly in the United Kingdom, one must consider the special place of the royal family within British social structure. In many other countries, this might be seen simply as the story of a well-known couple. But in Britain, the royal family is not only a public family, they are a national symbol, intertwined with history, ceremony, and collective identity. Any change within that family